No. Okay.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Welcome to S.O.W, Stream of Wisdom. It's the Houston branch. We're out here at 1550 Ken Forest Drive, Missouri City, Texas, 77498. Class days and times have not deviated. They're the same as they always have been since the older schools. All right. We got another location out here in Texas, San Antonio, 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201. Their class days and times are the same as ours, but they start 30 minutes later. Sabbath class starts the same time as ours. All right, we got another location in Virginia, that 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. Their class days and times are Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 8 to 10. And that's Eastern Standard Time. The Shabbat morning class starts at 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. Another location out in Rochester, New York. All right, that's 1600 Lau Ave, Suite 1A. The class days and times are the same as Virginia's. All right. We do have a feast day coming up. The feast day is Purim. It's a day that we give each other's gifts. That day is, what is it, March?
2 days. I believe it was March 12th and 13th.
March 12th and 13th. All right.
We gotta update the paper, right?
Come. Blog Talk is still going on with Mashaba. So as Blog Talk Radio,
That changed.
That did?
What is it? It's not Blog Talk. It's
on Podbean.
Podbean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Podbean.
Podbean. Oh, I got it.
okay. So
So that switched up.
we'll catch y'all up on the podcast.
You can still go to Blog Talk though to get some of the old stuff.
Blog Talk been going on for a long time, so there's a lot of good stuff on it. All right, but we do have other YouTube channels. If you haven't subscribed to it, if you haven't been checking out the videos, there's been lots of shorts coming out, lots of short, quick hit videos that you can share with your friends and family, co-workers, whoever. You know, what I like about the shorts is, you know, it gives you people, they like these short videos, and you don't have to send them a 3-hour video. You can say, oh, here, look, here's a 3-minute video or 2-minute video or a 30-second video on something that you're talking about or that you want more information on. You know, little bait, something that gets people to want to watch the YouTube. So we got YouTube channel for Houston, Norfolk, and Virginia. I mean, Norfolk, Virginia, and Rochester, New York. Then we got the Hidden Truth. We got the Hidden Truth. We got the Israelite Media Corps. And yeah, that's all the channels. We do have an Instagram and a TikTok. The Instagram is so_children_light_of_light. The TikTok is at children of light, all one word. Then if you want to get a custom t-shirt or sign up for the Fringe Up subscription, you can do that. You get a t-shirt, headband. They're still out there. You know, if you haven't got a subscription, you should go ahead and try it out. Get your Fringe Up shirts. If you're new and you don't have many Fringe Up shirts, you know, it's a perfect opportunity to get some new shirts, to get some shirts. You know, you don't have to worry about trying to find some shirts in your closet and send them to someone and get them fringed. Hey, you can get a brand new shirt fringed. So check them out. We do have Hebrew Academy in Rochester and Virginia every Monday. Here in Houston, we do it every Tuesday. We have Chosen Creation, chosencreation.com, where you can get your woodwork, metalwork, frames, pictures. You know, if you can conceive it, they can achieve it for you.
You can conceive it, they can achieve it. I like that.
Like the Holy Spirit.
It might be a slogan for it, you know. Sabbath is full of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, dang.
What?
So
Said it.
there it is. If you got an artistic mind, or if there's something that you see that you like, they can bring it to life for you. We also have sweet ambiance, where you get your aromatherapeutic fragrant oils, help you smell good, help you keep you smelling good in the shower, keep you smelling good all day while you walk around in this wicked world. Even though the filth of the world is around you, you don't have to smell like the filth of the world. Check out Sweet Ambiance. All right. Then we got, if you need to reach a priest or teacher, you can reach Priest Kazakia at 775-300-4047, or Priest Quatazak, which is here to my left, 303-557-8979, or Priest Zainala, which is in Rochester, New York. He's at 346-234-8340. If you want to make any donations, or if there's anything that you want to send to the school to help out, as far as books, pens, papers, highlighters, apocryphers, please hit up a priest, and they can give you a good address where you can mail those items. We are low on apocryphers. Just letting y'all know.
We low on everything.
We low on everything.
Except for spirit.
Oh yeah.
Yay.
We don't run out of that. We don't run out of that.
Yay.
And then if you want to send any money, the same thing, you can hit up the priest, and they can give you the Zelle or the Cash App if you like. But I'll just tell you the Wells Fargo, which is 101-580-616. The Cash App is $ISBHBK donations, or you can Zelle at isbhbk@gmail.com, or you can send it to Kazakia's number, which I announced earlier.
Is that it?
That's it.
I mean, because it's very long.
It's,
Announcements, bro. You know, like when you go to church. You give them announcements. You just like, golly.
and then we're accepting donations for the building fund. We're accepting donations for the kids fund, and then after the kids fund, we'll pass out the collection plate.
And Miss Sally got a bake sale. You try to tell them about the bake sale. You try to tell them about the
Bake sale.
Sister Lakeisha got a bake sale.
You try to tell them about the bake sale.
Brother Abishai got the cook-off sale.
You try to tell them about all that.
We got a yard sale coming up, to help raise funds for the church.
Down in the basement of the church.
Right, in the basement.
You gotta have the basement funds also.
The basement fund. Wow.
We need to escalate funds too. And my Movado wash funds.
We need a tune-up funds for my car.
Hey, you better be careful. They gonna clip.
Oh, they gonna click?
Oh, wow.
You gonna turn into a meme.
Right.
This is what all Hebrew Israelites be about.
You gonna turn into a short.
Right, sure.
So, okay, that was the announcements, obviously. Gotta have a little fun with the announcements. Anybody that's new to the channel, I don't really think there's anybody that's new that's watching, but if you are, we're gonna do our announcements. We do the Sabbath ceremony, the prayers. We do the Sabbath reading, answer whatever questions y'all got, then we close out with prayers. So we're going to get these morning prayers going. All right, so you ready?
Yep.
Yep. Don't do that. Can't be busting through the garment up here on camera. Ain't it? Don't do that. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Ahawa'ah.
Ahawa'ah.
Letam Lanawa.
Letam Lanawa.
A war.
Zayawam.
The water.
The water.
Aman. And that's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents our wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures by Hashem Yahweh Shai.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathan Lanawa.
Nathan Lanawa.
Rayach.
Rayach.
Hayachacha. The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us a sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense of myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor.
Upon Yah Yerushalayim.
Rise and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Nathan Lanawa.
Nathan Lanawa.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Amen. Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121 in Hebrew. Ayin Shah.
Ayin Shah.
Ayin Yam Yah.
Ayin Yah.
Aharyam.
Aharyam.
Na'ayah.
Na'ayah.
Wa'ah.
Wa'ah.
Isaiah.
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 Wa'ah.
Wa'ah.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'aratza.
Wa'aratza. La'ah.
Yanathan.
Yanathan.
Lamawat.
Lamawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shashawamar.
Shashawamar.
Yashar'Allah.
Yashar'Allah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemaria.
Shemaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazalia.
I'll. Yam Yah.
Yam Yah.
Yad.
Yad.
Hashamash.
Hashamash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakaya.
Hakaya.
Mayawam.
Mayawam.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamaria.
Yashamaria.
Korah.
Korah.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashia.
Napashia.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakia.
Hawalakia.
Wabu'aya.
Wabu'aya.
Ma'aitan.
Ma'aitan.
Wa'ai.
Wa'ai.
Ma'aiwalam.
Ma'aiwalam.
Aman.
Aman.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
Shema Yashar'Allah.
Shema Yashar'Allah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Echad.
Yahweh Echad.
Shema Yashar'Allah.
Shema Yashar'Allah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Echad.
Yahweh Echad.
Shema Yashar'Allah.
Shema Yashar'Allah.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Echad.
Yahweh Echad.
Let's hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
It's the Lord's Prayer. Abanawa.
Abanawa.
Shema Shemayim.
Shema Shemayim. Kodash. Hayah. Shemka. Yahweh. Malak Wavka. Taba'ah. Ratzazaka. Hayah. Aisha. Ba'aratza. Kawa. Hayah. Bashamayim. Nathan Lacham. Kol. Yawam.
Wasalachnawa.
Wasalachnawa. Chabawachnawa.
Kasalachnawa.
Kasalachnawa.
Wawafyanawa.
Chabawachnawa. Wala'ah. Tabiyanawa.
Banasaya 1.
Banasaya 1.
Abol.
Abol.
Hawashai
Hawashai.
Mayan.
Mayan.
Rai.
Kaya.
Laka.
Laka. Hamalakwa.
Waha'ala.
Waha'ala.
Wahatha Pa'ara.
Wahata Ba'ara.
La'awalanyu.
La'awalanyu. Aman.
It's the Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ha'aishara.
Ha'aishara.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Salakia. La'ah.
La'ah.
Yahaya.
Yahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Acharyim.
Acharyim.
Al-Panya.
Abanya.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Lakah.
Lakah.
Basal.
Basal.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Da'ibadam.
Da'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Dalakwak'ah.
Dalakwak'ah.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakar.
Zakar.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Lakodashwa.
Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Wa.
Wa.
Amaka.
Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Baratazak.
Baratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Tana'ah.
Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Taganah.
Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Shakur.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Takamad.
Takamad.
Kol.
Kol.
Asherah.
Asherah.
Laraika.
Laraika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
The yad.
The yad. Aman.
Yeshaviel, which means to be seated.
Yeah. Pull it out. No. Okay, gentlemen. Okay, gentlemen.
It's supposed to rain.
Okay. Yeah, I know. What?
You know, you believe it.
Sunroof?
Yeah.
No, not today. No, come on. Not today. Not today, Satan. Too cold for that. Sunroof. I ain't gonna lie. I had the sunroof open last night.
What, see?
It was cold.
It's never too cold for the sunroof, though.
Something's going on with my. I don't know, man. It's getting hot in the vehicle.
See?
76 is hot. I'm like, wait.
See? I'm trying to tell you.
I think I'm turning into Corey slowly.
You know what?
My
I might be too.
My rib
That's
had
what I'm
to
talking
beg me
about.
to close the window the other night. I keep a window open at all times. You're
Right.
supposed to get some circulation. So she had to beg. I did it.
Oh,
I slept very uncomfortably.
Read.
Yeah.
I feel your pain.
No heat at night. No, we ain't doing that. Okay, so, hey, I hope y'all got your pens and papers ready. There's a lot of precepts about to come out in this chapter. A lot of precepts, right? So, what are we understanding about Psalms, or this block of Psalms? Right now, we're dealing with the Psalms of Aasph, who is the head musician, chief musician. And you know what I like about Aasph thus far is that he does a lot of recollecting on how the Most High saved Israel from Egypt. He does a lot of talk about Egypt. He goes back into that history a lot, just to remind himself and the nation of, you know, when you go into them hard times, the Most High is going to save you. And there was no harder time that we went through than Egypt, up until this point. Remember, Aasph is around the time of David. So our major captivity was Egypt up until this point. And then we know after Egypt, it was going to be Syria. So we haven't had a major captivity in some years, in a couple of 100 years, but he's going back to that reference point, right? To remind himself and to remind the people that the Most High does, even if it don't feel like it, even when you going off, even when you down bad, the Most High, he gonna come through for you, right? We just have to make sure that we're positioning ourselves to be able to receive that salvation, and that's what it really boils down to. So, I mean, this is a long chapter. This chapter is 72 verses. So you know he was bringing up a lot of instances that we're gonna touch on. So. Get your thinking caps on, get your pens and papers ready, and let's have some fun with this thing. So, what we're gonna do, call up the first reader?
Fine.
First reader, right? Who's it gonna be?
Elijah Shabbat Yashakal Ban Yashala.
Elijah, Shabbat Shah, Yashakar, Ban Yasha'Allah, men of Israel. Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Raksam.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatah.
You ate something.
Huh?
You ate something. Yeah, you ate something. What'd you eat?
Is that on me today?
Come on. You ate something. You see it in his eyes. Hey. Oh, you're that man's way, man. Old man, get out the way, old man. Old man's. Yeah, how's everybody doing though?
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. It's those times. Right? It's the life you chose. It's the life we chose. I gotta tell that to my roof all the time. I said, look, the life we chose, man. The life we chose, no matter how hard it may seem at times, it's what we chose, and you know, it's only up from here. It's only up from here. So, let's get into it. Where we at? Psalm 78. Right? Where's the paper? Let me see it. Psalm 78. You're reading the verse 19.
Psalm 78, verse 19. Verse 1. Give.
Precept upon precept.
Here a little, there a little.
All right.
Psalm 78, verse 1. Give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us.
Right, so that's going into what? It's going into the laws, right? Go to Mark. First go to Matthew's. Go to Matthew's 13:35. Matthew's 13:35.
Okay.
Go ahead, read that.
Look at Matthew chapter 13 and verse 35.
Mm-hmm.
That it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophet, saying, I will open my mouth in parables.
I will do what?
Open my mouth in parables.
Go ahead.
I will utter things which have been kept secret from the foundation of the world.
Go ahead.
Then Jesus sent the multitude away.
Right, that's it on that. Go from there, go to Mark 4:33. Go to Mark 4 and verse 33. Go, who got it? He said calm before you. Go ahead. You gotta speak up or move over, but speak up. Come on.
Mark 4, verse 33. And with many such parables spake he the word unto them,
Right.
as they were able to hear it.
Right. So this is talking about Christ, and we know that he spoke very much parables to the people. Go ahead. Read on.
But without a
Parable.
spake.
Somebody pick up. Somebody pick up. Somebody pick up one. Get you some water.
Mark
Clear your throat. Go
chapter
ahead.
4 and verse 34.
Right.
But without a parable spake he not
But
unto
what?
them.
But what?
But without a parable spake he not unto them.
Yeah, this is key, because if it said without a parable spake he not to them, and parables are dark sayings and, you know, deep wisdoms, what was it gonna take for the people to understand what Christ was saying? Right, let's establish something. Was he saying anything outside of the norm?
No.
Christ?
No.
No, everything he referred to was referring back to the Torah.
Yeah.
Right? Everything he referred to or spoke about, he referred back to prophecy. It's just the way he worded things, the way he would be asked a question and then he would answer a question with a question. Right? It was the way things were said that it pricked the mind. Or it should have pricked the mind. Right? But it only pricked the mind of some. So think about it. You're teaching multitudes and multitudes, and you speaking in parables. What's going on? Well, you would think, that they would sit back and ask, what does that mean? But we know only a select few had that mind to ask, wait a minute, what do you mean by these things? What does that mean? What are you saying here? Go ahead, read on.
And when they were alone, he expounded all the things to his disciples.
See that? But when he was alone is when the things were expounded, where he gave that understanding, right? Where he broke things down to them. I mean, because let's be real. After the multitude got fed, after they got taken care of, they got healed, they would just leave. The only ones left behind were the 12 to get the understanding. You see that? So, because they were there for more than just the fish, the bread, the good times, the feast days. They were there for the whole total experience. Part of the experience was getting the understanding of the dark parables and things broken down to them. The parables of like when you go into that Matthew 13, if you read up, he's giving you a parable of the seed and the sower. The kingdom is likened unto this, and the angels are the reapers, and he's going into this deep parable, and you're like, wait, but then what does he do? As we read down in it, he breaks it down to them what the reaper, who the reapers are, what the wheat is, the tares are, the field is the world, right? You just got to go back into that parable, and you'll see that he constantly did that for them to give them that understanding, and it was fitting because they wanted it. He didn't force the understanding on anyone. You came, you got what you thought you wanted, or what you thought you needed, and you left. Christ didn't chase nobody down, right? Follow me, drop your nets, follow me, I'm keeping it moving. He didn't chase nobody, he didn't have to. My sheep hear my voice and they follow me.
Yeah.
What's that?
So, after he gives his parables and he expounds on it, is it only the disciples that's there for the expounding on it?
Yeah, because everybody else is leaving.
Okay.
Everyone else is leaving. Everybody else is not interested because, again, they're getting what they want. Like the fish and bread, the multitude, when they got fed, they was gone.
Yeah.
They was out. They left right after. So whatever wisdoms was being dropped, right, that they didn't understand, the only ones to get the understanding would have been the 12. Those 12 men that stood around and was constantly walking with Christ. Right? Did you finish that in Mark? What verse are you at?
At the beginning of 35.
Right. Read verse 34 again.
Look at Mark chapter
It's
4,
gonna tell us
verse,
right here. It's going to tell us right here. Go
verse
ahead.
34.
Uh-huh.
But without a parable spake he not unto them.
Right.
And when they were alone,
When they were what? Come
alone,
on. When they were alone, everybody left off. Come on.
he expounded all things to his
Yeah,
disciples.
he will break it down to them. Right? Go to Luke chapter 40, Luke chapter 24 and verse 44.
Okay.
Now we know this is after the death, burial, and resurrection, where he's rolling with the apostles, but they don't realize that it's him. Right? But watch this. Read Luke 24 and verse 44.
Book of Luke, chapter 24 and verse 44.
Come on.
And he said unto them,
Mhm.
These are the words which I spake unto you,
Come on.
while I was yet with you,
Uh-huh.
that all things must be fulfilled, which were written in the law of Moses,
Come on.
and in the prophets,
Read.
and in the Psalms,
What are we reading right now?
Psalms.
And in the what?
and in the song
Read.
concerning me.
Concerning me. Go ahead, read verse 45.
Then opened he their understanding.
How did he open their understanding? By expounding on his words, by breaking down the parables. See, in Psalms here, that was written of me. Over here, when David was saying this, that was written to me. When Aasph said this, that was written to me. Hey, this is why I only spoke to y'all in parables. Right? Look, Isaiah, this was talking about me. Ezekiel, this, that, Genesis, Deuteronomy 18 and 18. Oh, that was me. Right? The law of Moses. The law of Moses teaches us, right, to follow Christ. So you can't follow Christ and not keep the law. It's crazy. Deuteronomy 18 and 18 is that law. So he expounded and went through and was showing them, hey, look, this right here was written to me from Genesis to damn Malachi. It was all me.
I come in the volume of the book.
I come in the volume of the book that is written of me. Go ahead.
That they might understand the scripture.
That they might what?
Understand the scriptures.
Right, that they might understand what it is they were reading. Right, that they might understand the scriptures. So let's go back. So the thing is, Christ didn't speak anything outside of the law and the prophets. Just like Paul didn't speak anything outside the law and the prophets. Paul says that verbatim himself, that he taught only the law and the prophets concerning Israel. Right? But it's the way the words are formulated. It's the ideas that are brought. It's the quoting of the prophets and some Israelites not knowing their history where they get caught up, where they get lost in the sauce. You see that? So that's why these parables, they were deep and dark. But let's go back to Psalms. Go back to Psalms and read verse 2 and just read down.
Psalms 78, verse 2.
Right?
I'll open my mouth in a parable.
Mm-hmm.
I will utter dark sayings of old,
Mm-hmm.
which we have heard and known.
Which we have what?
Heard and known.
Right, so we already heard this. But what was the problem with Israel?
Oh,
That's all we did was hear it. It went in one ear and went out the other. That's why it was so deep and dark, because it's like, wait, this is foreign to me. But we already talked about this. Right? We already said this. This was already said. Have you not heard what it was said of old times? Have you not read what was written of old times? Go ahead.
And our fathers have told us.
Somebody get Deuteronomy 6 and 1. Go ahead, read.
We will not hide them from their children.
We will not do what?
Hide them from their children.
Right, so the things that were these dark parables, they weren't even hidden from our children, but they were because we left off of it. Remember, when Deuteronomy is given, and then by the time we get into the time of Christ, we're thousands of years removed from the wilderness, from Canaan, right? And through all the captivities, through Assyria, Babylon, Persians, Medes, Greeks. I mean, come on, forget about it. There's only a select few men and women that are actually holding to the law, right? And holding to the teachings as they were delivered from Moses. It's a select few. And then even some of them that had the law, we know the Pharisees, the Sadducees, they were finding loopholes around things. So they weren't even keeping the pureness of the law. So it was very select few people that was actually keeping the law in its purity. Right? So imagine this man comes and he starts spitting the law. Have you not heard? Have you not read? And it's like, yeah, I heard, but
How's that helping?
yeah, what's that doing for me? I heard, but they doing this thing over here. But that's why he told you with the Pharisees, do as they say, not as they do.
God.
Right? Because that was what people were getting caught up in. Well, we heard it, but they doing something over here different. So what do? Do we hear it and then follow what they do? Because that's what they were doing. Hearing the law, but following the Sadducees and Pharisees in their hypocrisy. So Christ comes back to remind, Yeah, they sit in the seat of Moses. Yeah, they're the lawgivers. But listen to them because they're speaking the right thing, but don't follow their action because they're doing the wrong thing. They're hypocrites. And he called them hypocrites. Call them hypocrites, vipers, serpents, the devil. You are of your father, the devil. He called them murderers.
He was a murderer. You are too.
Yeah. Right? Because that's what they was moving like. The scribes, the Pharisees, Sadducees, the tax collectors, the publicans. That's what they were on. Right? So read that Deuteronomy. Read verse 4 all the way, and then you'll read Deuteronomy 6 and 1.
Psalm chapter 78, verse 4. We will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come the praises of the Lord and his strength and his wonderful works that he hath done.
Deuteronomy 6 and 1 through 9. Read that.
Deuteronomy 6, verse 1. Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments, which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it.
Right.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy son, and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Israel.
And this is the cold part. How do we know that these things weren't hidden from our children, from the children? Because remember, right here in Deuteronomy, this is the generation that made it through the 40 years. Right? The second generation has passed, or the first generation of men and women have passed on. They got swallowed up in the wilderness. So Deuteronomy is the second telling of the law. Right? So this is where we see the children that 20 years and up that made it through the 40 years, they're going to be in their what age now? About 60s. Yeah. Anywhere from 40 to 60, right? Years old. Getting the law. We're going to see that they're going to be getting circumcised because that wasn't happening in the 40 years, right? So we're seeing that the Most High is making sure that the generation, even if their fathers went off in that first generation, that the second generation got what they needed to pass on to their children and grandchildren. You see that? So the Most High was covering all bases before we landed in Canaan. That's what Deuteronomy is, if you didn't know that. If you ever wondered, like, wait, why does he cram every law into one book? Did you guys ever notice that? That the whole law is crammed into Deuteronomy? But it's you got Leviticus, you got Exodus, and you got Numbers all in Deuteronomy. And Exodus. Leviticus, Exodus, Numbers, all in Deuteronomy because it's the second telling. That's what Deuteronomy means. It's the second telling. Right? So he's given that law again to that generation that made it. So what is he reminding them? I'm giving it to you. Now you got to pass it on to your generations. Read on.
Verse 3. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it might be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily.
And why is this fitting? Because we saw when we didn't observe it, that whole wilderness was, I don't know if you realize from Numbers like 11 through like Numbers 16, it's all death of Israel. The nation is just getting wiped out by mass numbers, right? It's just mass numbers of brothers is getting wiped out. Because of what? Rebellion, disobedience, right? Lack of faith in the Most High. You eating the manna and it's dissolving in your mouth. Rotting the plague of the manna in your teeth, right? Because you lusted. It's all in the book of Numbers, right? It's all in the book of Numbers if you read it. Numbers 11, niggas died. 12, mass casualties. 13, like 4. I'm like, whoa. This book of Numbers is like the death book. It's like the war book of the Most High. He's going to war with the people. He's going to war with us and purging the Korahs and the Dathans. This is where he hits Miriam with leprosy. Right? Everything was going down at that time. in Numbers, man. Numbers is a cold book. But the Most High was going to war with our mentality. He was going to war with our mindset. And he won. Because he was able to knock off the whole generation. Right? Remember, Numbers is where he sent the spies and they came back with the evil report. And then from there he said, okay, y'all gonna waste away 40 years. We're gonna touch it. We're gonna touch it here in this chapter, because this chapter, literally what he's talking about is our upbringing from Egypt all the way to where David is crowned king. Because remember, they couldn't really go much further if he's just dealing with the direct history, right? Now, if he's prophesying, that's one thing, but this chapter is dealing with Israel's direct history up until what happened in their time, right? And we'll break that down. We'll go through it. Go ahead, read on.
As the Lord thy God of, sorry.
Read
As
verse 3
the
again.
Lord,
Read verse 3 again.
verse 3. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it might be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily, as the Lord God of thy fathers have promised thee, in the land that floweth with milk and honey.
Come on.
Hear, O Israel.
This is where we get the Shemai, right? Hear, O Israel. We just did it. We say the Shema, some say the Shemai, some call it the Israelite Credo, right? We say the Israelite Credo. Either one. The Shemai, the Israelite Credo, but this is where we get this. This is where this comes from. Go ahead.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up.
Read down to verse 8.
And thou shalt bind them for a sign.
Right, no, you read verse 7, and that was the point that I wanted to get to. Right? And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children. When you jump back to verse 4 in Psalms, we will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come. And that was the point. We were commanded to teach our children the laws, the statutes, and the commandments, right? And if any man's family wasted away and didn't teach them, at this point, they were being taught again. The Most High made sure of it. So it was our duty as a nation, as men, as women, to as far as our children's upbringing, it is our duty, right? To raise them up as Israelites, right? Raise them up in their language, raise them up in their customs, right? Remember, there's only two ways to go. They could either be heathens and be raised like little white boys and little white girls and little Hamites, or they could be raised like Israelites, right? There's only two ways about it. Either they're heathens or they're Israelites. And it's what you decide to instill in your children, right? It's what you make available to them. Do they got to learn English? Yeah, they got to learn English. Yeah, they got to learn English. They live in a society where the lingua franca is English. But should they learn Hebrew? Best believe. And if you speak Spanish, you better teach them that too. Trilingual, right, that's the way. Two is better than one, but a threefold cord is not easily broken. If they can learn three languages, bruh, teach them. Teach them the languages, right? Sprinkle a little Greek in there if you need to, because, that's what we're dealing with in our text, Greek and Hebrew. But it's important to administer their culture, because that's what we're coming back to is our culture, right? And part of the culture is the law. It's the discipline. If your kids don't listen to you and you can't discipline them, there's a problem. That means you're not administering a culture. You're not giving them the culture that the Most High intended for us. You're giving them white people culture, because only white people go to the grocery store and allow their children to smack them, throw a tantrum when you don't buy them candy, call them names, cuss them out. Only white people do that. I've never seen black people, like on a mass scale, allow their children. Because we smack the black off our kids, right? Like we smack you so hard the thunder, you feel thunderbolts in your body.
Shock.
You feel the shock. You feel the law, right? You feel the power of Christ sizzle through you. I know when that hand come down, yeah.
Delivered.
When it's delivered, it's different. Especially like on the boys. You got to give them a little bit more. You know, the girls, you still got to give them something, but they listen more. They acquiesce more to the voice. You turn it up, the voice. Hey, don't do that. Right? The boys though,
Man.
right? They got to have that discipline, but they also have to have the disciplines of words. The scriptures say to beat them on their sides.
Yeah.
Right? It says the rod and reproof. You have to do it often. Right? That's part of the culture is discipline. Right? You could drop that. It's discipline. Right? The culture is what we eat, what we drink, but it's also how we think. We're not supposed to think like other people with that weak spirit. We're not supposed to think that if we have a conversation, that's the end of the world. I'm going to hide things from my family. I'm going to hide things from my mom and my dad. Right? It's about showing our kids about communication. I'm seeing that's a big thing with a lot of brothers is you don't know how to communicate well, and you let a lot of things just not be said to your children that need to be said. And the coldest thing is that you got the Bible to really guide you through the conversation. You have the scriptures to be able to be a blueprint to show you if it's a hard topic. Well, the Bible is there to make it not such a hard topic. Nothing is a hard topic really to really talk about because it's all there in the scriptures. But you got to be able to, us as fathers, especially, because moms will talk to their children. They'll talk to them, but they'll baby them, and they'll give them the sweet nothings. When they don't always need sweet nothings, sometimes they need to hear that roaring lion, that father figure, that voice of thunderings. Not always, but they got to hear that sometimes, right? Because that's part of it. The Most High talked to us sweetly in some instances, but then he thundered at us in other instances. Tells you in Jeremiah and Ezekiel that I will speak to you kindly. If I'm not mistaken, no, that's in not Jeremiah, Ezekiel. That's either Hosea or Amos. But he said, I will speak to you sweetly and entreat you kindly. Right? Yeah, that's in I believe that's in Hosea or Amos, yeah. Right? So it wasn't always thunders and lightnings and the drama, like on Sinai. It wasn't always that. No, we don't want to hear you. Right? But we got to be able to deliver that type of discipline and culture to our children.
Yes.
Right? Your kids got to be able to respect you on a different level than the other kids in this world respect their children. Partly because you're giving them something that other kids ain't getting. Yeah, you give them food, clothes, shelter, the basics, right? But what about the wisdom to be able to maneuver through this society? Other kids ain't getting that, man. So your kids should respect you on a high level for that. But you got to command that respect, right? And as our kids get older, you shouldn't have to command it. They should be able to step back, look and see that, you know what? I do need to show that respect. I do need to have that piety towards, that honor towards my family, towards my mom, towards my dad, because they're doing more than just giving me food and clothes. They're giving me more than just carnal goods. They're giving me the spiritual guidance also. They're giving me people around that are going to look out for me. Right? They're giving me more than just one family if anything happens. Y'all realize that, right? Because it's a shame that if something happened to one of us, like I always think about that. I'm like, man, It'd be a shame, man. Something happened to me in my rib, and then my kids got to go with like a grandparent. That's crazy. That's crazy, right? Where you see in the world, you'll have like the kids in the world, the daughter, she's like 20, she's ready to move out and go live her life. And then something happens to the parents, and then she ends up doing what? Taking on her brothers and sisters. If y'all need to cut that heat on, you can do it. Because I ain't gonna lie. It's an ice box where my legs used to be.
Bruh.
That's funny.
No.
That's a good one.
It is an ice box where my legs used to be. But, you know, it's a shame that if something was to happen, man, that our kids would have to go into the hands of family that's gonna just erase everything that we put in them.
Oh, man.
That's crazy. It's a scary thought.
Alright.
So I would hope that, you know, I got an older daughter now. She about to hit that 18-year stretch here in a few weeks. I would hope that if something happened to me or Ashariah, that she would forfeit her life, because that's what it would be. But it wouldn't be if it's the right mind.
Right.
But that she would step in and say, no, I'm going to make sure that the young ones are good. Obviously, she can't do it alone, right? But we would do that for anybody in here, right? I'd take any one of your kids if you weren't around to make sure that the things that you've taught, they don't go to like grandma and she just start feeding them pork.
Right.
You gonna
Right?
like this?
Yeah.
It's all been got.
Yeah, you get pork and just they start being opened up to this wickedness without any type of counterbalance to it. What's that?
That was honestly one of my worries when I was out there in the valley. Was like, you know, if anything would happen, you know, I would definitely not want my kids going to my family members, or you know, just because what I've instilled in them thus far, I don't want them, you know, to just crumble. But now it's like, now there's that peace because I know where we're at now. It's like, they're not left alone.
And that's the
Their
point.
minds will be not just turned into garbage.
And that's the point. You know, that should be the mind that if something happens to anybody, if a brother expires and he ain't here, his family is taken care of, right? He ain't got to worry about. You know, it's crazy. You see it in the world. Like you know, you watch like Sons of Anarchy, and you watch like the Mayans. Like you watch a little motorcycle show. I've been watching the Mayans, and I'm gonna say this: when you watch that show, and you watch like Sons of Anarchy, yo, what are they about? They about the brotherhood.
Yep.
Right? They go to war for the brothers. Obviously, they do it in a wicked way.
Right.
But when you look at it, the world has a lot of things that are similar to what the Bible says to do. Right? Because why? They pluck that from the scriptures. The sad part is they do it better than some Israelites do it at certain points.
Yeah.
Right? They'll literally die for a brother. They have their councils. Like when you watch that show, they got their council in 30 minutes. They pull up to the table, right? They bang the gavel, boom. They counsel about what they got to counsel. Boom. Let's do it. It's written in stone. But they counsel. They got the president, the vice president. They got the secretary. They got all the different departments, right? But they do it together. A brother pass away because, you know, they be going to war. What do? They take in the family. They make sure the family is taken care of. They make sure whatever portion of money he was getting, they slide that to the family to make sure that that wife is taken care of, and they make sure nobody's taking advantage of her. It's things like that where that's what we got to be on. We got to make sure that we're on that same mind state, right? In the truth. And, you know, the more we do that, the more security we share amongst each other, the easier it is to get through this life. It makes it a lot easier because you know how many people die in the world alone? Yeah. You would think they got somebody. You would think, but what happens in the world, man, when people start to get low, the world abandons them. Right? The world don't show up for them. then they all show up to the funeral and try to say good words, right? But we can't live like that. And that you know, part of our culture was looking out for each other on a high level, right? Looking out for each other, not suffering sin on your brother, not letting your brother just decay and wax away to destruction. That was part of our culture on a high level. So what we got to make sure is that we're coming back to the Most High's culture that he gave us, which is the law, right? We got to make sure we're keeping that, the commandments, right? We got to stay on that, and we got to teach our kids. That's why, you know, like when I do a lot of different things, I take my boys with me. Why? Because, you know, like we pulled up on the brother Shema'ala the other day, all the brothers. Noah happened to be sick, so I didn't bring him, but I brought Manashah, and he's sitting there dying of hunger. I'm hungry, I want to go home. I'm like, nah, nigga, you gonna sit here and be with the brother. Why? Because they gotta learn that. They gotta learn that early. The earlier they learn to look out for each other, the harder it is to break that. You don't wait till he's 12, 13 to show him to look out or to go visit the sick and do these different things. You do it when he can understand. If he could understand that he's hungry and that he wants to go home, he could understand why he got to sit here and cheer the brother up. Right? He got to know that. You got to teach him that. So when we leave, I teach him, hey, because that's what the Bible said. You gotta take care of the brothers. You gotta look out for the brothers. It can't be just about you. I know you was hungry, and he got a little, you know, Shema'ala gave him a little pickle, right? He was all eating pickles in the house, man. It was good.
Okay.
You know, but those little principles, those little small deeds, those are the most important things. Above all, those are the most important things. The weightier matters that we're supposed to be showing our children, showing our daughters, right? About respecting the brothers, respecting their mothers, being a help. They can be a help, right? I know the sister be having her daughter cook with her. She's what? Oh, Aasph. 5. You be having her cook, right? Because she tries to pull up, right? We talked about that. But all the sisters should be doing that. I know a warrior, she tries to pull up in the kitchen and cook. How old is she? 2, 3?
Wow.
Now, Mom, I want to cook. Yeah, okay. Go sprinkle some seasonings. You can tell when she cooked. Lacking salt. A warrior ain't heavy on the salt.
Right. It's either going to be over seasoned or under seasoned.
Tell what a warrior's cooking, man. Dumplings be misshaped. Yeah.
He's saying this shit.
But that's the point, teaching the kids, right? Let's go back to Psalms.
Psalm chapter 78, verse 5. For he established a testimony in Jacob.
Everybody knows this one, right? We go here all the time, right? We go here to pair it with what? Psalms 147, 19 and 20, Amos
3 and 1.
3 and 1, right? So we're not going to go there because y'all know those precepts. Go ahead.
And appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers.
That was Psalms 148,
Verse 19.
19 and verse 20. That was Amos 3 and 1 down.
2.
To 2, you are the families of the earth that I've known, and then there's Psalms, and then somebody grab 2nd Ezra 9 and verse 29. Read on.
That they should make them known to their children.
To their what?
To their children.
Yeah, see, that's the point. It was supposed to be passed down. Come on.
That the generation should come might know them.
Come on.
Even the children which should be born.
Come on.
Who should arise and declare them to their children.
See, so it was all about handing it down, this inheritance, not just of land and carnal possessions, but the wisdom. The wisdom to be able to possess the land properly. The wisdom to be able to possess a wife properly. The wisdom to be able to have a husband properly. The wisdom to be able to be a proper brother. Right? It was all these things that you were supposed to learn before you just went and grabbed land, grabbed a woman, got married, and then destroy everything around you because of lack of wisdom. You need wisdom to have a wife. You need wisdom to be a wife. You need wisdom to have land. You need wisdom to have a car. You need wisdom to own a home. You need wisdom to live on your own. You need wisdom, but what happens? Brothers run from wisdom. Our children, they hit a certain age, you get lied to in society, like, oh yeah, you're 18, you're free. Yeah, free to be dumb as hell. Because we have this talk sparingly, right? Well, not really. Because there was a time when I was going into the teenagers, very, very, very constant. Right? There was a time when y'all was catching bars every week. Right? And I kind of laid up off y'all, but now we back. We back only because the scriptures are saying we're back. So, look, she looked at me. She looked at me, she's melting in the chair already. I haven't even said nothing. Right? But, yeah, buddy. Mr. Cool back there. Because he just hit 18, right? She about to hit 18. He about to hit 18 maybe in a year. What are you, 6 or 17? Yeah. So my question is this. And it could be rhetorical. I ain't going to shine the light on y'all too much.
Right.
But since our last couple of talks, what have y'all learned? Have you learned that there's much more to learn? That you don't know everything? That if we set you out there, you'll fail? Not because we want you to fail. You know why you'll fail? I proved the point to your pa one day. One day recently, we was driving from the airport, and I asked her a series of questions. Because I wanted to prove a point that y'all fail because y'all don't ask questions. Y'all fail because you don't have the conversations that are necessary to show you how to move to the next stage. Right? Y'all don't ask nothing. Y'all don't say, what are my options concerning my next move? And once my options are laid out, not that we're giving you the options, right? But that the options are there. How do I get the help needed to move through my options correctly? Some of y'all are facing college, potential college, right? It's either, first of all, you hit 18, the world is right. You grown now because you're out of school. So guess what? That means one of two things. Get your ass to working or go to school, right? So those are options. Then there's options within those options. What type of school do I want to go to? 4-year, 2-year, trade school, community college. Those are options. But if you don't talk and ask about your options, then guess what? How would you know how would you know what to do? Or what how would you know what would be right or what would be wrong concerning your situation? You wouldn't. And that's why some of y'all is lost. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. But did you ask? Did you ask what your options were concerning your life? Well, remember, you're being taught that at 18, y'all know everything. And it's a trick. Because at 18, you can go fight a war and die, but you can't take a drink to ease that pain of war. Right. You go to war right now at 18, blow somebody's damn head off, come back and have PTSD. Can't drink. But you can't take a drink to ease that mind. Right. Nah, that's illegal. Right?
You're not grown enough for that.
You ain't grown up. Yeah, you ain't grown enough for that one.
Harder in the car.
Yeah, you just gotta understand how the society is set up for y'all to fail. Yeah, you're 18. You can sign a contract to go get your own apartment. Okay, cool. But have you ever paid a bill? Like on for real, on some for real life? Have you ever managed a bank account for six to 8 months? 6 months to a year? Have you ever managed money? For real, do you know the real cost of things? Like, that's the point where I would say this: nobody at 18 should be rushing to leave their home. Right? Nobody at 19 should be rushing to leave their. You should be running to your parents to learn more. No one at 20, no one at 21, no one at 22, no one at 23. You shouldn't be rushing to leave home. You shouldn't be rushing into the world to make mistakes. I get it. I want some independence. I want a little freedom. Trying to do my thing. But what is it that you're trying to do that you have to be totally secluded from everybody else to accomplish? Because I do my thing. I got my independence. I got my freedom. And I got 8 people in my house. I don't have a corner to hide in. You see what I'm saying? Everywhere I go, Dad, babe, Dad, what is up? Everywhere I go, bathroom, somebody calling. I'm like, and I got, but like, listen, to go to, to use the bathroom in my bedroom, I gotta close 3 doors. And somehow they make it past the first 2. Dad, I'm like, yo. The room door, there's a main bathroom door, there's a bathroom for the stall, a door for the stall.
I just pictured your whole room.
Yeah. I'm like, how y'all make it past these first 2 doors, dude? But that's the point. The point is, I don't make it a deal because it's not about trying to accomplish something out the norm, right? But why do y'all make it a deal of freedom and independence? What are you trying to accomplish that your parents can't see, or that a brother can't see, or that another sister can't see? What are you trying to do? That's what you got to ask yourself. What are you trying to get away with? That you have to now, I got to move out. I got to run. I got to hide. Can't talk about it. I'm going to just make a move. What are you trying to do? And then you can calculate your next 10 years. From that point on, you can calculate the next 10 years, and it's going to be hell and high water and torments. Because if the things that you're doing has to be hidden, that means that the things that you're doing are not good. Go to St. John 3:17. Oh yeah, y'all gonna get a lesson today. Let me get that.
Okay.
Read that for me, St. John 3:17.
Book of John, chapter 3 and verse 17.
Come on.
For God sent not his son into the world to condemn the world.
Right. What is the Son? What does the Son represent? What does Yahushua represent?
The word.
The word, the correction, the parameters and the guideline. Right? What do we represent as righteous parents to our children? Is it not the same thing? Are we not those words of wisdom? Are we not the guideline to stay within, the standard to follow?
The rod.
The what?
Like the rod. Keep
Yeah,
it in place.
the just keep everything in straight. Go ahead.
But that the world through him might be saved.
Because that's the point. We're trying to save y'all. We're trying to save our kids from the destruction. We know we can't literally shade you from everything, but we're trying to shade you from most things and from some of the dumb things that we went through unnecessarily. Because a lot of our problems was self-inflicted. Bottom line. A lot of our stuff was rebellion. Man, I'm about to go out here and just do this. There was always someone there to say don't do it. Whether it be an auntie, she might have not hit you with the Bible, but you shouldn't do that. There was a grandma. Everybody had that granny praying for you, son. Everybody had that one person in their life that was constantly trying to give them those encouraging words. Everybody had somebody, or else it would be unfair and the Most High wouldn't be true. The word wouldn't be true. Go ahead.
Verse 18. He that believeth on him is not condemned.
Go ahead.
But he that believeth not is condemned already.
And that's the point. Do you believe what your parents are saying? Do you believe when we say, hey, you ain't got to go out there and make those mistakes? Or do you say, nah, these niggas is tripping, man. I got to go see what's up. All you got to do is just stand at the corner right here. If y'all want to like see what's really up, we can do a field trip. We can do a field trip right here to this corner. Literally 2 feet away behind this wall, right here at this corner store. And we can stand there for 24 hours. And y'all gonna see what's up. Y'all gonna see the hookers, the hoes, the killers, the dope dealers, the broke cats that's trying to act rich, the guns, the this, you're gonna see all of it. Right here. Right here. You ain't gotta really go too far. It's right here. Or we could slide on over to the nail shop right here, and you can see all the women, how they moving. Right? Or you can slide on down a little bit more to the hair shop down there, and we can see, oh, we can just go right to the barber shop down there. Right? And you can see Israel in his folly. You ain't gotta go far. You ain't gotta go to Bissonnet no more. Bissonnet's actually cleaner than this corner store right here.
That's true.
Bissonnet ain't got no more hoes. Right? But they right here. Right here at this corner store. For y'all online, we got a corner store right behind this wall. It's 24 hours in the hood, so you know what it is. You know what it is. So we could do a field trip. We could test it out. If y'all want to see what's up. Right? We take a little, get our little lawn chairs out. Y'all pack a pack. You ain't got to pack no lunch.
Right there.
Buy corner store food.
I ain't buying none of that.
Get you a Snickers, some stale chips. You know what I'm saying? Some expired stale Doritos. Some Twinkies that
Never 7 years.
that never expire. Right?
I thought those guys.
So how you eat M&Ms that's chewy? But that's the point. We can sit right there and have a field day, and you can watch where a lot of these people had someone in their corner saying, don't go that route, and they did it anyway. Or we can just slide on down to the next shopping center where it's really going down at. Right? Or to the next one. Right? You ain't gotta go far is the point. Like, everything we're telling you is not because we're trying to hide something from you. It's in your faces.
That's true.
It's already there. We're just trying to say don't fall into what's already there. And if you see that it's there and you see the result, why would you want it? Right? So we're trying to show y'all to be wise men and wise women, right? To be wiser than us. If you could make less mistakes than we made in the life on a morality and on a law level, that would make you wiser than your parents, man. You got less dirt on you, less dirt on your name, less dirt on your spirit, less things to have to repent for. Man,
That's true.
you know what that does for just your mental, when you ain't got to wrestle with the things of the past. It's a different level of illumination. But you got to get past this part. Don't condemn yourself wanting to chase the world. Don't condemn yourself disregarding the things that we teach you as parents, as brothers, as sisters, right? Don't disregard it. Go ahead, read on.
Because he have not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God.
Right, don't disregard it because of disbelief. Go ahead.
And this is the condemnation.
This is the what?
This is the condemnation.
Where is a man condemned? Where is a woman condemned? Read.
That light is come into the world.
Yeah, the word is here. The wisdom is here. Ye are lights. We are all lights, right? We all got some wisdom to impart. The darkness is being covered up. The light is being shined. So light is in the world. The wisdom is here. Christ has come, died, resurrected, right? Left the comforter. Gave us the words to teach the people. Now what? Read.
And men love darkness.
But what's in you? That's what you got to ask yourselves as young adults, right? 18, 16, 17. As young adults, you got to ask yourself, what is in you? What's in you right now? Now, this is not a call to you gotta follow the Bible. You gotta be an Israelite. No, that's not what this is about. But this is about a moral check. This is about a check of morality. Because if it is about being morally sound, then guess what? You're gonna read your Bible, wear your fringes. Brothers are gonna want to teach. Sisters are gonna want to be humble, right? Chaste, meek, mild. soft-spoken. You're gonna do that regardless. If it's about morality, if it's about the morality that the Most High has given us, if it's about the Most High's righteousness, that's what you're gonna do. But if it's about what somebody else is talking about, then you're gonna put this to the side anyway. You're gonna do what Israel always did. Throw it to your back, close your ears, turn the shoulder. Yeah, nigga, I hear you. That was a good speech, Sermon on the Mount.
Glad that worked for you.
That nigga always talking. Why he always talking about us? Why he always pointing us out? He ain't perfect. He ain't Christ. God, you're right. I'm not. I'm a man that could reflect on life and say, you know what? I wish I would have listened when I was in y'all's position.
That's true.
I wish when I was 15, 16, 12, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. How old are you?
8.
8. Wish somebody was really giving me this at 8 years old. Because believe it or not, at 8 years old, you know what I was doing? Some people don't believe it. You won't believe it. At 8 years old, I used to watch Brothers Street Sweep. I was in New York, rolling with moms, downtown Brooklyn. What's this? This is crazy. I didn't know what the hell was going on. But I'm like, hey, I'm outside. Mom's in there shopping, I'm outside listening. And I'm paying attention. I didn't know what the hell was going on. Right? I just seen strong black men teaching the Bible. I'm like, damn, it's crazy. Nice. And then here come moms. We gotta go. They crazy. I'm like, what? They are? Okay. Right? I'm telling you, at 8 years old, 9 years old, I used to see brothers. I don't know what brothers it was. I used to see brothers out there street speaking, and I would listen. I would watch. But I never had that constant like some of us have, right? So you got to ask yourself, what is it that you're looking for out of this life? I'm afraid to ask y'all because I don't even want to hear the answers. So we're gonna read on. I don't want to ask you individually because y'all don't know. Some of y'all don't know, right? And it's not a detrimental thing if you don't know verbatim what you want out of this life, but you have to have some idea. Do you want to be a wicked nigga or a righteous one? Right? You want to be the chick outside the 304, or you want to be a Sarah? You got to have at least that idea. Like, I want to at least be righteous. Oh, I forgot you up here. How old are you? Cat almost escaped. Hold up, bro. This guy, how come nobody told me he was next to me? 13, right? Trying to escape.
He looking out.
Yeah, that man, he got small.
Yeah.
When the talk started happening, he got real small and like couldn't see him from the peripheral.
That was hot as
Oh yeah, that was hot as hard. Like, wait a minute, hold up, bro. You here too? I knew somebody was missing, man. Yeah, but that's the point.
God.
What do you want from this life? Because we'll give it to you.
That is true.
We'll help you to achieve, right? If you want to just be wicked, we'll leave you the hell alone. We ain't gonna fight you.
You'll get that too.
Yeah, we ain't gonna fight you. You want to be righteous? You want to pick up the mantle? We'll help you to do that.
Yeah.
Man, woman, it don't matter. Brothers, it don't matter. We have the training, we have the parameters to do it, but it's about what you want. Can't force you to be up here. Can't force you to sit in the seats. We can't force you to be a brother, to be a sister. It's something that you got to be able to look and see that my parents are doing this and it's working for them. Other people are doing other things that's working for them, but how is it working for them?
Right.
Read on.
And men love darkness rather than light.
And that's the thing. What do you love more? The dark or the light? The wisdom of reproofs? Or just, you know what? I like that darkness. I like to settle into my negative. That negative side. What do I like? Sometimes ain't even what you like, it's just what is more easy for you to deal with. And it's about how lazy am I? And how much do I want to fight? Read.
Because their deeds were evil.
Because what?
Their deeds were evil.
Now, I can literally look at y'all, and remember, I'm talking to the teens right now. I can look at y'all and say, I don't see evil in y'all. on that level. I see mistakes. I see little mistakes, and I see things that youthful lusts, right? That I feel like the more you develop, you'll fight your way out of that. The more you listen and be humble, you'll be able to fight your way through that. The more you get guidance and allow yourself, notice I said it, allow yourself to be guided. You'll be able to fight past a lot of the things that you deal with, but you have to allow yourself to be guided. Meaning, you have to go to Ecclesiastes 6. I mean, same scriptures, different day, right? Go to Ecclesiastes chapter 6. Read verse 18.
Ecclesiastes.
No, 6. Read verse 20. 23.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6, verse 23. Give ear, my son.
Right?
Receive my advice.
Do what?
Receive my advice.
But to receive something, you got to be open to get it, to gain, right? You got to have your hands open. Your mind got to be open to what's being put out there. You can't already know everything. You can't already say, I got this. I'm not saying don't be confident, but don't be stupid. Don't be naive. Because I thought I had a lot of things, and life showed me I ain't have a damn thing. I ain't have what I thought I had. I ain't have what I thought I had. You know what I had? You know what I had? Visits to the clinic. Yeah, young, 16 in the clinic, burning. Oh yeah, I'll be straight up. I'll be straight up with y'all. I thought I knew something. I thought I knew about life. But when that burn hit, I got taught a whole different lesson. Yeah.
That's real.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I thought I knew some stuff until I was in that clinic. I thought I knew about women and oh my God, women and this, that, and the third, and then I got one. That clinic visit was no joke. When they got that cotton swab and they put it up, yeah, right? Jail visits, a few of them. Charges, a few of them. This is my teens. I wasn't even 18 yet. Right? I'm just getting in trouble left and right because I thought I knew something because I was able to go to a job and drive a vehicle. Oh, y'all can't tell. I got a paycheck, son. Y'all can't tell me nothing. I got brand new J's on my feet, every color. Y'all can't tell me nothing. I'm up. I'm out here. I can go do whatever I want. Y'all can't tell me nothing. When them laws is on you, right? I thought I knew some things. I had to be shown differently, but it was a hard teaching. Where I had people, it was family members that was like, look, you gotta slow down, bro. You gotta stop moving the way you moving. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm good, I'm straight, got it. I'm up. Got it, right? But I didn't have it. I went through years and years and years of mistakes, man. Years and years of mistakes. Some mistakes I'm still trying to sort out to this day. Right? Not that I have regrets, because you can't regret the things that you do to yourself. I gotta live with those things. I gotta own up to those things, and I can't have those regrets. But all I could do is sit back and do what the scriptures say and say, well, what fruit do I have in those things that I caused? The things that I brought upon myself, where's the fruit? But that fruit rotted away because I didn't want to give ear. I heard, but I didn't listen. I didn't pay attention. I didn't take the things necessary into my spirit and really meditate on it. Like even this talk. Y'all are supposed to internalize this talk and not just let it flow one ear out the other. You're supposed to really think about what I'm saying. Because some of y'all are about to be in the clinic. Yeah. Oh yeah. You look like me. Nigga, come on. Keep not listening, you will be. You one bad decision away from damn chlamydia and pregnancy
Yep.
and car crashes. I was getting in car crashes. I was, head-on collisions. Not listening. Thinking I knew something. Yo, slow down. Stop driving so fast. Everything was 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
In a 4-cylinder. Yeah, bro.
Trying to push it off.
Oh, everything was 90 miles an hour in a 4-cylinder. Bro, ripping and running. And I got my first speeding ticket. Damn. 70 and a 40. You know what that looked like? And I had passengers. No seatbelts. God. It was nasty. It was bad. It was bad.
Damn.
Yeah. That ticket was crazy. I think they took all my points. I think they took my license after that.
One hit, huh?
One hit, no insurance. Like I thought I knew something though, because I'm driving. I'm getting in. I'm in the lanes. I'm moving and grooving. Right? I thought I knew things. I thought it was about one thing, and the Most High showed me that it was about something totally opposite.
Yeah.
Even in the truth as a young man, a lot of mistakes. Why? Not listening. Again, thinking that I knew the way. Fighting against the course, right? It says the way of a transgressor is hard. Fighting certain concepts because I didn't want to be uncomfortable, or I didn't see the reason. A lot of the times you don't see the reasoning why we say what we say, but look at us, we're the reason. Look at your parents, we're the reason why we say don't do this and don't do that. Communicate. Right? Communicate. Often and early. Talk about what's going on. Let us know what's happening so we can have your back. Or it's just straight punishment. Nah, you can't do this, you can't do that. Nope. Think about it. You 18, 19, and you still getting punished.
That's crazy.
Your phone's still getting took. Nigga.
Yeah.
At 18, 19, your phone getting took and you want punishment?
That's crazy.
Won't you just damn listen? Won't you just listen? Think about it. 18, 19, you still getting punished. I ain't beating nobody that's 18 or 19. I know that. I'm not, no.
Put you
That's
out.
crazy.
At the same time, I'm like, bruh, yeah, it gets to that point where taking your phone, you might as well go pay your own phone bill somewhere.
Right.
In a different house. If you can't listen, if we can't work together under this roof, if you can't do small things like communicate, that's all I be asking my girls, is just communicate. I pay for the phone every damn month. Use it. Communicate. If plans change, plans change. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, look, what y'all gonna do? We got it. Okay, we got it. We got something set up. But see, y'all so damn scary. Y'all so scary, and you don't even look to see that we're not trying to hold you back from things. We're just trying to hold you back from the things that are unnecessary to go through. But you literally step into that fire on your own because you don't listen to certain things. You don't internalize the things that are important. You hear the harsh words, right? You hear that, but you don't hear the smooth words we speak when we just talking. Y'all don't hear that. So it gotta be harsh. Ain't that how the Most High did us? He gave us those smooth words, and we, no, I don't want it. No. Then he had to speak harsh. Oh, we don't want that either. Like, nigga, what do you want? What do you want? Right? Well, we know what we want as parents. We don't want you to be replicas of us. We don't want you to be parrots of us. But what we do want is less hurt, less pain, less confusion. That's what we do want for y'all. That's what we want. That's it. Read on.
Ecclesiastes 6.
Read Ecclesiastes 6, and then we're going to jump back to John, and then we're going to go back to Psalms. Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 6, verse 23.
Right.
Give ear, my son.
Come on.
Receive my advice, and refuse not my counsel.
Go ahead.
And put thy feet into her fetters.
Right. Meaning what? You gotta want to be imprisoned to this idea of learning. You kind of got to be a prisoner to the idea of that I don't know it all yet and I never will know it all. Yo, I still talk to my pops and he still be teaching me things.
Man.
That nigga's 70 years old. I'm 40-something years old and we still talk.
Mm.
And he still be schooling me on certain things. I still call him for certain things. I don't act like because I got the Bible and because I know some things that my pops don't know things no more. Or that men older than me don't know things no more. That's crazy. Even my mom, I'll get on the phone with her and she sometimes got wise things to say. Sometimes. But I don't automatically, nah, sis, you ain't in the truth. I can't hear you. Nah, I get on the phone with mom, let her talk. Take what I take, give her what I give. And we do it like that. But I don't just disannul them for any reason. They're my parents. They're old, they're elders. Right? They're my elders.
Been through it.
They've been through some things, yes. So I respect what they've been through. Just in their lifespan of just trying to be good people to their level of knowledge, to provide to their level, to provide for us. You know, they tried, they struggled, they tried though. From being damn immigrants in this country and getting to the point where they're at. I mean, hooray. They're not millionaires, they're not thousandaires, but they maintain it. Right? Read on.
And thy neck into her chain.
Come on.
Bow down thy shoulder.
Do what?
Bow down thy shoulder. And bear her.
Right. You got to be willing to let wisdom rest on you. Because at first it feels burdensome. But once you get good at using wisdom, it's light work. But you can't run from the bowing of the shoulder and letting us endow you with wisdom. You can't run from it. Because then who else is going to give it to you? Who else is going to give you this wisdom? The world is always going to teach you something.
It's true.
Someone is always there to teach you something, but what? Right? And some burdens are heavier than others. And the wisdom of this world is heavy. And it's a trick.
It is.
Because you'll get it thinking you up. But that burden never comes off you. You gotta give up your left arm to lose that burden. Where wisdom is not such. At first, she's like a heavy stone, but hey, the more you use it, the more you deal with it, the more you hear it, the easier it is to lift it. Come on, read on.
And be not grieved.
You know what?
And be not grieved.
You know what?
Be not
And
grieved.
that's the point. Why are y'all so grieved as young adults? Why are y'all so grieved with our words? You know what's more grievous? When you step out there and you gotta pay rent. And you ain't making the standard of living. The cost of living ain't there. That's grievous as hell. When you gotta pay bills and get gas and just provide for your own mouth. And the cost of living is so crazy high when your paycheck is so low. That's grievous as hell. When you always in the negative, no matter what. I don't even know if y'all know how much it costs to live to just like live regular, like a normal human. I don't know if y'all even know how much that costs per year to live like, not like how we live, right? But like a normal human.
Expensive.
It's expensive as hell. One income ain't cutting it. 50, 60,000 a year is not running a family.
Not at all.
It is in the Israelite paradigm. We making it work somehow.
Grace and mercy.
Yeah, because the mercy of the Most High, He allows us to show that it can be done, but it's only because we bow our shoulder to the word. It's only because we don't refuse the advice. That's why. Everyone else is committing suicide. They're unaliving themselves.
Yeah.
I gotta start watching my words, man, because they deleting every video we put up.
Yeah.
But Trump is back. Freedom of speech. And freedom of speech is back. So I can damn near say what I want on YouTube.
Look.
A little bit. He said a little bit. Yeah, a little bit. right? But people out there losing it, man, just off of not being able to pay a bill.
Yeah.
Just like literally, they going crazy because of finances, which finance is the least of our worries. But how can you be financially sound if you're not even spiritually sound? Right? If you're not sound in the spirit, everything else is going to be an up and down roller coaster. It's going to be unstable. We're just trying to give you spiritual soundness, morality that you're going to need in this world, right? To be able to maneuver through if you want, only if you want. Right? Only if you want. 27.
Verse 27. Search and seek.
Do what?
Search and seek.
Sit back, be lazy, don't ask questions.
Search and seek.
I'm gonna just, I don't know, I'm gonna just, whatever happens.
Search and seek.
Those are action words.
Con.
You gotta go do something. You gotta search and seek. Luckily, you don't have to search and seek too far. Your local oracle is in the bedroom next door.
Right there.
Your local wise man is literally in the same residence as you.
Knock away.
As a knock, yeah. A knock, a text, a phone call, a hey dad. Hey brother.
This is what I was thinking.
Yeah. Literally 2 steps away. He ain't gonna deny you. He might be busy. He might have a lot going on, but he ain't gonna stop you from getting the things you need. He hasn't thus far. Your local wise man, your local oracle, your local prophet
Con.
literally eats the same breakfast. He opens the same fridge as you.
He might cook for you.
He cooks breakfast and dinner for you sometimes. It's crazy.
Well,
Right there. In the back.
Well.
Funny as hell. Right? But that's the point. You ain't got to seek too hard
Right.
or search too hard. You ain't got to go on a trip. You ain't got to go to museums and comb through libraries. You ain't got to do that. But be willing to have the conversation is the point. Be willing to ask the questions that are hard, that the answers are hard for you. Be willing to hear that discourse. Go ahead.
And she shall be made known unto thee.
She shall what?
And she shall be made known unto thee.
All you gotta do is ask. And the things that you need to know is gonna be made known. Do we have every answer? No. Do I know everything? No. But guess what? When you start compiling what brothers do know, we know every damn thing. If I take a little bit of Gabar's knowledge, a little bit of his knowledge, a little bit of his knowledge, and we put it together, we are our own chat GTP, GDP. We are our own AI. We are ASI. Yeah. That's like the new thing. That's the high level. ASI, what is it? ASI? Oh, you don't know? Oh, you fell off. Okay. He was all about that damn AI. That man said, man, listen. Getting wicked over here.
Yeah, it is.
But that's they putting billions into like ASI, and then it's like another level of ASI. No, it's not ASI. It's something underneath ASI.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like the highest level of like Chat GBP now, where you talking to the AI, interacting, and it's your friend. Not the one that tells you to take yourself out. It's a whole nother level that they're trying to put money into.
Damn.
But that's the point. We got enough know-how and enough wisdom and enough experience to give you a clean 360 of what you need. Clean 360 of information. Imagine that. Imagine that, being able to say, man, I need to get the ins and outs on every aspect of what I want to do. Damn, well, you know what? I think every brother has went through the aspects of what a person wants to do. Damn, let me ask them. So when you decide, when you were 18 and you need to do what you do? Well, I did this, it didn't work. I did this, and then I did this, and that worked. Next brother, what you do? I did that. Well, he did, it didn't work. I did this, this will work for me. What are you trying to achieve? But that's the first thing. What are you trying to achieve? There's only one road to certain things, man. There's only one road to righteousness. Right? It's only one path. There's many roads to worldly dominance. Doctor, lawyer, scientist, space shuttle, whatever. There's many roads, but there's only one road to righteousness. Right?
So true.
Read on.
And when thou hast got hold of her, Let her not go.
Forsake her when I get to the world.
Let her not go.
Yeah, when I can't wait to move out on y'all niggas, because I'm about to do my own thing.
Let her not go.
Do what?
Let her not go.
That's the point. It's not about running away to lose wisdom, to let it go. It's about, how do I keep this thing with me for life? Because it did benefit me. It upholded me. Solomon said, I sought to make her my companion, a roommate. Why? Because in the times of good and evil, wisdom was there to balance those things up. Y'all got to look at y'all's lives as young adults and say, wait a minute, I've used wisdom before and this is what it's done. I haven't used wisdom before and this is what it's done. Read on.
For at the last thou shalt find her rest, and thou shalt be turned to thy joy.
Go back to John 3. Go back to John 3.
Look at John chapter 3 and verse 20.
Because isn't that what we're all looking for at the end of it all? Aren't you looking for some peace and joy? A peace of mind, a joy of life? Don't you want to be joyed in this life? But how do you get it? We know money don't bring joy.
It does not.
It does for a split second, and then you like, okay, no more joy, gotta keep getting money. Damn.
Right.
It's terrible. We don't vehicle, got the car, I'm joyful. Damn, I got one scratch. Oh my God.
That's it.
It got scratched at the car wash. Bruh. Okay.
Out of your hands.
Out of there now. Now, no longer joy with that. Nothing can bring you joy but wisdom. Because that's the never-ending fountain of self-replenishment. No material thing can actually bring you joy if that material thing can break down. Even when your Bible disintegrates, just go buy another one. Same words, same principles. But by that time, if the Bible is disintegrating, that means that a lot of that is supposed to be in you. And no one could ever deteriorate that but you.
Right.
Once you let it go. So the question is, what's in you? John is articulating this. What is in a man? Is it light or is it darkness? Finish it up.
John chapter 3 and verse 20. For every one that doeth evil hateth the light.
What do you love? What are you in love with? It says every man will cleave to his like. What do you like? Well, you know that by what you cleave to, secretly. It ain't about what you show us. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be in class. I'm up. I'm there. I don't want him to cuss me out because I'm not there. Like, no, it ain't about that. It's about secretly. You know your secrets. The Most High knows your secrets, what you secretly want. And what you secretly cleave to. Right? When you're in your own space and nobody's looking, and you have the opportunity to hop on your phone and what you doing? What you're not doing? Wisdom, unrighteousness. Wisdom, no it. Like, well, I'm gonna always do the no wisdom thing, but that's what you like. That's what you love. That's what you cling to. So it ain't about what you show us on the outward. I don't care about none of that. I care about what's in you and what you're trying to protect that's in you. Are you trying to protect the negative in you? Or are you trying to protect the righteousness that's in you? These are the questions you got. This is what I ask myself. I sit back and I ask myself these questions. That's why I can pose them so cleanly to y'all. Because I sit back and I meditate like that. What is in me? Well, I ain't moving this way. I ain't doing this. I ain't doing that. This is how I feel about this. This is how I feel about the Most High. This is how I know what's in me. Every man got to sit back and ask himself that clean question. What is in me? Lightness or dark? Wicked or righteous? Sin or no sin? Obedience or rebellion? Like, you got to ask yourself that. And then you got to look at life and say, well, you know what? I tend more to gravitate towards this side. I don't like it. Let me clean it up. Or I'm over here on this side. You know what? Let me stay on this side. But that's the good side to be on. Read on.
Neither cometh to the light.
Do I avoid the light? Do I hate it? Do I avoid it? Do I avoid the things that I know I should be hearing? That's another indicator of where your spirit is. And that's why a lot of people in y'all's age and position don't grow. Because you're not willing to hear what you're deficient in. You only want to hear what you're good at. But you don't want to hear when you make the mistake. When you didn't load the dishwasher correctly the 100th time. You didn't do it right. That's why the dishes is dirty. You just didn't do it right. You didn't mop right. You didn't do this right. You didn't do that right. You said that wrong. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We do that. Why? So that you don't develop into that. That you can look at it and say, okay, it's not personal. Let me clean that up so I can develop into a better thing. But the question still stands. What's in you? What do you hate? What do you love? And are you avoiding that correction? Read on.
Lest his deed should be reproved.
Do I avoid so I can't be seen? Am I running so I can't be seen? Can't wait to move out. Move out on these niggas. I'm up. Can't wait. Do my own thing. But what? What is your own thing? Because is it your own? Or did you learn it from TikTok?
Oh, wow.
You learned it from TikTok. You learned it from some damn social media, some website. Ain't nothing your own. I'm going to do my own thing. No, you about to go do somebody else's thing.
Fantasy world.
Yeah. You about to go fulfill somebody else's wickedness. Or be a tool for somebody else's filth. It's either one of you a user or you getting used.
It's true.
So what is it? You about to go be somebody's tool? I'll be the tool of the Most High. He said it, right? We his battle axe. We is what? His tools of his vessels of righteousness. I'll be that.
Yeah.
Any day.
And gladly.
But I'm not gonna go be somebody, some tool's tool, some wicked nigga's tool. That's crazy.
Right.
Hell nah. And I don't want to take advantage of people either. That's not in my spirit to just take advantage of people. I'd be feeling bad about that. See that?
Right.
So I know where I stand. Where do you stand? Read on.
Verse 21. But he that doeth truth
Uh-huh.
cometh to the light.
He does what?
He that doeth truth
He does what?
cometh to the light.
Yeah, man. It's not a hard thing to step into the light. I can't do it with my voice. The KRS-One song. I ain't got no voice. I ain't even gonna try to sing. It's dry. My whole voice is dry. Like, it's bad. It sounds like chalk on a chalkboard. It's like fingernails on a chalkboard. But you gotta be able to step into the light. Right? Let your light shine before men. No man lighteth a candle and hide it under a bushel. We all candles, man. We're all lights that are supposed to shine and magnify the Most High. Or you could be not a light and magnify the devil. Magnify yourself, the negative in you. I'm asking these questions because I want y'all to think on a different level. Forget about college and this job and that and what where's your righteousness and your morality at for real? Right? FR. Where's your righteousness and morality? FR. That's how they talk. That's how they text. They put an FR for real.
Oh,
Right? That's how y'all do it?
I don't know how to do it.
They do that.
We don't say it.
Huh?
It's corny. You don't say it.
Yeah, well, I'm just talking the way y'all text.
FR.
Yeah, FR. I know I'm trash. Listen, I get it. I know y'all like this old ass dude ain't talking about nothing productive. But I am asking productive questions that I want y'all to think about. This ain't about like being successful in the world. This is about being successful spiritually. Y'all are at this point in a road where your decision making is going to be left to you because you're going to be at that age, right? Where the world tells you that your decision making is left to you. But a wise man, a wise son, a wise daughter, they know that as long as I have a guide, that the decision making is not solely up to me. That now I have to counsel on my decisions, right? Like y'all are getting to the age where we can't just tell you what to do because y'all are becoming men. Y'all becoming men, right? Becoming a woman. So it's not about, nah, sis, you're gonna do this. It's, did you think about that?
Did you consider this?
Did you consider? Did you talk about it before you, hey brother, before you made that move, did you counsel with the brothers? That's where y'all should be at. Counsel. That's where y'all should be. Like, y'all are supposed to be men in the truth. Y'all not boys no more. That's the point. Y'all are not boys.
True that.
We're not treating you like little ass boys. We're trying to treat you like what you want to be, which is a man. Men counsel, men talk, men deal with things. Hard topics. Women deal with things. Hard topics. Women talk. The most successful women are the ones that can humble themselves, sit down in front of their husband or in front of a priest or whatever and say, hey, this is what I'm dealing with. Those are the most successful women. The most successful brothers I've ever seen in the truth were the ones that spoke. This is what I'm dealing with. This is what I got going on. Okay, well, that's what you got going on. Look, this is how we can help. You want to be helped? Come, I'm coming to you. Come, okay, we got you. Boom. This is what we're going to lay this down. We're going to do it like this. Follow the steps. We got you. Come. Those brothers were ultra successful. The ones that weren't, they ran from the light. They ran from the light because the truth wasn't in them. The sisters that were not successful, they ran from the light, the correction. You're always telling me something. They were prideful. The brothers were prideful. Giving y'all this talk because y'all are at a point where you could be extra prideful and not give a damn about what we say. Or you could be humble and say, you know what, let me at least understand one or two things. First and foremost, I need help. Second, I don't know everything. I don't know everything. I don't know enough to move in that world. You just don't. Y'all been sheltered. Y'all been coddled. Y'all soft. You just are. I'm being honest. You go out there, it's wild out there. And y'all get a glimpse of it. You get your little news app. You get your little, you driving and you get to look out there. Oh, damn, that's crazy. Get your little TikTok. That's what's going on. But yo, it's way different than what you think. It's way different. They got some dogs out there.
Yeah, so true.
They got wolves out there that you'd be like, there, I didn't even see that coming. Exactly. Yeah, because that's the point. That's the point, and that's what we try to prep you for, because we've been through the wolves, the sharks, the dogs.
So true.
What's that?
Yesterday I was watching the news. I saw a news feed. It was an 18-year-old girl. She was on the news. She got beaten up and left on the side of the road.
Damn.
By someone she knew. But when they were telling the story, she was with her aunt. She was like, yeah, we went to go drink, and then I wasn't feeling well, so she's like, I wasn't feeling well, so I was in the car, and then the girls that she was with came to her, and then, that girl had threw up, and they got upset, so they beat her up, right?
Damn.
And the aunt was like, oh, they're only charging them for this and this, but it's like, hold on.
It's wild.
Why is she an 18-year-old drinking?
Drunk.
She's saying she feels sick. Obviously, she threw up because she was drinking.
Yeah.
And then she went to go, she's mad because she got beat up.
Yeah, you should have been mad as you got her drunk. That she was drinking. They're mad because she ruined their good time.
That's it.
It's like old girl that went to Mexico and they beat her up and killed her. And she was with friends like
a year ago.
That was like maybe 2 years ago.
Oh, that was that male
Judah
guy.
girl?
Yeah, it was a guy that it was.
The dude was a transgender that just whooped on her.
Yep.
Killed that girl, man. It was bad. It was sad. But that's the world. That's the wolves where we, your friend. Listen, you got certain young men out in the world right now thinking that they got friends. Ran from daddy's house.
Yeah.
Ran from daddy's house. I'm about to go be with my friends. Hey, what y'all say? How come your friends can't feed you?
Damn right.
Why you gotta call daddy for food and mommy, I need food. Please help. You a man, right? Certain men, right? Certain brothers, right? Listen, certain brothers right now, young men that have decided that I no longer want to be under any tutelage. I got this. but then I'm hungry.
It's been a
Can
couple days.
I borrow some money? Like, what the hell? You a man. You're a man, right?
All right.
You made a decision. Ill-advised at that.
Right.
So ride with your decision, man. Ride with your decision, woman.
Full agreement.
Ride with it, because I'm the type of cat, like I said, I help you. I help you to accomplish anything you want. So if you want to step out there, ill-advised, after counseling, we talking, you got it, okay. Now make your way.
It's gonna be hard.
Make your way. Feed yourself. Right? Clothe yourself. Don't call me talking about dad.
It's cold.
Yeah, they're talking about dad. I need nah, bruh.
Pay your
You
rent.
made a decision.
Pay your insurance.
You made a decision. That's where I be at with it. I'm not playing them games. If we sit back and talk about it and we come to the conclusion that it's not the best idea and you go at it alone, you got to go at it alone. That's the point. You got to go at it alone. What's that?
I have a question. You know my situation with my 18-year-old now.
You got one. You're not the only one. That's the cold part. Go ahead. I forgot about. Go ahead.
And darn. I'm at that age you lose your train of thought.
Oh, wow.
I got it back. Should I feel?
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Let me stop.
I
Go
feel
ahead.
like a load off my shoulders.
Yep.
And I feel like really relieved that I made that decision to put, this is what you decided, so go ahead. And to be
Yep.
honest, I really don't hear from her.
Nope.
But she is in school now,
Good.
which is, I'm so happy about, but I don't wanna, put too much on her. I wanna see where her head is at, right now that she's in school, okay, let's see where this leads to. But what I'm saying is that I just feel now that I got a lot off my shoulders since I decided to let her, you wanna live your life this way, so you go ahead. And, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, listen. The one thing I've learned. The one thing I've always prepared myself for, especially more recently, but throughout the years, is that the kids got to make a decision on what they want. Because when they become the age that we're dealing with now, right, it's up to them to say, I want to live a certain way, right? Like, I don't force her to come to class. If she decided I ain't coming to class, like, all right, cool, well, what you gonna do? You gonna sit around? Because that can't work either. So you got to be doing something, but I'm not going to force a thing. But there are certain rules you got to live under. If you live under my house, there's certain things you just got to do, and there's certain things you can't do.
That is correct.
Right? And so I'm totally fine with a person after much advice is given, and after many scenarios are laid out. I'm fine when a person makes a decision for themselves. You see what I'm saying? I'm good. Like, there's no weight on me. Right? Like if Noah decided, God forbid, if Noah decided he wanted to go out and be a killer, when he hit 18, hey, at least I know from the age of 1 year old all the way till he was 18, he was given this Bible. His whole 18 years, he was given this Bible. And it didn't stop, and he made the decision to go kill people and be a thief and a this and a that. Like, that's him. I'm absolved of all guilt and of all weight.
Right.
Because like it says in Ezekiel, I played the watchman. I guided, I taught many different methods, showed him different things, gave him different scenarios. He was around the body, right? So he got all the tools to be able to make that decision. So guess what? I'm good with whatever decision. You see what I'm saying? Manashah. But work, like, I'm good. I'm not feeling no weight at all with a decision that a person decides to make, especially if it's one thing if you said, man, I didn't prepare this man or this child, and then because of my lack of preparedness for them, they make a decision. I feel some type of way. I wouldn't feel no type of way. with my kids. Now, your situation is a little different. Y'all came in and your kids were a little bit older, but it don't matter because the last 4 years that y'all been around, right? That could have counteracted a lot of things in the past, but did she receive counsel, like it says in this Ecclesiasticus? Did she bow the shoulder? Did she give ear, or did she reject? And so right now we're seeing what? It has been a rejection of what has been given out, right? Because she was around for a lot of things, feast days, this, class, that, right? Same thing with other brothers, you know, other brothers, the same thing. I'm leaving the house. Huh? You don't even shower. You leaving the house. You got to be told to shower. But guess what? I'm leaving. Okay, cool. Let's see how other people think about you not taking showers.
That's wild.
But they ain't gonna tell you, nigga, go take a shower. They just gonna get away from you because you stink.
Wash your clothes, learn how to wash your clothes.
Right? But even that, like, the washing class for an amount of time, feast days, different different gatherings, and then that son says, "Hey, I don't want to do that." The brother shouldn't feel no way. If he did the necessary things and had the necessary talks. That's the one thing. Listen, I had a talk with Noah the other day. It's crazy. Because he outside playing, they trying to call the cops on him and all this crazy. And I'm like, bro,
What?
yeah, bro. We got this neighbor that lives down the street. The neighbor comes to the house and he said, "Hey, can Noah come out and play?" And you know, he don't got no manners like that. Like you can tell, like they don't really teach him. So when he comes and knocks on the door, my rib kind of gotta teach him. Like, "Hey, how you doing? What's your name? My name is such and such." Like, you don't just knock on somebody's door and just be like, "Can Noah come out?" No, introduce yourself, your name, right? So she kind of teaches him in that way. So I guess, you know, we let Noah go out and play with him. They play in the front, little Pokemon cards, they'll play football. But they go knock on the neighbor's house next to us. First thing, don't knock on my door, I'm gonna call the cops. Cause they're gonna try to get the other kids out. So the neighbor wanna call the cops. So instead of Noah coming back home and being like, "Yo, this dude threatened to call the cops on me," he just goes and continues to play. So we find out because the neighbor comes, he's like, "Hey, I yelled at your son. I threatened to call the cops on him, but I didn't realize that they were just trying to get my daughter to come play." So I get on his helmet, like, "Bruh, you mean to tell me this man threatened to call the cops on you and you just act like it was nothing? What if he would have just called the cops? What would you have done?" Luckily, I'm sitting in the window watching every move he's making, because I have to. But imagine if them cops would have pulled up. And I'm looking, and I'm like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And they start doing whatever they do to young boys, because they don't care about an age. He a nigga with braids. He just a light-skinned nigga with braids. And the other little boy, he's a light-skinned nigga with braids. But they don't care about that. He just a black boy, especially where we live at. You a black boy in an Asian Muslim little community, right? Bro, you don't belong. Like, and the cops that come there ain't white or black; they Asian. You be having Arab cops that come. Yes, they come.
Yeah, they do.
Whenever they call the cops, they got a Moabite cop sitting there. They got an Arab Ishmael dude.
Yep.
They send them directly to that community because they speak the language. Right? I've never seen a white cop in that area, in that my little subdivision ever, because they know who's living there. So they send a dude that speaks their language, or they send an Arabic dude. They're not gonna give a damn about what he's talking about, right? So I had to teach him. I had to show him, like, "Bro, I've been telling you this since you was like 7, that a cop will murder your ass, right?" But he don't take it serious. He think because he's trying to play Pokemon and just throw the football, like, it ain't real like that. And you got to go through all the news stories and pull up every YouTube, all the little black boy shot, and it's like, you know. You don't want to come down on him like it's his fault, because they don't understand. But at the same time, you got to come down on them, because when Esau comes down, it's over.
That's it.
Our little talk, he can repair from that, right? But at the end of the day, if he decides that all the talks, all the counsels that he get, all the different situations that he's been in where I show him the opposite, that he wants to go to that side, I'm clean. I'm clean. That's how I feel about it. I'm clean. My older daughter, I got an older daughter. She decided that she wanted to live a certain type of life. After many things were shown to her and taught, and she decided to live a certain life. I'm clean. She came back and regrets her life and said, you know what, I apologize. She acted, she apologized and said, look, I wish I would have not made certain decisions. Now I get what she was trying to do. She's 22, going through it. So I'm clean. I don't have no regrets because I gave you the opposite of what you had. So there was never a weight on me, right? There should never be a weight on y'all about what your kids is gonna do. Accept what they're gonna do. They're gonna make a decision and it might not be the one you think they're gonna make. You pray, you hope, you ask the Most High, but they're gonna make a decision. So ain't no weights on me, right? There shouldn't be no weights on y'all when your children decide to make a move, right? Especially if they've been sitting in this setting for a while. It just shows what's in them. It shows where their mind is at. It shows what has the pull on them. And the hope is that, okay, yeah, they go out, they get a little taste, and they say, you know what, this ain't it, let me slide back home. Let me come back to the safety. Some are gonna be prideful as hell and try to fight the world. Now I'm gonna fight against this.
Right.
I'm gonna make it out here. Right? That's where they get rich or die trying. That's that mentality.
Yep.
Get it how you live. And they die trying to make it. Or they could just be humble, come back and say, you know what? I messed up. You were right. Teach me.
Yeah, like the prodigal son.
Like the prodigal son, and we teach them how to be better. That's the only hope. But the weight, don't have no weight on you. Don't weight yourself down with somebody else's decisions. Especially if they're being taught. Like, I don't let brothers' decisions weigh me down because that's crazy. Right? Especially if you sitting here, Hebrew Academy, class Monday, Hebrew Academy, class Wednesday, class Friday, class Saturday, call me up counsel, text me counsel. Like, come on. And you to go do some dumb stuff? Hey, we talked, we text, you came to class, you asked your question, you went to Hebrew Academy, told you no, told you yeah, and then you made, I'm good. Yeah, I'm straight.
Yeah.
That's how I approach it. Because if not, then I'd be emotional, approaching things in emotions, trying to hang on to every little, and not understanding that every man got to walk his path.
That's right.
Israel as a whole had to walk. You think the Most High don't feel what we feel? Of course he does. He felt it before we did. He put the emotions in us.
Yeah.
You think he didn't feel like when we decided, oh, you know what? Well, you know, Most High ain't good enough. I like what Egypt was talking about. The Most High didn't feel a certain way about that, but he had to say what? I warned you. I taught you. I gave you laws. I gave you commandments. I showed you love. I gave you miracles. And you still made a decision? Go deal with your decision. Maybe you'll come back. Maybe you won't.
Can you give a few scriptures on that?
On what?
Just like the whole, like, not letting those choices weigh you down that other people make after, like.
Yeah, let me, go to Ezekiel, right? Go to Ezekiel. Yeah, go there real quick. That's the main one we go to, right? And I'll think of some others, but go to Ezekiel. Go to Ezekiel, go to,
Ezekiel chapter 3, verse 18.
right, so you asked a question. He just said, could we go to a few scriptures on just not letting other people's decisions weigh you down, right? So the classic that we go to, or having that feeling of like the blood on your hands, the classic scripture that we go to is Ezekiel, right? That at least if we warn our brother and our sister, that guilt is not on you. You shouldn't feel a certain way, right? But can I just say one thing though, even to that? As a man of judgment, or a woman of judgment, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're thinking clear, that feeling is gonna hit you regardless. Yeah. You're gonna sit back and say, what did I not do? And you're gonna do all the checks and balances And you're gonna come to the conclusion that, okay, I missed something, or you know what, I didn't miss something. But if you're really looking at matters, if you're looking at the way, because remember, we're still responsible for the spirits, right? We're still responsible for each other. So let's say a brother went off. I don't want to do this no more. I'm done. I'm like, I'll be honest, the first thing that would hit me is, what did I not do? But then I got to come back and be real. Wait a minute. The access was always there. The brotherhood was there. We spent this, like, I have to look at each brother, right? Or whatever brother that is, and say, well, no, it wasn't what I didn't do, because we talked about it, we dealt with it, we counseled. There was extra attention given over here. There was this happening. We put this in place. We did this. Phone calls, showed up to the house. Like, we did everything that we could have done. It was up to that man to have to apply the things that were being said. So that thought is going to hit regardless. You can't, like, if you're thinking clearly, you're not going to be able to escape the thought. But you do have to now take that thought and make it logical. Meaning, okay, what did I do? I did this, and you start to check, oh, I did, yep, no, we sat with him, no, we was a brother, no, we did that, no, we did that. Oh, did we, yep, no, we did that. Hey, this brother, did we do that? Did we remember to make sure that no, we did that. I remember a year ago when we set this up and we set that up, but the brother didn't do it. Right?
Yes.
That's how you get away from that feeling of guilt, of not doing enough for a man or for a woman. Right? There's many brothers and sisters that have left the camp. Just left. Not a word. And you sit back, damn, you hit them up. Hey, Shalom, you didn't know nothing. And you come back and it's like, man, what did I do? Or what was not done? And then you come back and you think, you're like, nah, we did that. We talked, we counseled, we urged them to talk and counsel. It was up to them to do the thing that was being said. Did they do it? And a lot of the times, 99% of the times, it's them not doing the thing that was prescribed. So I don't feel guilty for that. Because it's one thing to just bark a bunch of scriptures, but it's another to give you the Bible, break it down, give you the method, show you how to employ the method, walk you through the method, and then give you different methods. I think as a school, that's one of our hallmarks as a school. That's one of our traits. Not saying that no other school does it or we do it the best, but I think that this school, the way we go about those matters of method, walking a man or a woman through it, giving different scenarios, how to implore the scriptures, being an example, I think that our school does, like, we built this school on that model. You see what I'm saying? We literally move on that. So when a brother decides that I don't want to do what's prescribed, I mean, what can a man do? I'm not gonna feel guilty, because I feel guilty for every person. That's every decision that's made. I have some guilt on me. I can't move around like that. I gotta be real. I gotta be logical. Right? Ezekiel.
Book of Ezekiel chapter 3 and verse 18. When I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, and thou givest him not warning,
right? Nor
speakest to warn the wicked from his wicked way,
right?
To save his life.
Come on.
The same wicked man shall die in his iniquity.
See that? They're dying in their iniquity, not in yours. They're dying off the decision that they make, not what you made. Go ahead.
But his blood will I require at thine hand.
Go ahead.
Verse 19.
Right. His blood shall I require. Why? Because you did it say you didn't warn him? Right, because you didn't warn them. That's the point. You didn't warn them. But if you're warning and you're giving all the scenarios and you're giving all the talks and you're pulling a brother to the side, you're pulling your kids to the side, right? It don't matter how it comes, as long as you're doing it. Hey. The one thing I've programmed myself to understand is that every man, every child in this room, from the youngest 1-year-old to the 18-year-old, is going to have to make a decision on their own life. It's their life. It ain't mine. I'm making a decision on my life. You see that? They got to make a decision on theirs. Go ahead.
Verse 19.
Right?
Yet if thou warn the wicked,
Right?
and he turn not from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he shall die in his iniquity. But thou hast delivered thy soul.
Thou hast what?
Delivered thy soul.
Yeah, you delivered your soul, man. Go to Leviticus 19. He doing? What he put?
Ecclesiastes chapter 32, verse 17. Down.
Okay, we can go there. Right, go to Leviticus 19, 17.
Okay. Book of Leviticus chapter 19 and verse 17.
Right?
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him.
Right, that's the commandment. Show your neighbor they're wrong. Man, woman, child, son, daughter. You're supposed to teach them. Right? If we're doing Deuteronomy 6, this is where this all started. If we're doing Deuteronomy 6, you're absolved. If you're doing that, you're absolved from all guilt when a person makes a decision, unless you had a hand in their bad decision making. Right? But again, if my children decide they want to be murderers, it's like, where'd you learn that from? Because I'm not murdering nobody. I'm not grudging. I'm not hateful. I'm not moving around in that spirit. Where'd you learn it? I'm teaching against that, and I'm being the example, right, against that. Where did you learn it? I can't take that on myself, that you decided to pick up some negative from somewhere else. Only if I'm being the example and verbally against it, speaking on it often throughout their lifetime, right? It's up to them now. And we all got to settle in that, right? He gonna make his decisions. You got to settle in that. You got to be real with yourself, because then you'll just be the emotional woman in the world, or the emotional man in the world, taking on all this unnecessary sorrow into you because of what other people are doing against the Most High. At some point, it's I'm gonna sound like a Christian. They gotta have that relationship with the Most High, meaning they're gonna have to wanna follow the law, statutes, commandments for themselves, right? And I mean, it's their decision. Where did he say? Ecclesiastes what?
32 and verse 17.
Right to what? 32 and 17. Let's see here. Right. Yep. This is a good one. 32:17. We could also go to read that. Ecclesiastes 32:17. Read 16.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 32 verse 16.
Right.
They that fear the Lord shall find judgment.
Go ahead.
And shall kindle justice as a light.
That same light that we've been talking about in John. Go ahead.
A sinful man will not be reproved.
So this is the thing. Truthfully, you'll see certain characteristics early in your children. You'll see the rebellion early. They don't just become rebellious. They're rebellious from early, and if you don't correct it early, that's when they ride it. So you'll see the ability for them to not want to take reproof. And that's what you have to challenge in them daily. Like Max.
Right.
We got to challenge him daily. Because he's rebellious as hell. Right? He's rebellious as hell. But every day, every brother got to challenge him. So when I hear something, I'm like, okay, what can I do to challenge that rebellion? Oh, so you want to be in school and throw chairs and not sit in the chair when the teacher tells you? You stand the whole class. Right? Oh, you want to do this and that? So I find the counteraction. So when he goes out into the world when it's time and he wants to be like Jet Li Unchained,
Right.
when he wants to be that, guess what? He can't say he didn't have brothers around. He can't say he didn't have a father whooping his ass, a mother talking to him, and brothers around dealing with him. Gabar deals with him. Tahawam deals with him. I deal with him. Locker Rob did. We all deal with this, bro. You can never say, like, nobody was there for me. The archangels is coming down to deal with him. So he can never, ever have the excuse that when he makes a decision, negative, that nobody showed him. And when he makes his decision, I'm not going to be like, well, damn, I'm so shocked. Or damn, what did we not do? We did everything. You know how strong this dude is? This nigga can do horse stance for like 3 hours straight. He can do 1,000 push-ups. He's 8. He's stronger than REI. He's 8. He's 8. Right? Why? Because constant breaking the body, punishment. Look, but I just talks. Hey, what's going on? You know how many times I've talked? We just talk to the brother. His decision is his decision. At some point, and we got to rest and say, well, we tried. We did what we could. We employed different methods. We gave him the Bible. Right? This brother doing push-ups with the Bible in his face. Up, read, down, read, up, read, down, read. Sweat pouring off his body. Plank position, 4 hours. I mean, down. Right?
Yeah.
Brother, hey, boot camp. So he can't say, well, when I make a decision, nobody was there to teach me up. Nah, bro. You sit up in the jail cell, man. You know, I lived that life. You know, nobody was there for me. Nah, everybody was there for you. But the problem with him right now is that he don't like to be reproved. Go ahead.
But findeth an excuse according to his will.
Read.
A man of counsel.
And that's the point. It's always about an excuse. If you're chastising your children and they try to point the finger at somebody else, work on that. Show them to take accountability and not to plaster blame. I don't care what somebody else did. We talking about what you did.
That's right.
Right. Like when I questioned again Max or even Noah. Why'd you do that? Well, because nah, bro, we ain't dealing with such and such. We dealing with you.
Yeah.
Take accountability. Read.
A man of counsel will be considerate.
Will be what?
Considerate.
Are you considering what's being said? Do you even like the counsel? Do you even like to talk, or do you run away? Do you run from that light? Go ahead. That's Noah. Let him in. Speaking of the angels, that's Noah knocking on the door. Go ahead.
But a strange and proud man is not daunted with fear.
And that's the thing. Where is the fear of the Most High? We got to instill that. Lock the door. We got to instill the fear of the Most High in our children. Okay. You got to instill the fear of the Most High in the children. Right? You got to have them read the scriptures. You got to have them. Here, get that to them. Don't drop my headphones. Read. You know, you got to make their life Bible based also. Go ahead.
Even when of himself he have done without counsel.
Go ahead.
Do nothing.
Right. So, again, if the counsel is being given, if the words are being given, I'm not going to hold myself accountable for what another man makes the decision on. I'm not going to wrestle with that sorrow. That's crazy. And neither one of y'all should. Y'all got older kids. Hey, I get it. Some of us didn't get a chance to get the word. And so your kids was raised a certain way and they didn't get certain wisdoms. It ain't too late. It's now you got to implore a different method of dealing with them. Right? You gotta still recognize that they are adults and they're settling certain ways, but you got to get that respect from them anyway and show them that, look, hey, didn't necessarily do everything the way that the scriptures say, because I didn't know, but this is what I'm learning. I acknowledge my mistakes that I made with you, but look, don't make those mistakes with your kids. This is what you should be doing. You lock your back?
Yeah.
Right? What you got?
I got 2 Ezra chapter 7 and verse
I was going to go there too. Go ahead.
102. It's annotated.
I wasn't going to go there. Go ahead.
I answered and said, if I have found favor in your sight,
Right?
show further to me your servant, whether on the day of judgment the righteous will be able to intercede for the ungodly,
Right?
or to entreat the Most High for them.
Uh-huh.
Fathers for sons,
Nope.
our sons for parents.
Nope.
Brothers for brothers.
Nope.
Relatives for their kindred.
Nope.
Our friends for those who are most dear.
Remember Abraham's bosom? He said, let me go back and tell the brother. They didn't hear Moses. Nah, bro. They ain't gonna hear you. Go ahead.
He answered me and said, since you have found favor in my sight, I will show you this also. The day of judgment is decisive and displays to all the seals of truth. Just as now a father does not send his son, or a son his father, or a master his servant, or a friend his dearest friend, to be ill, or sleep, or eat, or be healed in his place. So no one shall ever pray for another on that day, neither shall anyone lay a burden on another.
See that? Can't lay your burden on another one in that day. It's up to you. I mean, I keep saying it. If you're doing it, the only way you could be absolved is if you're giving the counsels, the wisdoms, the example. Because they ain't just talking it, it's living it. You don't just say it and then, oh, I counsel them. No, you counsel, but you got to be the example of it in your house. So the things that I show my children, I try to be the example of. I'm not the greatest, but I try to at least be the example, right? On the things that I'm talking about. And try to live my life according to what I'm saying. Right? So again, any decision that they make outside of the example, outside of the word, that will be on them. That's all we articulate, right? So it's up to, if they choose according to their will, it's their will. That burden of their will can't be laid on me. Go ahead.
For then all shall bear their own righteousness.
They shall what? They shall what?
Bear their own righteousness.
Go ahead.
And unrighteousness.
Yeah, and that's the point where the whole point of teaching. Let's go back to Psalms now. You could drop John. We've been there for a minute, right? This has been a hearty talk. Y'all ready to move on now? But the point is to teach your children. If we're teaching our children, then we're absolved anyway. If we rising up, teaching them, laying down, teaching them, right? Not letting the TV teach them, the tablet. Again, bringing them back to their culture and showing them bringing them back to the Most High's culture that He gave us. Because remember, this is the Most High giving us a culture, giving us a teaching, giving us wisdom. We bring our children back to that. Remember, the scriptures say, train up a child. Watch, go there. Proverbs, what is it, 26:16? Is it? Or did I misquote? Proverbs, train up a child. Go there.
Proverbs chapter 22 and verse 6.
22:6. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Train up a child in
Right.
the way he should go.
Go ahead.
And when he is old, he will not depart from it.
And that's the point. That's the hope. That if we're training them early, you don't wait. Oh, he's 12. Now he gets trained. Nah, bruh. Manashah, Noah, they've been getting trained since they could walk. They've been trained. They're being trained. A warrior training. All the kids, they're in training. What are they being in training for? They're being trained as young as they're being trained while being children to grow into their culture, to grow into the love of the Most High, to grow into the respect and the love for the brothers and the sisters, right? To be ministers, right? To look out for each other, bear one another's burdens. That's what we're being trained for, keeping the laws. We do that effectively, you don't have to feel guilty. And then they gotta want it too. Unfortunately, everyone ain't called. Many are called, few are chosen. We got to understand that also. Every single person that sits in these chairs ain't gonna make it. It's just, we got to be real with ourselves. The Bible articulates that 2/3 of our people got to be cut off, right? We pray that the 2/3 don't come from our doors, but they're going to. They're going to. Just like every Israelite that is part of the 1/3 ain't gonna be in a camp. They're just not. You see what I'm saying? They're just not. So we just got to be real with ourselves. I'm not saying camps are bad and camps are. I'm not saying that. I'm saying be real with what's going on. Right. That it's up to the Most High. We do our part. The Most High does His part. right? Let's move on. We've been sitting in this for a minute. Let's move on. It's 12:30, first reader. I mean, y'all ain't got nowhere to go. I'm down for an 8-hour piece. I'm down for that 8-hour marathon. You cats will crumble. 8 hours.
Yeah, I've been there.
It took us 8 hours, huh? Ain't never coming back.
Oh no.
It'd be that voice.
Boy, did it the warm on this.
Oh, wow.
8 hours. Lucky Zion ain't here. Zion take you a whole 12. Zion be out there in Rochester on a 12-piece. Like, what you gonna do? It's snowing. Would you rather just be warm in the school?
Wow.
Getting the Bible? I mean, come on, it's the Sabbath. What else you gonna do?
Zion,
Yeah, you said you
Zion does it all the time.
That's the point. Zion be going ham on them. Brothers be fading away like, damn, you see the spirit leave them. And then he recharges them. Boom! And they're on the podium like, oh, yeah, I'm back. Yeah. So where we at? Go back to Psalms.
Psalm chapter 78, verse 6.
Uh-huh.
That's the generation.
Right. We only in the 6th verse. Six. Bro, we done went through like 1,000 scriptures.
I relate.
We just had a whole class. Hey, it be like that. That was a spirit because I didn't even have none of that written down. That was just. Go ahead. Verse 6. And we got a whole 70 more verses to go. Buckle up! She didn't bring me no water, no coffee. Buckle up! Let's go!
Psalm chapter 78,
Hey, I've been up
verse
since 6 in the morning, so I'm turning. For no reason. Let's go.
That the generation to come might know them.
Come on.
Even the children which should be born, who should arise and declare them to their children.
Right, go ahead.
That they might set their hope in God and not forget the works of God, but keep His commandments.
Go to 2nd Ezra 9:29. Somebody was supposed to be having that for me. So from verse 5 down, verse 5, 6, 7, we go to 2nd Ezra 9:29. I'm gonna try to make this short. Go ahead.
Look at 2nd Ezra chapter 9 and verse 29.
Read it.
O Lord, thou that showest thyself unto us. Thou wast showed unto our fathers in the wilderness.
Right.
In a place where no man treadeth.
Come on. They clapping in the chat. Go ahead.
In a barren place.
Right.
When they came out of Egypt.
Come on.
And thou spakest, saying, Hear me, O Israel.
Right. Hear, O Israel. Come on.
And mark my words.
Read.
Thou seed of Jacob. For behold, I sow my law in you.
I do what?
I sow my law in you.
Right, for he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel. Come on.
And it shall bring fruit in you.
It shall do what?
Bring fruit in you.
Come on.
And ye shall be honored in it forever.
Read. Gonna jump. Read on. Yeah, read on. Read verse 32.
Verse 32. But our fathers, which received the law, kept it not, and observed not thy ordinances. And though the fruit of thy law did not perish, neither could it, for it was thine.
Come on.
Yet they that received it perished.
Right. See the ones that received the law, we perished. Why?
Because they kept not the thing that was sown in them.
See that? We didn't keep what was sown in us.
Wow.
We didn't bring forth that fruit of the law. Right? Jump down to verse 36.
Verse 36. For we that have received the law perish by sin.
Come on.
And our heart also which received it.
Come on.
Notwithstanding the law.
It was a nice precept for you. Go ahead.
Notwithstanding the law perisheth not.
The what?
The law perisheth not.
Ain't not that I've come to destroy the law. Baruch 4:1, the law that endureth forever.
That's what came to my mind.
Giving y'all some precepts, some gems. He said the law does what?
Perisheth not.
Come on.
but remaineth in his force.
Right. So, we got to understand that the law was established in us, and it was established for us to bring forth something through the law, not just to die, not just to bring offerings, not just to kill cattle. What you want to know? What you want to know?
The verses.
Tell them where you were at.
Second Esdras 9:29.
29 to basically 37.
33.
Right. You can put to 37. I just skipped a few verses, but you could put 29 to 37. Right? You could, what's that?
Verse 34, when it says, it is a custom.
They received yet they that received it perished. Read it. Read verse 33.
Verse 33.
Right?
Yet they that received it perished, because they kept not the thing that was sown in them. Verse 34, and lo,
Right?
it is a custom,
Right?
when the ground have received seed,
Right?
or the sea a ship,
Uh-huh.
or any vessel, meat or drink,
Mhm.
that being perished wherein it was sown or cast into.
Right. So what's your question?
What does that mean? Like what
When it
is
says
a
a custom, when it says a custom, it's just the thing that happens. It's customary that a seed, when it goes into the ground, what happens? No, the ground swallows it up. When a ship is in the water, what happens?
You swallow it.
It's in that thing. That's all they're saying.
So
I think you're looking at the word custom and you're trying to equate it to something, right? Lo, it is a custom when the ground hath received seed, or a sea, or the sea a ship, or any vessel meat or drink, that being perished wherein it was sown or cast into. Right? So like a seed, before when it goes into the ground, it's dead. Right? It's cast into that thing. Right? So that thing also which was sown or cast therein or received doeth perish, and remain it not. So when you put food in a vessel, what do? Don't you eat it? Drink it? Isn't it gone? Right. But with us, it hath not happened so. So what is he saying? The law was put in us. It's not like water, where you put water into a cup, drink it, and it's gone. You put a ship into the sea, it sails away, and then, oh, I don't see it no more, or it can get swallowed up by the sea. Or you put a seed into the ground, and that seed never comes up, and you can't never find that seed. What he was saying is that the law was supposed to be shown in us after a time. It was supposed to be a fruit of righteousness, like those fruits of the Spirit. Those were supposed to come from keeping the law. So the law wasn't supposed to perish once it was sown. Like a seed perishes in the dirt, a ship can perish in the ocean. Meat and drink perish off the plate. Once you intake it, you don't see anything from that, right? But the law was supposed to have fruits, right?
Understood. And that word custom there is just general rule. Like
Yeah, general rule, a
just
custom.
general rule.
This is the thing that happens. You put the seed in the ground. You ever put a seed in the ground and try to find it like 3 days later? You're not finding that. Unless it germinates, you're not finding that thing because it don't blend in with the dirt, right? If it don't come up, because the thought is you put a seed in the ground, germinates, and it springs up a tree to bring forth fruit. That doesn't always happen. Not every seed you plant germinates. But the law was something that was supposed to always bring forth, is what is showing us that it wasn't supposed to fail us, but we failed the law by being sinners. Right. Where we at? Oh, the heater. They had to borrow it. I told them to borrow it, but they forgot to bring it back. There's another one back there. It looks like one of them New York City heaters. It's black on wheels. But yeah, they had to borrow it.
I can go get it real quick.
No, they just.
Let's see if that one, could they kind of call back there?
Yeah, they
'Cause
asked.
Corey got them.
No.
Corey got them feeling like the Walmart freezer back there.
Hey,
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I see that. That's on the old one. Where we at? Jump back to Psalms, right? Psalm 78 and 8.
Psalm chapter 78, verse 8. And might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation.
And that's what we're trying to show y'all, teens and kids, not to be what we were in our past lives, stubborn and rebellious. Come on.
A generation that set not their heart aright.
Come on.
And whose spirit was not steadfast with God.
Right.
The children of Ephraim, being armed and carrying bows, turned back in the day of battle. They kept not the covenant of God and refused to walk in his law.
Right. We see that with the 9.5. When it was time to go to war in the book of Judges, when it was time to execute judgment, they didn't do that. They're like, nah, we rather be farmers. We rather be we rather tend to our lands. Remember in was it Judges? It was Joshua. It was Joshua when we decided that we're not going to keep up our military conquests. Yeah. And the Canaanites built up their militaries on us and put us under tribute. Yeah, you see that with Ephraim, right? You see that with the 9.5. They decided that we don't want to fight no more. We're not going to fight for the rest of the land. We're just going to be comfortable.
So they grew effeminate.
So we grew effeminate. Yeah, we grew effeminate because we just wanted to grow crops and just chill. Damn. We didn't want to fight. Right? Go ahead.
And forgot his works and his wonders that he has shewed them. Marvelous things did he in the sight of their fathers.
Right.
In the land of Egypt.
In the what?
In the land of Egypt.
Come on.
In the field of Zoan.
Right. Zoan is just the wilderness of Egypt. Go ahead.
He divided the sea and caused them to pass through. And he made the waters to stand as in heat.
Right, so we know that there was 2 instances of this. The Red Sea that happened in Exodus, and then go to Joshua. Go to Joshua 3:14 real quick. So what is this psalm? Well, he's just going through Israel's history of disobedience, rebellion, and how the Most High continued to save us out of the hand of the enemy, despite. But only when we repented. Only when we said, you know what? We're going to stop doing what we're doing. Did the Most High fight for us. Joshua 3:14.
Joshua chapter 3, verse 14. And it came to pass, when the people removed from their tents to pass over Jordan, and the priests bearing the ark of the covenant before the people.
Right.
And as they that bear the ark were come unto Jordan, and the feet of the priests that bear the ark were dipped in the brim of the water. Right. For Jordan overfloweth all his banks all the time of harvest.
Go ahead.
That the waters which came down from above stood and rose up upon, and heaped very far from the city Adam.
Right, and I think when we had looked at this before, that city Adam, or Dom, was like way north. It was a couple of miles north, and the water basically flooded backwards. Yeah. That city, that whole city and everything flooded, right? Up the river and down river, everything flooded. I forget how many miles that was between where they were and that city. I think when we looked at it, it was like 7 or 8 miles, if I'm not mistaken. We can look at it again, but go ahead.
That is beside Zaretan. And those that came down toward the sea of the plain,
right?
Even the salt sea, failed and were cut off.
Right.
And the people passed over right against Jericho. Verse 17.
What verse you at?
Verse 17.
You can read 16. Right, just 16.
Okay.
Right. So, real quick, brother asked a quick question. Right. So the brother asked, Shalom, sir, Genesis 34:1-5. Dinah, Jacob's daughter, she was under her father's protection. he counseled her why she left to see the outside world. That's my question. Why did she go to see the outside world? Because they were in the land, right? I mean, they were in the land, right? It was nothing against going out and seeing what was, there was nothing against that, right? We just weren't supposed to deal with the people. That was the command. There was no command of, right, seeing the outside world or seeing the people. There was no command against that. We weren't supposed to have any intimate dealings with them, right? So she didn't do anything wrong by doing that. She didn't do anything wrong. Let's jump back.
Psalm 78, verse 14.
Uh-huh.
In the daytime also he led them with a cloud,
Right,
and all the night with a light of fire.
right. That's Exodus. You don't got to go there. That's Exodus 13 and 21. Right? Cloud by day, pillar of fire by night. Go ahead.
He clay the rocks in the wilderness and gave them drink as out of the great depth.
Right, that's Exodus 17 and verse 6. Right, I believe that's the waters of Meribah, the waters of strife, where he commanded Moses to hit the rock. Right, and then the second time he commanded Moses to speak to the rock, but he hit it. Go ahead.
He brought streams also out of the rock and caused waters to run down like rivers. And they sinned yet more against him by provoking the Most High in the wilderness.
Go ahead.
And they tempted God in their heart by asking meat for their lust.
Go to Numbers 11. Go there real quick. Numbers 11 and 4. So you see how he's given this history from basically from Egypt through the wilderness, right? He's given this history in a psalm. Numbers 11, read verse 4.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
And the mixed multitude that was among them fell a lusting.
Mm-hmm.
And the children of Israel also wept again,
Right?
and said, who shall give us flesh to eat?
Right, you see that? They asked him meat to their lusts. Go ahead. Go ahead. Verse 5.
We remembered the fish.
You do what?
We remembered the fish.
That fish of Egypt. That nigga was eating catfish.
Oh, wow.
Right? It was eating unlawful fish. Now, it don't say that, but you can only imagine, bro. Go ahead. There was no law. There was no commandment. They was just eating whatever. The Egyptians didn't care about no law. They were just getting whatever was coming out them rivers. Go ahead.
Which we did eat in Egypt freely.
Go ahead.
The cucumbers.
The what?
The cucumbers.
I mean, dang. The cucumbers. I'm going to say this about cucumbers. When you grow them yourself, they're immaculate. They're one of the best tasting vegetables you could ever grow yourself. Store-bought, terrible. So I kind of get where they coming from, but I don't get where they coming from. Right? They ain't that good. You got to remember them like, oh my God, the cucumbers. They put salt on it, turn them into pickles, what'd you do? I don't know. Go ahead, read on.
And the melons.
And the melons, right? Go ahead.
And the leeks.
And the leeks, read.
And the onions.
Uh-huh.
And the garlic.
Go ahead.
But now our soul is dried away. There is nothing at all besides this manna
Right.
before our eyes.
Come on.
And the manna was a coriander seed.
Right.
And the coriander thereof as the color.
The color thereof.
Oh. And the color thereof. And the color thereof as the color of bdellium.
Right. Go from there. Go to Exodus real quick. Go to Exodus 16 and verse 3.
Okay.
It says 6 more precepts. Okay. You know, 6 more precepts is like a whole hour. Brother say 2 more scriptures, that's 30 minutes. Y'all know that. You get 2 more. It's 9 o'clock, 2 more, 9:30. Go ahead.
Let's look at Exodus chapter 16 and verse 3.
Come on.
And the children of Israel said unto them,
Right.
Would to God we had died by the hand of the Lord in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots.
They was like, man, that flesh pot that they had in Egypt, bro, it was hidden. Come on.
And when we did eat bread to the full, for ye have brought us forth into this wilderness to kill this whole assembly with hunger.
Right. Hold where you at right there. Go back to Psalms, read verse 19.
Psalm 78, verse 19.
Go ahead.
Yea, they spake against God.
Right.
They said, can God furnish a table in the wilderness?
Yeah. You want to feed us here? You brought us here to die. That's what they just said here in Numbers. Or excuse me, in Exodus. And they felt the same way in Numbers. Go ahead. Oh, is that it? Any questions on that? Next reader, right? Yay, reader 2. Yay, next reader. Any questions? No questions. Okay. 2 more precepts. Oh, shucky ducky now. I'm a one-eyed-zar, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Banya Shala, men of Israel, and mighty. Up.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatum.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
That man said, bring me some. You know what I'm saying? Hey. Oh, no. Yeah. Turn up. Turn up. You give mine to my rib. You got it. So we are at Psalm 78 and verse 20. We're making progress. 1 p.m.
Man. First read down. We on our way.
I mean, bro, listen. Might as well light another coal. Light some more candles.
Wow. All praise.
When it's cold outside, 8-hour class. Let me get one of them coals, please. Reading scripture. You ain't gonna run from this. Where we at?
Psalm chapter 78 and verse 20. Behold, he smote the rock, the waters gushed out, and the streams overflowed, and he gave bread also, and he provided flesh for his people. Therefore the Lord heard this and was wroth. So a fire was kindled against Jacob, and anger also came up against Israel, because they believed not in the Most High, and trusted not in his salvation, though he had commanded the clouds from above, and opened the doors of heaven.
Right, and all you got to do is just go back and read. Go back and read Exodus. Go back and read Exodus. Go back and read Numbers. So I keep saying, brothers got to make sure they're constantly in those books. It don't matter how much Ezekiel, Jeremiah, it don't matter how much prophecy, eschatology you know, it don't matter. You got to know these accounts, the law, the foundation. You got to know those things. You got to know Genesis through Deuteronomy like the back of your hand, right? You got to know what's going on. And then you'll be able to move on to the other things in the scriptures. But you got to make sure you're always refreshing. You know, there was a time when we did the Sabbath every 6 months. I keep saying it. We was in Numbers and Deuteronomy every 6 months, but you got to do your diligence. We changed it up a little bit to try to get a different level of education, but still doesn't mean that you don't go back to those basics, the foundation. Go ahead.
Verse 24. and had rained down manna upon them to eat.
Right.
And had given them of the corn of heaven.
Right.
Man did eat angels' food. He sent them meat to the full.
Right. So he's going into how we complain about not having the food, the flesh. He gave us the manna, and he gave us something else. Go ahead.
He caused an east wind to blow in the heaven.
Uh-huh.
And by his power he brought in the south wind.
Uh-huh.
He rained flesh also upon them as dust.
Right. So the brother that came in that time with the Septuagint, like he rained fish over here, 18 miles away into the land. They had a typhoon, like a typhoon, a whirlwind blew. Bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. So he just threw dead fish onto the land, and we were just going scooping up dead fish.
Yeah.
Go to Wisdom of Solomon. Go to Wisdom of Solomon 14. No, what he did was he caused a wind, right, and it shifted the migration pattern of these birds. If you research quail, they weren't native to that land. They weren't native to that land, and so the Most High directed them towards the people. That's all it was. It's nothing mystical. It's nothing crazy. He didn't blow fish onto the shores, and you was just scooping up dead fish guts.
Bring them all the way
Like,
back.
can you imagine a fish being blown 18 miles inland, and when it lands on the earth, that boy just splattered.
You had to travel out to get the fish, and then bring the fish back.
That's the point.
To the
It just
congregation.
ain't practical. The thing with the manna, the thing with quail, excuse me, is that when they fly for so long, they're little fat birds. When they fly for so long, they gotta rest. And they get tired as hell. And when they rest, they're not flying. So guess what we were able to do? Just walk up and grab them, put them in back. We were able to just grab what we needed without even fighting. Quail have been known to sink boats because they'll travel over oceans for a long distance. They'll get tired, and then they all perch wherever they can on land. So if it's a boat, imagine a couple of 100,000 quail perched on a boat. They've been known to sink ships.
Wow.
Yeah, because they'll travel their distance, but they can only go so long flying because they migrate also. They migrate also when you do the research on them. They migrate north to south also in that region. So that's all it was. The wind, Most High blew the wind, and he blew them towards us. Wisdom of Solomon, 14 and verse 11 is going to tell us. Read it.
Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14 and verse 11.
That man said he blew catfish. Go ahead.
Therefore,
Trout. Most High was just blowing swordfish to the people. That's crazy. Yeah.
That brother must be looking.
Most High was just throwing redfish. But look, Corey was like, oh yeah, snapper.
Yeah, I can't dispute him.
The Most High was just throwing snapper at brothers.
Hey.
Come on, man. Come on. Brothers gotta stop. Go ahead, read.
Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14 and verse 11.
Y'all online, y'all would have just had to been here. The brother pulled in, came in, and he was trying to teach that fowls were wicked to eat, and that the meat that we ate wasn't fowl, it was fish. And so he was trying to teach that in class one day. And being the brother that I am, I didn't get hostile. I didn't go crazy. I let him teach it. I cut him. There's one scripture. He was done. Go ahead, read. He ain't never read it in his life.
His own son was against him.
His son was here. His son was like, Dad, you should go home and study. We gotta go home and study. I just hit him with the one scripture, and he was like, oh, I'm gonna come back. I think he came back, and then got cut again. Go ahead, read.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 14 and verse 11.
Uh-huh.
Therefore, even upon the idols of the Gentiles.
No. What did I say? 14 and
14 and 11.
19. Salat. 19 and verse 11. 19 and verse 11. Salakia.
Go ahead.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 19 and verse 11.
Go ahead.
But afterwards they saw a new generation of fowls.
They saw what?
A new generation of fowls.
So this was a new generation of fowls. Go ahead.
When, being led with their appetite, they asked delicate meats.
Read.
For quails.
No, fish.
Quails.
Trout.
Quails.
Snapper.
Quails.
Read.
Came up unto them from the sea for their contentment.
It was quails, man. The Most High just said quail. It was new to us at that time, and so he was able to give us meat to eat. Love it. Yeah, you know, it wasn't nothing crazy. Oh, he had a manna machine out there. I seen one show. He had a manna machine. He was just sucking pollution out the air and creating food. Like, come on.
Some mystical.
Yeah, it wouldn't make sense. He had a manna machine.
How come we never seen
What
that?
is a manna machine? Bruh, it was like on National Geographic or something. It was crazy.
Like ancient alien.
It was something wild. Yeah, I think it was Ancient Aliens. It was something wild, like a manna machine. Like, he had a heart machine out there. He had a heart machine out there. It's crazy.
That's how he brought down
Nah, bro.
the walls of Jericho too with a machine.
With a machine?
Yeah.
Hey,
Come on.
nah. Solomon tells us what it is here. Let's jump back. Right? We can laugh at it because it's crazy. Right? It's great. Whoa. Hey. Right? Don't let her walk through that way. Right? Go back to verse 27 in Psalms.
Psalms chapter 78, verse 27.
Right?
He rained flesh also upon them as dust, and feathered fowls like as the sand of the sea.
I mean, it says it right here in Psalms also. Feathered fowls. Right? When you get your chance, just do your research on manna. Excuse me, manna, I mean, do your research on quail. Do a little research on their migration, on their flight. I mean, they're fat little, just chunky little midget birds.
Yeah, they're
Little fat. Didn't I? Dawg had some.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think his were as plump. Right? But they were fat. Them little fat things was fat. Y'all, you know?
He did. He ain't one.
No, he ain't one. I would have.
How them wings keep them up?
I mean, quail in certain, you go to restaurants, quail is a delicacy.
Yeah.
Quail egg,
Yeah.
it's expensive.
Yep.
Right? That's not the one that they cut out of the little bag when you go to like little French. You ever see where they cut the bird out? Oh, that's duck. Ugh, disgusting. Right? Nasty. But that quail is, man, hey, listen, delicacy, tender, small, so, you know, you got to be careful when you cook it. Oh, he said he got the big ones. He said mine are the big ones. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they just get fat. They just get fat, can't fly long. Jumbo quarter-nicks quail. Okay. That's why you have to get a lot of them.
Right.
Because they ain't that big. Things ain't that big.
So
not
what
compared to
they
like a,
like
no, not compared to like a
popcorn.
chicken. Quails are like little handhelds.
Like the Cornish hens.
So if you're a grown man with you probably knock off 3 of those.
You
man.
popping them.
Yeah, yeah. Like Skittles.
Yeah.
He was eating a quail like Skittles.
Chicken pops.
The legs are like, come on, look. Everything's like a buffalo size. Little wing.
Put lemon
So you might be able to knock down 1.5 and just be straight.
Yeah.
You know.
You gotta add size to it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know.
That was a coriander seed. Huh?
Yeah, some potatoes and
Little bit of
little
bread.
fixins. You know, the potatoes with the butter and a little garlic.
Right.
Little asparagus lightly sauteed.
Make sure you get your biscuit in there.
Getting ready.
You know.
Yeah, yeah. See?
Man.
Yeah, yeah.
Ready.
Listen to us. Just lusty.
I ain't gonna lie, my mom didn't want to
Just lusty. Y'all brothers is lusting for meat.
Man.
Right? Go ahead.
Let me get that. Slide up. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Psalm chapter 78, verse 28. And he let it fall in the midst of their camp,
Yep.
round about their habitations. So they did eat and were well filled, for he gave them their own desire.
You want it? I got it for you. Go ahead.
Verse 30. They were not estranged from their lust, but while their meat was yet in their mouths, the wrath of God came upon them and slew the fattest of them.
Yeah, when we go back,
when we go back into, what is that? Exodus, right? I believe it's in Exodus. When we go back into that account, that meat, it rotted in our teeth. While they were eating it. Why? Because they didn't believe that the Most High was going to continue to provide for them on a high level. Gather this amount you need, right? Gather double for the Sabbath. Don't try to store it up. Don't try to preserve it. Don't try to bury none up under your tent. What did we do?
I had to keep something for later.
Yo, I don't know about this Most High cat.
I like leftovers.
It wasn't about liking leftover. It was about, I don't know about this Most High. I don't know about this deity. I don't know about Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not looking good. But it's crazy. You cried about something, he gave it to you. And then he said, look, just gather up what you need. Do your thing. And I got you. Right? Ungrateful, lustful, unbelieving. So guess what? The ones that stored up extra, they died in that plague. It rotted in their teeth. You see that? As the scriptures tell us. Go ahead. So what is he doing in his Psalms? Well, he's recounting all the mistakes of Israel. But he's also showing how we bounce back. It's just having belief in the Most High, believe in his word. And for the future generation to look back on history, the things are written aforetime, written for our learning. Right? We can learn from these things. Go ahead.
And smote down the chosen men of Israel.
Go ahead.
For all this they sinned still, and believed not for his wondrous works. Therefore their days did he consume in vanity, and their years in trouble.
Go to Numbers 14 real quick. I'm not going to every single scripture because we wouldn't be here all day, but just do your due diligence and just read it. Numbers 14, read verse 28.
Numbers chapter 14, verse 28.
Right?
Say unto them, as truly as I live, saith the Lord, as ye have spoken in mine ears, so will I do to you.
Come on.
Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all that were numbered of you, according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me.
Which have what?
Murmured against me.
Which have what?
Murmured against me.
Go ahead.
Doubtless ye shall not come into the land, concerning which I swear to make you dwell therein, save Caleb the son of Jephunneh and Joshua the son of Nun.
Right. Caleb and Joshua, because why? They had a faithful report on the land. They didn't come back scary as hell. Right? They didn't come back putting doubt in the people. They came back, nah, we got this. We gonna do it. They ain't that big. Most High is on our side. Everybody else was scary. And they sowed doubt and discord in the people. Go ahead.
But your little ones, which she said should be a prey, them will I bring in, and they shall know the land which ye have despised.
Right.
But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness.
Go ahead.
And your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years.
Right. Therefore their days did he consume in vanity, and their years in trouble. And that 40 years was war, fighting, us being beat up. But Most High was just chastising us, the other nations, fighting against them on the run, city to city, like vagabonds in the wilderness. Go ahead.
Until your carcasses be wasted in the wilderness.
Read 34.
After the number of the days in which ye search the land, even 40 days, each day for a year.
See that? So we were each day for a year. That's at 40 years. Come on.
Shall ye bear your iniquities even 40 years, and ye shall know my breach of promise.
So we took a 40-year journey for somewhere that took about three to 4 days to walk. 3 to 4 days, we turned into 40 years.
That's crazy.
Hey,
That's Israel.
but that's Israel. doubt, right? Doubtful, selfish, ungrateful. That's what happens when you're ingrate. You prolong your blessing. That's what happens when you're doubtful. You prolong the blessing. You make 33 days turn into 40 years. Go back to Psalms.
Psalms chapter 78, verse 34. And when he slew them, then they sought him.
And that's what it always took. It's like somebody always got to die for somebody to say, why, Lord, why?
Right.
That's our people. It's like somebody has to be put to death, and then we think about ourselves like, oh, you know what? We messing up.
You gotta change that.
We gotta switch that up, man. The Most High. But He already told us in the commandment, choose ye this day life or death. I pray that you choose life. But I know them. They're gonna choose death. They're rebellious. For I know you. You're gonna go into the land and be wicked. Right? Remember, Moses sung that song. He sung that whole song on us and prophesied about how we was going to go off after his death. But that wasn't the point. That wasn't what the Most High wanted for us. But just the state of the people, the mindset of the people, you could see what they were going to do because of what we did in the wilderness. You was getting your back beat in by the Egyptians. Most High came, saved you. And then as soon as you get a little bit of reprieve, like the next day, you're murmuring. Like the next day. Egyptians been drowned, chariots got swallowed up, whole country, the economy dead, firstborn wiped out, no cattle. You see it, you escape it, and then, oh, you brought us here to die. If that was the case, I would have just killed you in Egypt, dummy.
That's right.
I would have just wiped you out with them.
No faith, no trust.
No faith, no trust, no belief, no hope. Go ahead.
And they returned and inquired early after God.
Right.
And they remembered that God was their rock.
Oh, wait, we gotta, that rock of salvation. Where you at? But didn't it say you lightly esteem the rock? In Deuteronomy 32, 15 down, it said we lightly esteem the rock of our salvation. Why? Because we wax fat and kick. Because we got what we wanted. Or we thought we wanted. We got comfortable. Go ahead.
And the high God, their Redeemer. Nevertheless, they did flatter him with their mouth.
Isaiah 29:13. Go ahead.
And they lied unto him with their tongues.
They did what?
And they lied unto him with their tongues.
All the commandments we will do. Yes, Lord. Next day, you just out here just breaking commandments. Everything you say we don't do. Next day, you out here sinning. The whole book of Judges, sin. The whole book of Joshua, sin. That's all we did. As soon as we got into the land, I mean, obviously before we got into the land, right? But our whole existence in the land of Canaan was sinful. As soon as we get there, Baal Peor, Baal's above. Remember we looked up Baal Peor last night?
Man.
Booty worship. Right? Baal Peor, Baal's above is what we was on. Yep. Lord of the opening, Lord of the flies. Right? Following the Zidonians, the Tyrians, following their gods, marrying their women, going against the commandment. That started in that, I mean, come on. I mean, you see the man get thrust through in the book of Numbers for getting with the Midianite. And got javelin to death. Her and him. And he was a prince over the tribe. He was one of the princes and got speared up. We didn't listen, man. That's the point. We didn't listen. Even when the Most High was looking out for us. And, you know, it's just like rebellious kids. It's just like a stubborn child. You think you know your way. You think you can see the plans afar off. But us as parents, we can see further than what you can see. But we set certain things in motion for your prosperity and you fight against it. And then you got to get checked along the way. We still want to give you the thing. We still want to give it to you. We still want to give you that prosperity, that blessing. It's just like, damn, why you got to fight? Why you got to fight to get blessed? Why you got to fight to inherit something good?
That's wild.
Why you got to go through all the chastisement just to try to use that as a talking point? But it was all about discipline. Why? Why was it all about discipline? Because that's what you called on yourself, was the discipline. We trying to give you the blessing, and you calling for the discipline. You calling for the butt whooping. Right? Same thing with Israel. Most High is calling for the blessing, and we're calling like, nah, we just, listen, just get the belt, Lord. Just get the belt. I'd rather the belt. Set it up, huh? You're pulling off your own switch off the tree. Right. I got it. Yeah, I got that switch. I got that thick one. 2 branches on the end. Shit like a whip.
You chose the best one?
Yeah. That's how we act. Like we choose the best punishment for ourselves based off of our doings. Right? Read Isaiah. Read verse 37. Number 1.
Verse 37. For their hearts was not right with him.
Right.
Neither were they steadfast in his covenants.
Isaiah 29:13.
Isaiah chapter 29, verse 13.
And this spans the aisles of time with our people. All the way in Isaiah, he was dealing with the same things. Right? A couple of 100 years removed from David, and we still on the same tip. You went through it with the Egyptians. Then you got minor punishments with the Moabites, with the Philistines, with Tyre, Zidon. Right? They trucking you up and down the coast like bottles of wine, like cargo. And you still didn't learn. And then you got to get the major captivity, Assyria. And then now we in the time of Isaiah, the impending Babylonian destruction, and what? We on the same thing. We didn't learn. Read it.
Isaiah chapter 29, verse 13. Wherefore the Lord said, for as much as this people draw near me with their mouth,
right,
and with their lips.
You talk a lot. Talk a good one. Where's them actions at? And then your actions ain't even adding up to anything. You're just moving. I always say you like the little man at the car dealership that fills up with air. You just doing this. You're an inflatable man that just fills up with air and just moving. That's how some brothers be. They just be moving. It's like, what you doing? I don't know. Just moving. Moving my arms and moving my legs. And talking a good one. And then when it's time to show forth the fruit of your doings, I ain't got nothing. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to do this no more. Huh?
But that's the thing you do know.
Yeah. I don't want to do this no more. Oh, you want to stop moving and be productive, or you just don't want to? You don't want to do nothing. No, I'm just good. I don't want to do nothing. Damn. Brothers got to think about how they move. Is your speech adding up to your actions, and are your actions productive? Go ahead.
Do honor me, but have removed their heart far from me.
Remember, the Most High, back in the Torah, told us to circumcise the foreskins of our heart. That's what it was always about. Was the inward man. Not doing things and say he that is a Jew is not a Jew outwardly, but one inwardly. It says that in the New Testament. Right? It wasn't about the outward and what you appeared as, because anyone could wear fringes, anyone can grow a beard. Every nation had a beard at this time. Guess what? Circumcision was not exclusive to Israelites. Other people did circumcisions. So you couldn't just pull it out and be like, see, I'm a better Jew than you. It's crazy. Wasn't about that. Right? You couldn't have a circumcision contest.
Oh, no.
Couldn't have a beard contest. Right? Because that's not what proved who you were. It was your heart towards the Most High. And why these things were necessary. Why the law was necessary for the people. Why the commandment was suitable. Right? That it was spiritual, but we're carnal. Go ahead.
And their fear toward me is taught by the precept of men.
Uh-oh. Traditions and precepts of men. Read it. Where you at?
Matthew chapter 15 and verse 8.
Go ahead.
This people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth.
Precepts. I love it. Read.
And honor me with their lips.
They do what?
Honor me with their lips.
Right. Matthew 15 and what?
Verse 8.
Right. Go ahead.
But their heart is far from me.
Yeah. So, what's he doing? He just quoting Psalms. Because the same things were happening in Christ's time. Same things happen now. Precept of men. Oh, let me see what that brother's talking about. Well, does what that brother talk about line up with what the Bible? Does it walk with the Bible? Lock and step? Or he just talking? Is he just doing things? Is he going about to establish his own righteousness? That's what Israel did. Wasn't about what the Most High said. And you see it today, man. You see it today. You see it with all the bug out niggas all over these apps. Talking about they Jesus can't even quote the Bible.
Don't know no scripture.
Don't know no Bible, don't know no scripture. So what does the Bible say concerning you, Jesus? Today, huh?
It's still being written, right?
Yeah. I'm the living testament. I'm walking it. Like, but you got tattoos and you smoke weed. So how are you the Christ? Who's gathering to you? Right? What law you spitting? You don't even know it. Shouldn't the law be in your inward parts? Didn't Christ exude the law? Wasn't he not the walking law? The walking word, the walking Torah, the walking prophecies? Yeah. What you doing? Well, you getting convicted of selling crack. Okay.
The Holy Spirit made you.
The Holy Spirit guided you. I heard one Christian say that. He said, the Holy Spirit helped him to sell crack. Come on, bruh. That is wild.
That's super crazy.
I have a coworker.
Yeah.
I gotta
hear this.
Talking about it.
I gotta hear this one. His coworkers be funny. Man.
Yeah, his friend's girlfriend goes to one of the schools here in Houston, and Israelite school, matter of fact. And I don't know what school it is, honestly, because he didn't want to tell me.
Don't name him. Don't name him.
And he said, "Yeah, man." He said, his friend tells me every time after school they go outside and drink and smoke. I said, "Smoke what?" They smoke weed. I said, "Every single time." He said, "Yeah." I said, "What?" I said, "What school is this?" "I don't know, bro. I don't know."
He knows. Don't name him. Please don't say
I was
the name.
like, "Are you serious?"
Wow.
He said, "Yeah." He said, "They in class. They be getting down in class."
Damn.
I said, "Wow."
Free game.
Yo, I'm gonna say this.
I can imagine.
I'm gonna say this. I think I know who it is. I'm gonna say no names.
He said they have their own building. He said they got their own parking lot. They got their own all this,
course.
everything.
Wow.
The ganja devil gave it to him.
Man, they said they walk outside and get lit and get smoked up, bro. I'm like, what?
The ganja devil is blessing. That's the problem. They thinking they being blessed because of what they doing.
That's wild.
You know that's not what it is. The devil gives gifts also.
I'm not know what school this is. though.
Nah, I don't want to know what school it is. I'm gonna act like that information ain't true. Cause I didn't see it myself.
Right.
I didn't ask for this.
That's how
information.
I wanna, no, I'm just saying, that's how I wanna treat it. I don't wanna believe that there's Israelites out there doing that, even though we know there are. I mean, you got a whole camp of brothers talking about Jesus Day and eating pork and turkey on Thanksgiving, calling it Christ, Yahweh Shai Day. Turkey soaked in Pepsi.
Yeah,
7 days.
He was saying that old girl, the guy's girlfriend, he ate pork. She said, "You can't touch me for 12 hours."
Damn.
I said, "What?"
Oh, man.
Oh, so that's how they do it? It's
Right.
like, we can eat swine and just be unclean
Yeah,
for a little
you
bit?
can't touch me for 12 hours.
What about you being like an abomination? What about that part?
That's dangerous.
I don't know.
That's
But
very
that's the point. That's the point, man. You got a lot of things going on. Got a lot of things going on out there that brothers gotta be careful, man. Gotta study, you gotta read, because men will tell you that Thanksgiving is Christ Day, and they'll put a plate of pork. They'll put a plate of pork in front of you, and if you don't know what's going on, bro, you'll fall victim.
That's true.
You'll think it's okay.
It says, "Them that are led of them." It says, "My people." It says, "Them that are led of them are destroyed." Right? The leaders of my people do cause them to err, and them that are led of them are destroyed also. You get that little tongue?
Jeremiah.
So you got to be careful. I said it last night in class, right? What did I say last night in class? I said if I start calling myself the comforter and all of a sudden I'm David reincarnated, I told y'all to get up and leave. And Gabar made a good point. He was like, "Why I gotta leave? Shouldn't you leave?" And I was like, "You know what? You got a good point. Escort me out the building." right? Y'all shouldn't have to leave because I'm going off.
Respectfully, sir.
He was like, no, he didn't say respect. He was like, nigga, why I gotta leave? That's how he said it. He didn't say like
That's how I had to
respectfully.
go, like, respectfully.
Yeah, he didn't say respectfully. And he got a point.
I like it here.
Yeah, y'all shouldn't suffer from my, but that's the point. Precepts of men, bro. Traditions of men. You forsake the Most High's law and follow what men is talking about. That's a slippery slope.
Deceiver and deceived.
Right? It tells you about in the book of Acts, those men, it said they studied daily the scriptures to make sure that those things that were being said were so.
Yeah.
Daily. They didn't take a man's word for it. They went into the Bible and read it. Right? And obviously, yes, brothers got to be taught the understanding of certain things, and things got to get broken down. But you still have to do your due diligence and read. Read and ask your questions, right? And we do our best to answer according to the scriptures. Right? As long as we ain't coming with, if I break out that Book of Mormon on some, this is what we gotta add this. This is the Apocrypha. That Book of Mormon is like part of the lost books. Add that in. When brothers start doing that, watch out.
Yeah.
Book of Mormon is nasty.
That's dangerous.
That Book of Mormon is nasty. I don't know if you ever read it.
I have not.
Oh God. It's one of the worst things to read because it's dirty work. Right? What else? What other books? You start going into like the Apocalypse of Mary.
Yeah, the Apocalypse of Abraham.
I seen a brother teach out the Apocalypse of Mary to substantiate that Mary never had intercourse to produce a child.
Wow.
It's like, how you gonna go to some outside crazy book to substantiate something that never happened in the actual Bible?
They call those books.
That's crazy.
That nigga get more. That nigga get more views than us. Teaching that.
I seen a major school teach out the Book of Enoch.
Hey,
That's before I even came here.
that's the thing, right?
Wow, man.
If I start introducing that Book of Enoch as doctrine, we start keeping the Sabbath on the Wednesday. On the Thursday, the Book of Enoch said it. Bruh, get me out of here. Get me out of here, right? Because now I'm not going off of what the word is saying. I'm going off of what my own thing is saying, right? I'm going off my own doctrines.
Yeah, they call those books pseudepigraphy.
Pseudepigraphers.
Yeah, because it is fake.
They're pseudo. They're outside.
Right.
You're pseudo. When somebody says you pseudo, you ain't Bible. You're not Bible based, right? And you can't find a manuscript tradition for any pseudepigrapha book. That's the reason why it's pseudo. You can't go back and find a Greek manuscript or a Hebrew manuscript from antiquity of those books. So that kind of could tell you something where you can go back and find manuscript tradition for the Bible that we have, the scriptures we have, including the Apocrypha, right? You can see it. Listen, there was no early church father quoting the Book of Adam and Eve or the Book of Enoch, but I can show you where they was quoting Wisdom of Solomon, Ecclesiasticus, Tobit, early church fathers, first century men, in their writings quoting Tobit. That's how we know the Apocrypha is canon, that it lines up. But so gotta be careful, man. What she say? I start out Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Black Panther. You can't just have the building to yourself going on. Yeah, they're gonna kick me out the building, sis. That's the point. They're gonna kick me out. I would hope that brothers would get my wheelchair off the podium.
Right.
And wheel me. You can just wheel me into the traffic right here. Just wheel me into the parking lot and just leave me there when I start going on that level. Just put me in a wheelchair, strap me in, and just gently roll me into Texas Parkway.
As we salute you out.
On the oncoming traffic, just guide the wheelchair.
Yeah, how about you?
Make sure like it's like a real big semi coming, or like a real big dually.
Quick.
Yeah, just roll me in there. I won't fight it.
Like y'all right.
Yeah, y'all right. Y'all got it. Just Calling yourself the comforter is just diabolical. Calling yourself David, like I'm David, I'm him. I'm him is crazy.
It's not my lineage.
Yeah, calling yourself the Christ is wild. And then really walking up to brothers and like, yeah, y'all can't teach because I'm Jesus.
Y'all should be hearing my words.
Y'all have no authority. Who gave y'all the authority? Who's your head? Like,
Who's your head?
who's your head?
Does the book speak?
The book don't speak.
All that.
Come on, bruh. And really having people follow you? You get more views than us, though. That's the crazy part. Yep.
Yeah.
You get more views than us. You got a loyal following, which is madness. Right? But we see that this has been a thing throughout Israel's history. There's always the Korahs, the Dathans, the Bar Jesuses. Remember Bar Jesus?
Yes. Trying to stop
the apostles from teaching.
Yeah.
There's always going to be those type of men. Right? There's always going to be heretics. Got to know what you're following. Got to know what you're aligned with. Right? Where we at? Drop that, jump back to that. Psalms.
Psalms chapter 78 and verse 38. But he, being full of compassion, forgave their iniquity and destroyed them not. Yea, many a time turned he his anger away.
Yeah, you know, the crazy part is, man, what he's talking about, you can just read the book of Numbers 14. Numbers 14 and verse 20, and the Lord said, I have pardoned according to thy word. Because remember, he was going to raise up, Moses, move over. I'm going to wipe these cats out. No, remember, if you do that, the Egyptians, they're going to hear of it. They're going to think, okay, you know what? According to your word, you made a point. But he was testing Moses, right? The Lord is, Numbers 14 and 18, the Lord is long suffering and great of mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty. So you're going to get checked. That's the mercy. You're just not going to get smashed all the way. Remember, he said he'd give us less than our iniquity deserved. That's in Job.
That's why I got it.
Yeah, he give us less, because if he gave you the full blast of what you deserve, I said it last night, the earth, there will be no people on it. There will be no people in the earth. Right? Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation. Right? So we know by chapter 14, we was just way off in numbers. Right? Miriam and them was speaking against Moses. They murmured against Moses. Chapter 11, 12, and 13, trying to stone him, trying to go back to Egypt, way off. Fiery serpents came out. Every man gird up his loins, and what? Yep. A couple of thousand men fell, men and women. So there was a lot going on in the book of Numbers. But the Most High had to remind us, look, I'll pardon you, but y'all gotta lock it down, man. You gotta fall back in line. Right? Shabbat. Shalom, Brother Enoch. Shalom, Brother Enoch. Brother Enoch. We miss you in the classroom, man. I know you're a little bit ways away, but you know how it go. In person, ain't nothing like being in person. Go ahead.
Many a time turned he his anger away and did not stir up all his wrath.
See, he didn't stir up all the wrath, but he gave us some wrath. Remember, we read in the last reading last week, it said he was going to make us drink of that cup. And he was going to wring it out. And we was going to drink it. Regardless, right? But still, it wasn't the full wrath. Who can stand against the Most High's wrath? Who? Nobody. Not when he goes all the way in. Nah. Go ahead.
That's it, sir.
That's it for you? Yes, you too, Brother Enoch. All right, next reader. Third reader out. 2 o'clock. Corey is so long-winded. Brother Corey just be talking.
Already. Wait till I get up there. Corey, Shabbat Shah, Yehuda, Ban Yasharella.
Corey, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yashala, men of Israel, and Mike, Barak,
Yahaba Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
Yahawah, Shem Yahushua, Barakatah. Y'all funny. Hey, we be having fun. We be having fun in the Sabbaths. Always. You know, we take it serious, but we have fun, man. That's how I said be joyous with the word, bro. Right. Take it serious, but we have, all too much. You see brothers be teaching, and it's like they almost look like they're burdened to be teaching.
Right. Like their whole countenance is
It's like
rough.
Yeah, man. It's like, come on, man. You got fun. You can laugh a little bit.
Okay to smile, brother.
Okay to smile.
A
Yeah.
wise man smiles. He doesn't smile often.
A wise man smiles scarcely.
Scarcely, like, all right, brother. You got it.
Yeah. Wisdom make, oppression make a wise man mad.
So I teach, man.
Bruh.
Teach, man.
There's enough things up here to be school-faced about in life. At least, hey, the Bible said, the Most High said it's a comfort. The scriptures are a comfort.
That's correct.
So it should bring some joy to you and some cheer that you can read how we went through things and how we've been delivered and how we're going to be delivered. That should bring a smile to your face. Because ain't nothing in this world gonna bring a smile to your face. And if you do get a smile from something in the world, it's only gonna last so long.
Right, it's like fleeting.
Yeah. Right? So I'm a smile, laugh, tell a joke, and have a good time.
Have a good time. Me too.
Where you at?
Next to you.
See?
That's how we do.
Psalm chapter 78 and verse 39. For he remembered that they were but flesh. And Salah. Psalm chapter 78, verse 39 from the top. For he remembered that they were but flesh, a wind that passeth away and cometh not again. How oft did they provoke him in the wilderness and grieve him in the desert?
Yeah, the Most High had to look at the thing in a logical sense and say, bro, they flesh and blood. These cats, they susceptible to the folly that they commit. Right? They susceptible. That's what the battle between flesh and the flesh, blood, or flesh and the spirit, excuse me. And right now they're losing, they're constantly back and forth. Obviously the point is to defeat the flesh like Christ did. But the Most High he had to look back and say, man, look, they are what they are. But I'm gonna still work with them. Just like we gotta look at each other and say, well, we are what we are, but we gotta work with each other. As long as a man is willing to be worked with, a woman is willing to be worked with, we gotta work with each other.
That is correct.
What you got?
As a precept, Psalms chapter 103, verse 15.
Yeah, read it. What you got?
I'm sorry. Psalm chapter 103, verse 15. As for man, his days are as grass.
Yep.
As a flower of the field, so he flourisheth.
Yep.
For the wind passeth over it, and it is gone.
Yep.
And the place thereof shall know it no more.
And that's the point. 1 minute you like the green grass, that freeze come in, you out of there. You out of there, man. The wind blows them flowers, the flowers decimate. You out of there. 1 minute you here, 1 minute you gone. That's the thing, right? So the Most High, not that he didn't hold us to any standard, but he's showing that understanding. He's showing that mercy to us. And they just flesh. They're here, in a blink of an eye, they're gone. They still got to have rules and regulations, but I'm not going to deal with them in the harshness that I can. Was that it?
I could read verse 17 real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
But the mercy of the Lord
There it is.
is
Go
from
ahead.
everlasting to everlasting
Go ahead.
upon them that fear him.
Upon what?
Upon them that fear him.
And that was the point. Who is going to get into the fear of the Most High? Who's going to respect him? Who's going to drop their pride? Go ahead.
And his righteousness unto children's children.
Go ahead and read verse 18.
Verse 18. To such as keep his covenants.
To such that do what?
To such as keep his covenants.
Yeah, that's who his mercy is towards. Come on.
And to those that remember his commandments to do them.
Right, to do them. You see that? And we know, yeah. Jump back to Psalms. Leave it at that.
Psalms chapter 78 and verse 41.
78, 41. Okay.
Yea, they turned back and tempted God, and limited the Holy One of Israel. They remembered not his hand, nor the day when he delivered them from the enemy.
Yeah, it's like we basically put ourselves in a position, obviously, to be against the Most High, and limiting him. What does it mean? Well, he stopped doing the good towards us.
Right.
That was limited, and then the chastisements come, which those were unlimited. We still feeling them today. Not that the blessings are not unlimited, because those are too, but we chose to not feel the blessings. Go ahead.
How he had wrought his signs in Egypt, and his wonders in the field of Zoan.
Right, that's the wilderness of Egypt. Go ahead.
And he turned their rivers into blood.
He did what?
Turned their rivers into blood.
Right, and so verse 43, how he had wrought his signs in Egypt and his wonders in the field of Zoan. I mean, you can read about that, the 10 plagues from Exodus, the 7th chapter, to Exodus, the 11th chapter. Right, dealing with the first plague all the way to the death of the firstborn. Right, Exodus 7, if you didn't know, Exodus 7, 7th chapter to Exodus, the 11th chapter. Obviously, we're not going to read it because that's a lot of reading. Well, you could always go back and read it for thyself. Go ahead.
Verse 44 from the top again. And he had turned their rivers into blood, and their floods that they could not drink. He sent divers sorts of flies among them, which devoured them, and frogs, which destroyed them. He gave also their increase unto caterpillars, and their labor unto locusts. He destroyed their vines with hail, and their sycamore trees with frost.
With what?
He destroyed their sycamore trees with frost.
Yeah, frost. Because remember, that hail was fire mingled with ice. Woo! Imagine that. Fire mingled with ice. Right? To where that fire consumes you and that damn ice ball knocks you out. It's crazy. We see the power of ice. We see the power. Remember, half America is burning right now. The other half was frozen. And we see the power of it. We see the power of it. Imagine you mingle those two spirits together, those two forces. Bro, total destruction. Where the fire is so powerful, it can't melt the ice. But the ice is so powerful, it freezes everything around it. Yo, what are we dealing with? He mixed like Scorpion with Sub-Zero. No, Liu Kang. He's just the fire. He mixed like Liu Kang with Sub-Zero, right? Can you imagine that? That's for you Mortal Kombat people. Y'all ain't even messing with me today, bro.
You had it right the first time.
It was Scorpion.
Scorpion, I think he does fire too.
Yeah, that's. They did two main guys.
Yeah, Liu Kang and Scorpion, fire guys.
Liu Kang and Sub-Zero. See, y'all messing up the joke.
Oh, wow.
Joke's done.
You understand?
I wouldn't even rock with him.
When you gotta explain it.
I wouldn't even rock with him. Those are not his characters. So you wouldn't even rock with him. But just mingling those two elements, man, he decimated animals, crops, right? I mean, look, the frost that hit just the other day here in Houston.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you go to my backyard and look at that garden.
Bad.
Oh, it's bad. The things that I thought that was gonna survive, my carrots, oh gosh. Them carrot tops is gone. Them things is like carrot tops usually stand up and they look nice and everything is just wilted down because the frost went through it and just sucked the life out of it. The lemon trees, my apple tree look like, it look, my apple tree looks like somebody painted it brown. Because the frost came through and just sucked the life out of it. Right? So that's what that frost does. Go ahead.
Verse 48.
Uh-huh.
He gave up their cattle also to the hail, and their flocks to hot thunderbolts.
And to me, it's funny. Because I can only imagine a cow sitting out there getting hit in the head with a piece of hell.
Business on fire.
And then you hit with a damn lightning bolt. You just smell beef.
But you can't go get it because
Who's smoking?
it's coming around.
Who's smoking brisket?
Oh,
You can't go out there and
You
get
can't go
that.
out there and get
Nah, bro. Because can you imagine you look up and you just see that hail, and you know it wasn't like little small hails that we get. That was just like, you know, it might break a car window. You know, it might do some damage to your vehicle. Because if hail can drop and do damage and bend metal and break glass, imagine what it's doing to flesh.
That's true.
And it got fire in it. Right? And the Most High is making a point to make sure that it's as destructive as possible. That was the point of the plagues. I'm going to show up your gods. So if you believe in this God, I'm going to show you that God ain't nothing. And I'm going to give you maximum power. Man, oh man. Right? The severity of the Most High. Go ahead.
He cast upon them the fierceness of his anger,
Right?
wrath,
Uh-huh.
and indignation,
Right.
and trouble by sending evil angels among them.
Go ahead.
He made a way to his anger.
Come on.
He spared not their soul from death,
Yeah, go ahead.
but gave their life over to the pestilence.
Right. What is it? Ecclesiasticus
39:28.
39:28, right? Read that real quick. Quick precept. Quick little cutter that we always go to.
Ecclesiastes chapter 39, verse 28.
Right.
There be spirits that are created for vengeance.
When you see hail dropping, that's not because, oh, the weather and it. Nah, the Most High is avenging. He's mad at something or someone. Because hail is destructive. Lightning and thunder. Lightning is destructive. It kindles a fire. Go ahead.
Which, in their fury, lay on sore strokes.
Go ahead.
In the time of destruction, they pour out their force and appease the wrath of him that made them. Fire and hail
Right?
and famine
Read.
and death.
So that's what happened when he took that fire and hail down, mixed in one and killed all their animals and crops. What do you think they went through? No food to eat. There was no crops to grow. They either died and got burnt up or they got frosted to death. And the same for the animals, the livestock. Go ahead.
All these were created for vengeance.
Uh-huh.
Teeth of wild beasts
Right?
and scorpions, serpents, and the sword, punishing the wicked to destruction.
Mm-hmm.
They shall rejoice in his commandment.
They do what?
They shall rejoice in his commandment.
They want to do it. These angels, these spirits, they want to do it. I don't know about that. What about the babies? What about the women and children? Nah, we got this. Rakata Yahweh. I'm ready. Go ahead.
And they shall be ready upon earth.
Where are they?
Ready upon earth.
It's a scary place, man. So they're ready on earth. That's what always gets me. Is that at the drop of a dime, and
right
we
next
see
to
it.
Yep.
Yo, they just had a fire break out 2 days ago in California again. They were like, yeah, in a matter of minutes, it burned like 600 acres or something crazy. Wow. I was like, what? And they're like, yeah, we got it contained, 19%. I'm like, yo, 19% is nothing. What are y'all talking about? That's not a containment.
That is true.
And then you got the dummies like, I'm just gonna turn on my water hose and wet my roof. Bruh. Unless you got like flame retarded water, and a flame retardant house, pack up and roll out. Call it a wrap. Make sure you got the insurance and just pack up what you can and take your losses, man. Because a little water hose ain't stopping your house from burning down.
No.
Right? Not if the Most High has it ordained for it to burn.
That is correct.
That's what people don't realize. If the Most High got your destruction at hand, it's there. There's nothing you can do. If your house gonna burn, it's gonna burn. The water hose ain't gonna save it. Firefighter, look how you had the firefighters run out of damn water in California. Y'all do that, right?
I didn't know that.
They was running out of water.
Yeah, the reservoir.
They was having to fill women's purses from the tanker and run it to the house. Yo, it was the wildest thing I ever seen.
That's crazy.
Yeah, because they were running it. The water pressure was low. Their tankers weren't filled up. And the city, they said the city didn't release the water pressure. Why would the city not do that? Because they wanted it to burn. They wanted that place to burn. Y'all don't get it, man. These niggas is evil, but the Most High allowed, the Most High lets them do what they do. But a lot of these things is the Most High. I'm not gonna say every single fire is a lightning bolt that comes out. Nah, you got damn arsonists that go out. They arrested one man for arson. You got a retard cat, burn a cigarette, flick the bud. Shit, 2 weeks later, the whole area is gone. Right? Now what are they worried about in California? Who knows? After you burn away all the vegetation, and if something happens, it causes more problems. What is it? You about to raise your hand. You was like, me, pick me. What is it? What they waiting for in California?
Rain.
So if it rains in California above a certain inch level, they're gonna be looking at mudslides and damn like not tsunami, but mudslide type of events. Because the vegetation is what holds the earth in place.
Yep.
Right? When you burn away the grass and the trees, there's nothing to hold all that dirt on the side of a mountain. So when it rains, that dirt is sliding down. So now they got to worry about that.
And that was like an epidemic of that a couple years ago, where like, you know how they have the houses on the side on the cliffs out there?
Niggas, they look like Tony Stark's house in Iron Man.
Yeah, that
Nigga, houses fell off the cliff.
just fell off.
Hey, sis, L'Oreal, did that happen in New Mexico? Didn't that happen in New Mexico recently? There was like flooding and it caused landslides, maybe within the last 4 to 6 months. L'Oreal? Okay. Yeah, because when a place is super dry too, the water is not soaking into the ground, it just runs off. And that causes landslides and the land to shift. So, but that's the Most High.
Yep.
He's doing these things. You got a damn landslide spirit. Mudslide. Imagine you die of a mudslide.
Hey.
Damn. So you protected the house from the fire, but then the mud slides down the hill and knocks the house literally off its foundation into the fire. But that's the thing, that'd be the irony. But it's not ironic, it's judgment. It's the Most High saying, look, you thought you escaped the fire, but I wanted your house to go in the mudslide. Right? You thought you escaped this, but I wanted you to really get this. You thought you was safe. You thought the water had you, but it never had you. You thought your hose was gonna, come on, man. You think a water hose is gonna protect you from the Most High? Bruh, what you got?
I got Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5.
Hold on, did you finish?
La.
Go ahead, finish and then let him go.
When need is, and when their time is come.
When what?
And when their time is come.
And when need is, when the Most High needs to appease his wrath, when he needs to avenge his people, I got you. Fire, hail, earth, wind. Come on, bro. I don't know if y'all realize how many windstorms happen in this country that are destructive year round, where the Most High sends a whirlwind. Remember, he said his destruction is in the wind. And he'll send that wind through a city and blow down all the power lines. Thousands of people without power.
Yep.
They don't report it because it's not big enough to report something going on in Iowa here in Texas. We don't care.
Yep.
But you got to watch the dude Weatherman Plus. Y'all watch him? The dude from Louisiana or Texas. At the end, he'd be like, "Hey, man!" Right? He always give you a scripture. He always come with them dope psalms too. He always be blazing cats with them psalms. But he'll show like wind damage throughout the United States on a daily, right? And it's all this wind damage that the Most High is sending down. Not even tornadoes, just crazy 100 miles an hour wind out of nowhere.
Yeah, they just pop out.
They just pop out of nowhere and blow down people's houses, blow down buildings, blow down power lines. You're like, damn, I know that was happening every day. Yeah, every day.
One of our drivers was just driving. He said the wind just came, just flipped the truck over, and he was just driving on their highways.
Oh yeah, come on, man. I remember sliding through Louisiana one time. It was me and Rob. Man, it was dark. All we could see is the moon, right? It's dark. It's flooding. It's rain. And the wind had the car like this. And we looking at each other like, yo, we was driving to, what was me and Rob going? We was going somewhere, Virginia or somewhere. Bro, that car was doing this.
Damn.
And we looking at each other, bro. We just have to pray. So all you get, we couldn't see nothing. We couldn't see more, like, you doing 5 miles an hour with the blinker on.
Yeah.
And you in Louisiana going over them long bridges with the water, the water bridges. Bro, I got caught in Louisiana a few times like that. And then we're hearing the tornado warnings. And we're like, yo, okay, we can't see nothing. That's the worst time to get hit with a tornado.
Yep.
Because it was water, it was wind, it was rain and tornadoes. And we were like, look, either we sit here. Basically, it don't matter what we do. If it's our time, it's our time.
Right.
So we might as well just push through this.
Right.
I push through it. I just, hey, little 20 miles an hour.
Don't stop.
Don't stop.
Yep.
Because then you stop and you like, you don't want to stop in a pile of water either. So I just threw them hazards on. Grip tight. Strapped up that. Make sure the seatbelt was tight. And just,
hey,
cruise control right through it, man.
Events like that make you know the Most High is with you.
He was with us. He had to have been.
The Most High is with you.
We couldn't see what was with us. You know what I'm saying? We didn't know what was going on, bro. All we know, it was just crazy. And everyone else stopped, and we were like, nah, man, we just gonna keep going. We just gonna keep pushing through. Brothers got stories, man. I remember when that flood happened in Louisiana. And they had to go rescue Kazaki and them. They had to go. It was Kazak. It was Aria. No, it was Kazak and Lakarab. They were out there, bro. And when Aria and them pulled up in the van, the water was like this high on Aria, and they had to pull them out. The whole apartment they had, the whole bottom floor, the first floor was flooded. Kazak's vehicle, the water was over the roof. Crazy. Brothers pulled up in the nick of time, like a Fast and the Furious movie, threw them in the van, gone. Made it out.
Wow.
Yeah, bro, we got stories, man. We got stories. But if it's your time, it's your time. Right? But that vengeance, a lot of people died in that flood in Louisiana. That's when we were trying to set up a school in Louisiana that year. We had got the apartment. We were getting ready to go get the mall set up in Louisiana, in New Orleans. And man, the Most High sent the water through and flooded that place. Wow. Right? That was what? That was a couple of years ago. That was I remember 2018. Yeah. Crazy, man. So we've been through our fair share, even here. Hurricane Harvey. Brothers went through that without a scratch. Right? It got, got a little nerve-wracking. I think Wum's crib, the bayou got filled up to the top. You see some furniture moving through that thing, right? It was filled. There'd be times, like at the old school we had at Bracewood, there's a bayou behind the school. Yo, there were some times.
I believe it.
That Brace bayou fill up, when that fills up, it's like, wait a minute, this is crazy. Because that thing is so deep. When you get next to it and you look down, it's deep. So for that to fill up, it's a lot of water, right? So we've had our times, man, where the Most High sends these things through. Even the ice storm we had a couple years ago. What happened? Unscathed. I don't even think brothers' pipes broke. Nope. Did they? I don't even think a brother's house got damaged at all. You might have just lost power for a little bit, but nobody's pipes broke. Nobody's vehicles got destroyed. You know what I mean? Where other people died in their homes, alone, froze to death, died in their vehicles, froze to death. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, we can look back on our history as just a school and say, man, Most High brought us through our Egypts, our mini Egypts, right?
That's true.
And say, man, okay, Barakatah Yahweh, you brought us through our little mini floods.
See it.
You brought us through our exoduses, many of times, and look where we at. We're still growing, we're still moving, and you gotta really sit back and those are the things that are valuable. Everything else is just whatever. It's just whatever, you know, because you could have lost everything in a Hurricane Harvey. You could have lost everything in a freeze. One flood in the house, it's a wrap. And you don't even need those things to happen. Your kid could turn the stove on trying to cook something and burn the house down.
Con. Yep.
So, gotta be thankful. Where we at? Yeah, that happened in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Yeah, 2000. Right, LaShawn. LaShawn was there. She know about it. Yep, 2017. Dang. That was 2017. Yep, I remember. I was living right over there by, one was on Plum Point. I was down the street. Yep. But we still have the fires going on. Right, because the sisters in California, rain is going to quench the fires, but we're going to end up with a flood. Right, because it's so dry.
Wow.
That water is just going to run off. Hey, sis, what part of California are you in?
That's crazy.
What part of California are you in? That's what they worried about, landslides and flooding, right? Where were you gonna go?
So just on the point that you was talking about, how you get away from
One thing,
fire
yep.
to something else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 5, and I'll get
Fresno, okay.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 5, verse 20. His severe wrath shall he sharpen for a sword. This he's talking about the Most High. And the world shall fight with him against the unwise. Then shall the right aiming thunderbolts go abroad, and from the clouds, as from a well-drawn bow, shall they fly to the mark, and hailstones full of wrath shall be cast out of a stone boat, and the water of the sea shall rage against them, and the flood shall cruelly drown them. Yea, a mighty wind shall stand up against them, and like a storm shall blow them away. Thus iniquity shall lay waste the whole earth, and ill dealing shall overthrow the throne of the mighty.
Yep, and that's the point. Nothing you can do to hide. You're gonna hide in the rocks, rocks fall on top of you. Hide in the water, the sea gonna swallow you. You can build your bunkers, you can build your deep sea bunkers, you can try to go to space. Either way, the Most High got you covered. That's the point. You got another one?
I got another one.
This boy on fire. Go ahead, read.
Jeremiah chapter 23, verse 20. The anger of the Lord shall not return until he hath executed, until he hath performed the thoughts of his hearts. So these fires, they're going to do the whole job that the Most High sent. This flooding is going to do the whole job. These freezes are going to do the whole job. Why? Because
Go ahead.
Why? Because he's not going to meet the wickedness as a man. He's going to meet you with something you can't handle. You can't fight against. You're going to lose resources. You're going to lose manpower. You're going to lose everything trying to fight against the Most High. That's how he's going to hit you. That's how he's going to destroy you. And that's evident with how everything has been happening. Like how it said, fire on one side, ice, snow, freeze on another. The Most High.
Yeah, that's the thing. While the world is panicking, while they're panicking in Louisiana over getting snow for the first time in a few years, those that know is just sitting back like, oh well, cool.
Right there.
Little break. Got a little you got a little extra winter break. Who would have known? Little 8-day vacation, right? Because it happened on a Monday. Everything started happening. So you have Friday, you have Saturday, Sunday, you have Monday off, Tuesday, you have a little extra 5 days. Sit back, chill with the family. You know what I'm saying? Do what you had to do, get prepared, and then look. So he gives you a little break from the hustle and bustle through the chaos of the world the righteous, we see the purity in it and we get the break from the hustle and the bustle. Because we could see what the Most High is doing. And we're not getting caught up in it because we're not numbered amongst those people that are being chastised. It just is what it is. It's how you look at it. It's what you're doing.
Gone.
Can we get caught up? Of course. But for now, we're not. What you got? What was that last one that you were at? Jeremiah 20. I'm going to put that with Ecclesiastes 38. Jeremiah 23 and 20. Go ahead.
And then just on the point that you just made, 2nd Ezra chapter 9 and verse 6. Even so, the times also of the highest have plain beginnings and wonders and powerful works.
28 and 20.
23 and verse 20. And endings and effects and signs. And every one that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works and by faith whereby ye have believed shall be preserved from the said perils.
Right. And that's what it is. Our faith, our works. What are we building? Right? Where's your faith? Where's your works? Where is it at? Where's your treasures? And if you build in the right way in the spirit, the Most High, he'll preserve you from those perils. And guess what? There's going to be many more perils.
Must need to be.
Your man took us off the who, took America, I said us, he took America off the who list. So guess what you're never going to be updated on for the next 4 years? Any epidemic that's going on, they're not going to tell you what's happening in America. He took America out of who? The World Health Organization? He took them out. So things could be exploding in another country. They won't know what's going on here. We won't really know what's going on there. Think about that. Your man Trump, bro, he's the devil. Devil is not welcome here. Right? He thinks that he's doing good for his country, which he is. But he don't know that he's bringing on the wrath of the Most High to his country. So I love Trump. Oh, yeah. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Right? Somebody gonna clip that, turn that into a short.
I told you.
These brothers love Trump, Oxy. They love the white man.
They support.
Damn right I love Trump. You know why? Because he tells you what it is. That nigga is not playing games. He out there doing what he said he was gonna do.
He says his thoughts.
And that's what you want. A white man that says his thoughts and then does it, at least you can't be surprised. Not shocked. The ones you gotta look out for is the ones that hide their thoughts and then do what they do. Like them Democrats was about to do y'all. Them Democrats was about to have y'all in a trick box. Oh yeah, he's about to be in the corner just suffering. At least with Trump, we know what it is. Right? We know what it is. He fake likes black people. He got Elon Musk over there doing Hail Hitler signs. Right? He's doing freedom of speech so you can say any negative thing towards anybody. Right? He don't care about no disinformation because that's what he's about, is misinformation. You just gotta see it. He shows you what he is. So be thankful that he's your president because he's showing you what he's about, as opposed to a Biden. That nigga was crafty. Or a Kamala. Bro, she would have tricked y'all to death. Didn't Obama trick black people to death?
She went worse than with you.
Obama had bro, he was pulling rabbits out the hat. Obama was doing sleight of hands, bro. And then everybody loved him, but now that everybody's sitting back, like, man, what did he really do for us? What did he do for black folks? The same ones that voted for him, but he didn't do nothing for black folks. He lied to you. Yes, we can change the world.
He did it.
He talking about the world.
Right.
Trump talking about America. Make America great again. And this is how we gonna do it. I'm gonna chill with Bill Gates. I'm gonna kick it with Elon Musk. I'm gonna kick it with these cats that don't care about nobody but their pockets. We're gonna hit y'all with vaccinations. We're gonna do smart cities and all these different things. And we ain't gonna go to war. We ending all wars. We don't care about no wars in Europe. You gotta love Trump, man.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer somebody who's outspoken compared to like that Obadiah 1:7, where they were sneaky with it.
Yeah.
And then their words were smoother than butter, but then it was like swords drawn.
That nigga's words is ragged and garbage, and he got swords drawn.
Yeah. But at least you know.
And you know,
You know
like you
it.
can't be surprised
Yeah.
of a Trump when he does things. You're like, oh yeah, but he said that he was going to do that. He said he was going to start arresting Mexicans.
Yep.
He said that. So why are you shocked? Why are you mad now? He said he was going to get all you border jumpers, right, off the streets.
Out his country.
Out his damn America. He building a wall overnight. Nigga putting back buoys in the ocean. Because he's not for our people. But he said that he's not for our people because he's about making America great again. He don't care about Mexico. He don't care about El Salvador. Come on, when them cats heard that Trump was about to be elected, they turned around. Them niggas, the whole caravan did a U-turn.
Hold up now.
Like Trump. Wait.
That was Kamala.
Wait. When they heard Kamala wasn't getting it,
That was Kamala.
bro, that caravan did a U-turn.
I read like a headline that Trump was gonna give bonuses, to bounty hunters.
Oh,
So he's giving like $1,000 bonuses for every immigrant
damn.
they catch.
They got a whole hotline, like
Oh, wow.
telling an immigrant. Hotline. That's crazy.
I didn't even know
But
that.
that's what they are.
That's what's going on.
And they'll say, well, they got warrants and they got crimes. Nah, he getting anybody that ain't got no paperwork.
Same thing as Pinkerton Security. That's how they came about doing the black man.
The what?
Pinkerton Security.
Okay.
Oh, Pinkerton, yeah.
They whenever the black man ran away from the slaves,
Okay.
that's how they became Pinkerton Security today.
Oh, wow.
That's the name of it.
Damn, they're Irish. Damn. See that?
So
Origins and hate. And securing their borders. Right? What's that?
L'Oreal had put in the chat.
Uh-huh.
He also is stopping funding for Native Americans' college funds that we get through our tribes. Tribal college funding.
Because he don't want you niggas to be educated. Because you niggas too.
Yep.
You niggas too.
Are not different.
Yeah, you just on the reservation niggas.
Right.
But he don't like y'all. Right? And he know damn well ain't no natives voted for him. Right? So he's not, remember, Trump is for his people.
Yes.
Right? But remember, the scriptures say the heart of the king is in the Most High's hands.
That's true.
Right? The heart of the king is in the Lord's hands. So it doesn't matter what Trump does. Oh, I'm doing it for America and make them great. Most High has ultimate control, and it's going to be for our benefit.
Yes.
At a point. We'll see it. We may not see it in our lifetime. But we know that everything that Trump does is to bring on the destruction of this place. That's the catch-22 that they don't understand. Because they exercise the Most High out of all their thoughts. God ain't got nothing to do with this. Most High ain't got nothing to do with this. And then what? Most High is like, I got everything to do with this. Every move you make is a chess move that I've already calculated thousands of years in advance. Y'all stupid. Y'all slow. Go ahead and vote that nigga in if you want to. So it didn't matter, truthfully, who was voted in. It was all gonna play to the Most High's will. Me personally, I just rather a cat tell me that he gonna punch me in the face before he does it.
Right.
Tell me you gonna try to just knock my teeth out before you do it. Don't
Yeah, my
yeah,
brother.
bah! Come on, don't do that. That's wild. Yeah, don't sucker punch me, man. At least tell me, I like to get hit and see it coming.
Right.
Yeah, I might be able to brace myself.
But
What you got?
Obadiah chapter 1 verse 3. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee, thou that dwellest in the cliffs of the rock, whose habitation is high, that saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground?
And that's where they at. We don't make this place great and it's never gonna fall. And we're gonna disrupt every country and put in play policies and do all these different things to make sure our agenda is pushed. That's where they at. That's where this kingdom is at, bro. And it's fine. Rome went through the same thing. Egypt went through the same thing. Persians, Medes, Assyria, they went through the same things. It didn't fall in one day.
Yeah.
This place will.
Yeah.
But it's still falling. It's the society. It's breaking down. The moral fabric. It's been broken.
I was meditating on that the other day. I was meditating on that the other day about every civilization that has failed. It was not quick, but there are certain things that happen in each civilization where the food was scarce, the money was low, people were killing each other. It was rampant.
Civil war.
But yes, we got through it, but we're also gonna have to experience the decaying of a civilization, the decaying of a kingdom, and how real that actually is. And seeing that, it's.
I mean, this is the thing. If you grew up, if you're anywhere in your 40s and 50s, you see this place decaying on a high level. Because when you were young, you saw certain things, and the price of popcorn was 5 cents. The price of a movie was $2.
Gas
Remember how
88 cents.
price of gas was 88 cents.
Yep.
Right? I used to fill up my whole Civic for $5. Remember that?
$3.
The whole Civic was, give me 5 on thinking your whole tank was full. Now, $5, bro. You burn $5 just getting to the gas station. Like, damn, that's not even 2 gallons.
Yep.
That's that decay.
That's the financial that we know. We see the crime, and they'll lie to you. Oh, the crime rate is down in this city. But is it? Yo, there's so many crimes that's going untouched, unannounced. Because now you got a different level of crime. They got cyber crimes. Yep. They got a thing now. They got one. It's happening in the States where they'll send you a text message and make it look like it's coming from like the Easy Pass. So if you get a message from Easy Pass saying you owe $6.99, don't click on it. Because when you click it, it literally wipes your information on your phone. Boom. They're waiting. You know what they want? They want you to log into your bank and get those messages with the numbers.
The account numbers.
Not the account number. You know how the bank does the text message verification?
Okay.
Shoots that number, the 6-digit.
Yeah.
It's the 2-step authentication. They want that. So they can hop in and now boom, they can authenticate and then they can be into your account too.
Get in. Yeah.
It's called spinching or spinching. Not phishing, it's something else. It's not phishing. It has an S to it because it's like a cyber level or it's I forget what they said. It's not phishing though. Phishing is more like the emails. This is because it's over a text. But you see a lot of those. Oh, you owe money from UPS to get your packet. Don't click on those.
Yep.
As soon as you click on those, bro, it takes you to a website. That website is just grabbing your whole bank account, grabbing your whole ID, grabbing everything on your phone. It's reading the phone, sending it back. So, bro, the crimes is crazy. You know, when you look on your bank account, you got like charges you ain't never did in a whole nother state. But you swiped your card at that weird convenience store the day before. They got credit card readers that's just reading your credit cards.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got people that's walking next to you with scanners.
Yes.
And scanning your whole credit card.
It's like using walks.
Yeah.
Like, be wary. You know how you'll have your information on your phone, like little card information, and you'll double tap it for it to come up. If you're ever going and you just see that randomly, be wary, because that's a sign that they did it.
What do you mean if it comes up?
So, for example,
Like on mine, I gotta swipe up for the card information to come up.
so it'd be like that,
Right?
and then if you didn't do no purchase,
Oh,
you
it
just-
pulls up the NFC because they're using the NFC to read the
Right.
phone.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So there's all these different crimes like that's destroying people other than just people being murdered and killed.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's cyber and money and they're taking people's livelihoods through their finances. Right? So, yeah, bro, it's decaying very greatly. Answer to Issachar down here. She said, what? Esau. Answer to Esau. I mean, everybody answered to Esau everywhere. Not me, though. Khan really is decaying from back in the day. Issachar treat Judah so bad out here. Oh, Issachar treats Judah bad. They run Fresno and they voted for Trump. Yeah. And you have those little pockets, right, where Issachar in certain places think that they Esau anyway.
Yes.
They think that they're a white man. They be acting white as hell. Tight ass Abercrombie shirts and tight ass jeans, and they talk. They think that Jesus is white, and that the white man is their daddy. You get a lot of that. You get that here. You know, the envy of Ephraim and Judah, bro. That's what we waiting for. We waiting for those things. Christ's gonna have to come and end that. But what we're doing in our work is to end some of that envy.
Yeah.
Right?
You saw that super heavy down there in the valley.
Yep. Anywhere where it's Issachar heavy, bro, they're gonna be very skeptical of Judah.
Yep. They wouldn't. So my experience with dealing with Issachar, sometimes they wouldn't even let me in their house because of the image that's portrayed to black people. They wouldn't let you in the house. You had to prove yourself. even when you were, it's like somebody's always watching. There's always the older grandfather.
They won't leave
you know. Yeah, it was like that.
They put the El Jefe on you.
Yeah, it's like, you know, he got to pull you to the side. What you about?
Damn.
You know.
Primo.
Yeah.
Where we at? Let's go back to Psalms.
Psalms chapter 78 and 51.
Go ahead.
And he smote all the firstborn in Egypt, the chief of their strength in the tabernacles of Ham.
Right. So if you didn't realize where Mizraim comes from, they are descendants of Ham. But no, the Egyptians ain't from Ham. No, it's right here. Telling you right here, you go to Genesis 10, Genesis 12, Table of Nations, it gives you that information. Go ahead.
But made his own people to go forth like sheep, and guided them in the wilderness like a flock.
Mm-hmm.
And he led them on safely, so they feared not. But they feared not, but the sea overwhelmed their enemies.
Right, so when we walked through that Red Sea on dry land, once that sea was closed up, it tells you that Pharaoh and his army was swallowed up by that sea. Go ahead.
And he brought them to the border of his sanctuary,
Mm-hmm.
even to this mountain,
Mm-hmm.
which his right hand had purchased.
Go ahead.
He cast out the heathen.
Right, so this is speaking of the land of Canaan in general. Go ahead. Mount Sinai, come on.
Also before them, and he divided them an inheritance by land,
by line,
and made the tribes of Israel to dwell in their tents.
Right.
Yet they tempted and provoked the Most High.
Because as soon as we got into Canaan, what did we do? We got lazy. We left off the commandment. We thought, oh, you know what? We in here. We got it. We good. We fought for some land up until a certain point, and then we stopped, and we never took the full land. Like, for example, the tribe of Dan, right? They were allocated a land. They got beat up by the Philistines and beat up by the Canaanites, right? Tyre, Zidon. Those were supposed to be all our lands. We were supposed to get them out of there. And guess what? We just allowed them to pay us tribute. We didn't do what the commandment said was to wipe them out.
Yeah.
And so, we'll just take tribute. And while we sitting back living fat on the tribute money and farmlands, they're stocking up armies, ready to go fight. They training in our face. And then when they say, nah, we about to reverse the roles, we couldn't fight them. We forgot how to fight wars. We forgot how to be men. Right? Like it did say, we became effeminate because of the way we was moving. Go ahead.
Yet they tempted and provoked the Most High God and kept not his testimonies.
Mm-hmm. Right. Any questions on that? This is called here. Who's next? So he's 4? Yeah. Who started? Up here. Shadab. Who all read so far?
I'm coming up last.
Oh, right. Okay. Yep. All right.
Bryce, chapter Shah, Yahweh, Banya Shah.
Bryce, chapter Shah, Yahweh, Banya Shah. Men of Israel, Mikey. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shah Brakathon.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shah Brakathon. Yes, sir. Good doing business with you.
Likewise, sir.
So this chapter reminds me of Acts the 7th chapter when Stephen was recounting the history of Israel and they got upset. Niggas was mad. They stoned him. He was going in though, but they stoned that man. Man, you gonna stone me for telling the truth?
Am I therefore becoming your enemy?
Yep. Yep. So where you at?
Psalm chapter 78 and verse 57.
Play no games, man.
But turned back and dealt unfaithfully like their fathers. They were turned aside like a deceitful bow.
Bow.
For they provoked him to anger with their high places, and moved him to jealousy with their graven images.
Right. We start serving Baal. We start sacrificing in the groves that the Canaanites made. We start worshiping their gods, marrying their women. All you gotta do, go back to the book of Joshua. Go back to the book of Judges. Right? To the point where we was making any Levite a priest. Remember Dan? Niggas stole the priest from Ephraim. Took the ephod they made and rolled up into Tel Dan, which was north, left their land, went into Tel Dan, and it said they lived after the customs of the Zidonians. They just became Hamites. They literally just became Hamites. It said they didn't deal with nobody, but they lived after the customs of the Zidonians. We know what they were on.
Yeah.
Look at Jezebel.
Yes.
What was she on? She hated the Most High.
She hated. Yes.
She killed
Passion.
priests of the Most High. Right? So we know what they were about. And remember the class I did on Wisdom of Solomon 12 about the Canaanites, how they was doing all that blood worship, drinking blood, sacrificing babies, and how they still got the artifacts, and they still have the altars that they made in those fields.
Yeah.
That's what they were on, man. Drinking baby blood. That's what Hollywood is on. So they say adrenochrome, drinking baby blood, drinking blood of children.
Yeah.
Right? Canaanite worship. Why didn't the Most High torching that place? Hollyweird. Right? Why are you letting it burn? Burn, baby, burn. Because it stands for something. Hollywood is nasty. If you didn't know Hollywood, the way Hollywood started, right? Jewish people, pornography. So you gotta look up. Hollywood started way back. Why do you think Hitler was so upset at them? Because they was throwing filth on the TVs and all over the publications and the magazines for his people to look at. They're nasty people. Right? And they brought that stuff here. And a lot of people swear by Hollywood. They give their lives up to Hollywood. Their children. To be a part of that dream. So, what verse you at? And that's it. It's a provoking. We constantly provoke the Most High. He got to provoke us back. Like Paul said, by any means I may provoke them that are of my flesh to emulation. Right? Provoke us back. So what has to happen in that provoking? Any means is any means. I'm gonna kill some of y'all. I'm gonna burn some of y'all. I'm gonna cast some of y'all off. Y'all gonna go through hard times. Y'all gonna lose y'all's children. Remember when Trump locked up all them kids at the border? Had them in cages? Oh, that's part 2. Part 2 on the way. Because right now, he's trying to stop immigrants that have babies in America from keeping their kids here. Uh-oh. The court had to block him on that one because it's like, yo, you're gone too far, right? Like, you went too far, homie. They had the courts. There's a judge in Seattle. They brought the case to him. What's crazy is they said he's a Reagan appointed judge.
Oh, Reagan?
Yo, I'm like, Reagan?
He's still alive.
Nigga, old. If I'm not mistaken, they say he's a Reagan appointed judge. So you know he's a Republican like a mug, but he's not like Trump Republican. He's extra conservative. Right? Trump is like a radical Republican, man. This real off the cuff type dude. If I'm not mistaken, they said a Reagan appointed judge. And Trump said it. He was like, yeah, I know why they gave it to him, because he's that type of judge. He's gonna block it. When they asked somebody, he was like, yeah, We knew. He's that guy. Because he's trying to stop, like if you're an immigrant and you have a baby in America, you kind of automatically get like a level of asylum.
Yeah.
I forget what they call it.
Citizenship.
You get like well, the baby has citizenship, then the parents have to apply and do all that, but they get to stay because the child is a technical citizen.
Yes.
He like, nah, bro, I don't care if you have babies here. I don't care where you do. Go back to your country. That's what he's on. And they're like, yo, that's kind of inhumane. That's against like, I don't know if they're saying it's against the Constitution, but they're saying that it's kind of inhumane. So the judge blocked it. You know he gonna fight that thing.
Yeah, that's not what he's gonna get his way. He's gonna get his way.
Hell yeah, he's gonna get his way. You think one judge gonna stop him?
Yep.
Bro.
They're gonna find a loophole through that.
And he tried to do an executive order, and they were like, nah. So I think they might have to bring it to like Congress or something like that. Bring it to the Senate. I don't know, but they're gonna, bro, he controls the Senate, he controls the House, he controls it all. It's a red, they call it a red wave for a reason. They call it, it's the Edom wave. Yeah, the red wave. The Republicans control everything. They're red. It's Esau. He's the Edom wave. He gonna get his way. And people gonna come here thinking they're gonna have babies. He gonna kick their ass out. It's crazy. It's crazy, right? So that's a provoking. Land of the free, home of the brave, huh? Okay, we gonna see. You trust in the shadow of Egypt, huh? It's gonna be your shame. Because that's the problem with our people. All of them run into America thinking that this is gonna be their salvation. So, do I feel bad for how he's dealing with them? Of course. For the hurt of my people, I'm hurt. But at the same time, I get it why I can only feel hurt so much because they're trusting in this shadow. The Bible says it. It's going to be their shame. Woe to you that go down to Egypt and make Egypt your arm and your shadow and your salvation. They're not believing in the Most High. So when we teaching them the Most High, Christ, look like you, the commandments, they reject it for what? I'm just trying to get me a food stamp card and some housing. I'm just trying to get me a job. They reject it.
Down here working in taco truck.
You see what I'm saying? So you can only feel bad for so long until you're like, well, guess what? Most High is doing this to them to provoke them. To provoke them to something else. Turn away from Egypt and turn to the Most High. So yes, I'm not saying I don't feel bad. But I only feel bad so much because I get it. Like I can only feel bad for a cat getting shot down in the street. For all them brothers and sisters getting shot down in the street, it sucks. And it hurts. But I can only rest in that feeling so much until I got to come back to the reality of the Bible and say, well, he did say by any means. He did say some of them was going to die by the sword. He did say the 2/3. He did say this. He did say that. We got to be real with it. Right? That's why we got to, teach the people, man. Who had something? Somebody had their hand. Or am I tripping? Yeah. No, you was about to.
It was I did, sir. It was Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse.
Read it. What does it say?
Verse 16.
What does it say?
It says.
You bringing this because of something I said?
Yeah, basically it was some what you said and how we get judged and stuff like that. And,
read it.
And it goes back to also Ecclesiastes 39 and 20. We just read 28. Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 16. And moreover, I saw under the sun the place of judgment, that wickedness was there, and the place of righteousness, that iniquity was there. It just shows that this place right here, that this is the place of judgment, that we're getting all our judgment, no matter what. That's all I was
Not just this place. Right. We getting judged all around the world because we're spread out.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. This whole world is going to be judged. So it ain't just America. The concentration of us is in, I don't even want to speak like that. We're spread out through the four corners of the earth. Right? So that's what it is. So the whole earth, when you see the hail, the this, the that, the murders, the death, the landslide, like, yo, everything that's happening is for us. To either wake us up, it's to wake us up and to bring us closer to our promised end. It just is. So when a damn war breaks out between two Edomite countries, That's them destroying each other. They're making each other weaker. When a nuclear facility damn leaks and blows up, it's the Most High destroying that little city, right? Weakening them. Everything is for us. Everything that the Most High does is for His people, right? It's to bring us closer. It's to wake us up. It's to provoke us. And the ones that study and read and know what's going on, we know what's going on. We can sit back and look and say, damn, yeah, they was wicked as hell over there. Most High getting them out the way.
Gone.
What's that?
I also have another one.
Yeah, what you got?
Psalm chapter 11, verse 5 through 7. It says, the Lord trieth the righteous, but the wicked and him that loveth violence, his soul hateth. Upon the wicked he shall rain snares, fire and brimstone.
There it is. Go ahead.
And the horrible tempests shall be the portion of their cup.
And that's perpetual. That's a perpetual fire. They always catching some type of brimstone and fire, some type of judgment. Right? We went over it last week. It may not look like it. Psalm 73, right? It may not look like it at first, but look a little closer.
Gone.
Look a little closer. It's something weird going on over there.
Yeah.
It's sketchy over there. It ain't, all that glitters ain't gold.
Right.
Right? It's fugazi. Go ahead.
For the righteous loveth, forgive me, for the righteous Lord loveth righteousness.
Go ahead.
And his countenance doth behold the upright.
Right.
That's it.
Right. Let's jump back. Where you at?
Psalm chapter 79 and verse 59.
Right.
When God heard this, he was wroth, and greatly abhorred Israel, so that he forsook the tabernacle of Shiloh, the tent which he placed among men.
Joshua chapter 18 and 1. What is significant about Shiloh? Who knows? Shiloh was where he... First of all, where was Shiloh? Does anybody know? What? What tribe?
I would say Shiloh was Yahweh Shai.
No. Shiloh was a place.
Is it not in Ephraim?
Shiloh was in Ephraim. It's a smart man. That's where the Most High placed his name. That's where he told Joshua to build. You went to the meaning. I said, where is Shiloh?
Okay.
Right? Shiloh, if I'm not mistaken, means peaceable one.
Yes.
Right? Or peace. But Shiloh was in Ephraim. That's where the Most High set up the first tabernacle as far as y'all are settled in the land. This is where I'm putting it. Right? That was the place to worship. And then we know through time and through Ephraim's disobedience and rebellion and idol worship, what happens? It moves over to the city of David. And then that becomes Jerusalem. Or Salem or Jerusalem. Right? That has happened through time. And it's going to tell us right here. Read Joshua 18 and 1.
Joshua chapter 18, verse 1.
Somebody else give me Jeremiah 7 and 12. Read.
And the whole congregation of the children of Israel assembled together at Shiloh.
Come on.
Set up the tabernacle.
Set up the what?
Tabernacle.
Come on.
Of the congregation.
Read.
There, and the land was subdued.
Right.
Before them.
Right. See that? So the tabernacle was set up there. Read Jeremiah 7 and verse 12 through 14. Somebody else get me 1 Samuel 4 and 1. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 7 verse 12.
Right.
But go ye now unto my place,
right,
which was in Shiloh.
See that? His place was in Shiloh. But what happened? Read.
Where I set my name at the first.
See that? That's where he set his name, at the first. Read.
And see what I did to it.
What did he do to it? He allowed it to be destroyed. Who knows when?
Second Kings 17.
No.
What's your question?
By 2 Kings, by 2 Kings, right? The temple.
That's when Syria came in.
No, by 2 Kings, Judah, the city of David was already established, and that's where he put his name. Something happened before Kings. Something happened in Samuel. In Shiloh. Who remembers? It was wicked. Let's go there. I called it 1 Samuel 4:1.
1 Samuel chapter 4, verse 1.
Right?
And the word of Samuel come to all Israel. Now Israel went out against the Philistines.
Not the Philippines. Go ahead.
The Philistines
Right.
to battle.
Right?
And pitch, base, eat,
Somebody help him.
Eden.
Somebody help him.
1 Samuel chapter 4 and verse 1.
Right?
And the word of Samuel came to all Israel.
Come on.
Now Israel went out against the Philistines to battle.
Right?
And pitched beside Eben Ezer.
Come on.
And the Philistines pitched in Aphek. And the Philistines put themselves in array against Israel.
Right?
And when they joined battle, Israel was smitten before the Philistines.
They were what?
They were smitten.
Go
Israel
on.
was smitten before the Philistines.
Go ahead.
And they slew of the army in the field about 4,000 men.
Come on.
And when the people were come into the camp, the elders of Israel said, wherefore hath the Lord smitten us today before the Philistines?
Y'all gotta know these histories. Read.
Let us fetch the ark of the covenant of the Lord out of Shiloh.
Out of what?
Out of Shiloh.
Go ahead.
Unto us.
Right. So we're not gonna read the whole thing, but this is a chapter you can refer to and read on yourselves, your own homeworks. But what happens? We fight, we get the ark, right? Philistines come in. Remember Eli? Eli's sons, they're with the ark. The Philistines come in and kill them. Eli falls off the wall, dies. One of Eli's sons gives birth to the child. What? Eli's son's wives gives birth to the child and names him a certain name. But what happened at that point? The Ark of the Covenant is taken by the Philistines and put in the house of Dagon. Right? Remember that? And Dagon kept falling on his face, falling on his face. Then the Most High plagues them with emerods. Yes. Right in the buttocks. Hit them with the emerods, right? I'm saying this because it's right here. You're going to talk about it right here. But you got to know where it's at. What he's referring to. He's just reading our history. You can drop that. I'm just going to speak it, and then we can read it. Hits them with the emerods. How can we appease the Most High? They send images and whatever. We get the ark back, but then where does the ark end up going? It goes with Obed-Edom. Right at some point. Well, it goes back with us, but by that time, Shiloh is destroyed. That's no longer the place where the Most High has his name. Because they were able to run up in there, the Philistines, and destroy and desecrate the temple. They were able to take the ark, the holy things, right? And then we know after a while, the ark goes back with David. First it rests with Obed-Edom. David gets it, he brings it to the city of David, Jerusalem. Then that's where the next temple is established by Solomon. That's just the history, right? You can read that through Samuel's. But you gotta know Samuel's. I ain't gonna lie, I used to know that book like the back of my hand. Like you couldn't ask me nothing in Samuel's where I had to like look it up. I used to read that book over and over and over. But there's so many things to read. Gotta refresh. But certain things you gotta know in that book. Sister said, hemorrhoids, yeah. Most High hit him with hemorrhoids. Watch. I mean, he hit the Egyptians with hemorrhoids. That was one of their plagues. They got hit with hemorrhoids, boils in the bowels.
That's wild.
Nasty. You get just hit with hemorrhoids out of nowhere, you couldn't do nothing. Ulcers. He was hitting them with ulcers and hemorrhoids. That's what an emerald is. That's what an emerald is. It's a sore in the anal cavity.
Oh man, that's tough.
You want to worship Baal? You want to worship Baal Peor, the Lord of the opening? See if he can heal you.
No.
See if he can go there and anoint. See if he can anoint that cavity. That's what that's about, man. Look, you wanna worship these gods of the anal.
Bruh.
Let's see if they can heal you when I hit you with a plague. This is wow, diabolical. It is diabolical. With all praises, right? He hit him with the M-rods because they took the ark. Like, yo, that's my ark. Hit him with the M-rod, bro. That's crazy. You just start you just start itching. Where's the preparation H at? Could you imagine the things they were doing to try to heal that?
Right. That's what came to my mind.
And it was just unhealable.
They were like, get the child and we make sacrifices.
Yeah. They was killing their kids. They was doing all types of things to heal them plagues.
Yeah.
All types of ointments and balm. And it got worse. Hey, we gonna read it. Watch.
King of Terrors.
Read it. Go back to Psalm. Go back to Psalm 60, man. What's that?
Let me ask you a question. So we talking about this and how they took the ark.
Right.
How were they able to touch the ark and
because
when
we had the ark with Eli and Eli's sons, it was wickedness going on. So nothing had the power that it had when we was in righteousness. Right? The Most High turned his face from us. That's why he allowed it to be taken. That's the point. He allowed it to be taken to prove a point. No, nothing happens without the Most High's allowance. So I'm gonna show y'all how off y'all are. Cause watch this. Read 60 and read 61. Read 60, 61.
So that he forsook the tabernacle of Shiloh.
Uh-oh. See that? It said that he forsook it. Most High let them take it.
okay.
I ain't dealing with that no more. Y'all wicked as hell. Go ahead.
The tent which he placed among men.
Right, read.
And delivered his strength into captivity.
He delivered his strength into captivity. Watch this. Read.
And his glory into the enemy's hand.
What was his strength and glory at that time? It was the ark. It was the ark. He allowed that to be taken to show Israel where they were at with him. I know, because remember that ark, bro. Y'all know when they saw that ark coming. Woo! Yeah. Watch this. This is 1 Samuel 4. 4 and verse 5. Read that.
1 Samuel chapter 4, verse 5.
Uh-huh.
And when the ark of the covenant of the Lord came into the camp.
So we got the ark back at this point in 4. We got it back. It came into the camp. Go ahead.
All Israel shouted with a great shout, so that the earth rang again.
So what was the problem with us in the ark? What did we turn it into?
Idol.
We idolized the ark. We thought that was the power. We gave that more credit than the Most High. You jumping for joy for the ark? Yeah, the ark was dope, overlaid with gold, mercy seat, power. But we gave that more credit than we gave the Most High. So I'm going to show you that. It wasn't that. Go ahead.
And when the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, they said, what meaneth the noise of this great shout in the camp of the Hebrews?
Go ahead.
And they understood that the ark of the Lord was coming to the camp.
Check this out. Read this. 7. Read.
And the Philistines were afraid, and they said, God is coming to the camp. And they said, woe unto us, for there hath not been such a thing heretofore.
Read verse 8.
Woe unto us,
Come on.
who shall deliver us out of the hand of these mighty gods?
When we had the ark, they looked at us as what?
As of these mighty gods.
They looked at us as mighty gods when we had that ark. Because when you march around a city 7 times and scream with the ark, and the walls just collapse, what did they attribute it to? The ark. You're not attributing it to the Most High. So that was part of our problem too. We start attributing things to the thing that was created, not the creator. So you know what? I'm gonna show you that the power is not in the ark. I'm gonna let that get took. But I'm also showing you that when that's taken, I'm no longer with you. That ark went forth. Wherever we went, it went first. And it led that path, right? And when that ark pulled up, Hey, they knew. It's wartime. So y'all trying to give it up, or we got to take it? And the ones that knew, they were like, y'all got it. Y'all got it. And the ones that was prideful, we gonna fight for this. Yeah, you can besiege our city all you want. We got this. And Jericho's walls collapsed like many other cities collapsed that we took. But that ark was a symbol of our power and our connection to the Most High. We lost that. We were terrible. Right? We were terrible. Jump back to Psalms. They called us gods. Yeah.
No, I just had a precept to what you just said.
Where you going?
Jeremiah 2:28.
Jeremiah 2:28. What does it say?
Come on.
Right? Read.
Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 28.
Uh-huh.
But where are thy gods that thou hast made thee?
Right, and that's the point. Go ahead.
Let them arise, if they can save thee in the time of thy trouble.
Because instead of looking at the Most High, we idolized everything else. The ark, ourselves, man, other gods. So let them save you. Let them save you out of trouble. But that ark was a symbol of that power on the earth, right? That the Most High was with us and that he was going to go forth in the battle before us. Remember when that ark was in the tabernacle and when the Lord appeared on that mercy seat, niggas had to clear out. Couldn't just be up in there chilling. Nah, bro. You had to clear out. You had to vacate the premises. That was just too much power. No one man could have all that power. Right? So that ark was, and then we know the ark had the law in it. It had Aaron's rod that budded. It had the manna. Like you see our little mini ark right here? This is dope. Right? Watch this. I like this. I'm the one got it for us. The first one he got was like this big. He got this one, but look, that got the table, the two stones, Ten Commandments. It got Aaron's rod that budded. Right? It's pretty dope. Got the mercy seat, the two cherubims. It got the manna. Right? It got the staves overlaid with gold that they carried it by. And then what's dope is it opens up and you can put all that stuff in there. The brother got it for us, man. It's a nice little piece for the podium. I love it. And it's nice and weighty. Like this piece right here, this weighs like a good 5 pounds. Yeah, this is not 5, but maybe
It's a little hefty.
Yeah, maybe a good 3 pounds. A little Glock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little Glock.
Little Glock. You know what I'm saying?
Just a little.
Little 22. Yeah, it got a little weight to it. It's nice. It's actually very nice.
Might want to hide one there.
Right? Big enough. You get one big enough.
I mean, the little 22.
With a little glizzy.
Yeah, you put one in there.
Little cat pull up.
Don't reach from the ark.
Just go right into the ark. Yeah. Right into the ark.
About to show you that bud.
That click clap.
Hey, what?
Look at that sword.
Oh, the ark.
Right?
The power of the ark.
I'll show you what that ark is.
That ark.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the ark was a symbol. It symbolized a few things in our history. The law, how the Most High fed us, the miracles that he did in Egypt, right? And then the glory of the Lord. I mean, what else is needed? And the nations recognize that. Sad part is we didn't. Right. So it got taken. And then it had to, remember, Uzzah, the Levite, he touched it. He died because it wasn't for him to touch. He wasn't part of the families that was supposed to touch that ark. So then that had David on edge, right? So he didn't want nothing to do with the ark. And so he let it rest with Obed-Edom at his house. But then it said what? When you read it, it said that blessings was coming to his house. Yep. And so David called for the ark to put it in the city of David. That's when David started to come to power and establish his city. David built a whole city, the city of David, and then he started building it up, right by Jerusalem. That's where the ark rested. That's where the temple that Solomon built was erected. That's where the ark laid. Peace for 40 years. We go off, and then what happens? Everything's dismantled. Right. The damn Ethiopians will try to lie talking about the ark is in Ethiopia. Like it grew wings and flew with the Queen of Sheba back to Ethiopia. Bruh. If y'all, bruh. If so y'all the Levites, y'all the tribe of Judah, but y'all Levites too. Make that make sense. They claim they have the actual ark somewhere in Ethiopia in one of their churches. You got a replica, if that. You ain't got no ark, buddy. You ain't got no ark, buddy. You ain't got Aaron's rod that budded and manna, buddy. And you ain't got those tables of stone, buddy. Just come on, stop. They be lying.
Listen all the facts that Jeremiah hit it.
They dissing all that. I don't know if they say they have the stones. Oh, you talking about how it was hidden?
Yeah,
the ark was hidden, right? They say in the time of Solomon, the ark flew to them. When you read up in their Bibles and in their writings,
also
they say the ark flew to them.
It grew wings.
From Solomon to South Yemen to Yemen. That's where Queen of Sheba was, because that's what they say, that she was pregnant with Solomon's son. So the ark went to protect him and make sure he sat on the throne and all this craziness. Just craziness. Like the ark don't need wings. I mean, but them angels didn't come alive and just start flapping. But that's what they say in their writings. That the ark grew wings and started flapping away and flew in the sky.
God,
Nasty work, bro.
Nobody can stop it.
Nasty work.
That's wild.
What you got?
Basically what the Lord did with the ark with Jeremiah.
Yeah, what you got?
It's 2 Maccabees, chapter 2, verse 4 and 5, or verse 2 through 7, but
yep.
2 Maccabees chapter 2, verse 4. It was also contained in the same writing that the prophet, being warned of God, commanded the tabernacle of the ark to go with him, as he went forth into the mountain where Moses climbed up and saw the heritage of God.
Well, that was in the plains of Moab, right? Where Moses climbed up? Yeah, go ahead.
And when Jeremy come thither, he found an hollow cave,
right,
wherein he laid the tabernacle and the ark and the altar of incense.
Yep.
And so stopped the door.
Yep.
And
Close
some
it
of
up.
and some of those that followed him came to mark the way, but they could not find it.
Yep. 2 Maccabees 4 and what?
2 Maccabees chapter 2,
I'm
verse 4
Right.
through 7.
Right, go ahead. Yeah.
Which when Jeremy perceived, he blamed them, saying, as that for that place it shall be unknown until the time of God gather his people again together. And receive them unto mercy.
And we know that hasn't happened. We'll get that. We'll get those artifacts back when we're under the rulership of Christ.
Right. That's a good
Yeah. Right? I got another one from Jeremiah. I got another thing that Jeremiah did. And this is a good precept too. You know when you deal with your little Egyptologists? Where's the bones? Where's the bones? Where's the King David's bones? Where's the bones? Where's the bones? Well, let's go to Jeremiah 8 and verse 1. The whole point of losing your heritage is to lose it. Not to lose it and then somebody else find it and then you get to claim it back. That's the whole point. Right? The whole point is that we lost it. We got to come back and we're not going to be able to use the Ark of the Covenant. We're not going to be able to verify bones because now you got to have faith. Read Jeremiah 8 and 1.
Look at Jeremiah chapter 8.
Because this is the thing. You cannot use DNA to determine an Israelite heritage. I don't know if y'all know that.
Right.
Did y'all know that? There's no DNA you can do to determine Israel. Oh, you're an Israelite. Because at that time in the Levant, you had many nations living there. So when you pull up a bone, you can't determine what bone it is off of anything because it's a smorgasbord of people that lived there. There was Canaanites, right? There was Assyrians, there was Syrians, there was all types of people that was living there. So there's no DNA that you could like, why do you think them Jews they outlaw DNA? Jewish people, you know they outlaw DNA, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Over there in Israel.
Yes, they're not letting you do no DNA test in Israel.
Yeah.
This was gonna come back caveman. Caucasian. Right? Pasty. That's what it's gonna say. Pasty.
No salt.
No salt. No swag. It's gonna say no swag.
Wow.
So all that E1, B1 crap,
Yeah.
yo, it doesn't determine, it determines, those things determine migration patterns and where people went. But it don't determine exactly who you are. There's no DNA that they can check to tell that you're an Israelite or not. Never get caught up in that. 23andMe and like, why didn't them play? Them things are shutting down.
Yeah.
23andMe,
Ancestry.com.
Ancestry.com, lying to niggas. You half Nigerian, you part Zimbabwean, you,
A percent Polish.
yeah, you like half% Polish. Like, what is that? I want to see when they say, yeah, you are 50% Greek, 50% Roman. Wait, so those are nationalities now? I want to see that. How do you determine that? Anyway, because anybody could have been a Greek, anybody could have been a Roman, right? Yeah, you're 75% American. Yeah, but anybody can be American. Hey, if you let them go long enough, that's what they'll be hitting people with.
Right.
Yeah, you're 50% Muslim. Like, what?
Those are the whole
Wait, so
religion.
Muslim? White boys was converting to Islam. Wait,
25% is.
which Muslim am I? Sunni or Shiite? You 50% Shiite, 50% Sunni. Damn. DNA can tell me that. It's crazy. DNA can't tell you that. Okay? That's a lie. Don't let nobody hit you with that DNA because there's no Jewish man alive that's going to subscribe to DNA to tell him that he's a Jew. Right? Or that he should read his Talmud. He's going to go off his tradition and his belief. Right? He's going to go off of his faith that he's a Jew. You got to go off of faith also. But read this. Why are there no bones? Uh-oh. Why you can't go just dig up bones? Uh-oh. Read.
Book of Jeremiah, chapter 8 and verse 1.
There's a nice, nasty little cut to them Egyptologists. Read.
At that time, saith the Lord, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Judah and the bones of the princes.
So why you can't find Solomon, David, all them kings in the sepulchres? They brought the bones out and did what? Read.
And the bones of the priests and the bones of the prophets. And the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem.
Come on.
Out of their graves.
So they pulled the bones out the graves. Read.
And they shall spread them before the sun.
Wow. Go ahead.
And the moon.
Read.
And all the host of heaven. Whom they have loved and whom they have served and after whom they have walked.
Right.
And whom they have sought and whom they have worshipped. They shall not be gathered, nor buried. They shall be for dung upon the face of the earth.
There you go. So imagine you just leave them bones out, they just getting covered, they getting carried off by dogs, chewed up on. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 3. And death shall be.
That's it on that, right? So the bones were brought out of the graves, man, and spread across the earth.
At what time was this? Like what? When,
Oh, you want me to give you a time frame?
Because
You want me to go all the way to the history?
no, I'm just saying, because didn't, after Christ died, after he died on the cross, didn't it say that the people rose from the graves and stuff?
Did it say kings and priests?
Oh, okay. Right.
It didn't say, it just said people rose from their grave. It didn't give a distinction of who. Right? So, this would be, Jeremiah, let me see here. You want a time on this? What is this? Where'd I go? Jeremiah 8. This is, this would be right before, if I'm not mistaken, this is like right before the Babylonian, the Babylonians drop. Do me a favor, pour that out to the trash. This is right before the Babylonian conquest. I'd have to come back to you on an actual date.
Yeah, Jeremiah was usually prophesying about.
But he was prophesying in these early chapters about Babylon coming in.
North Country.
said using the oregano on the hemorrhoids is crazy.
Hadad said,
That is wild.
for the DNA test, it's like DNA going to say, not your land.
Yeah, basically, not your land. It's gonna say not welcome. Right? They know that. That's why they outlawed it.
Master shall do it.
They know that DNA can't prove who they are as far as their it can't prove that you're a Hebrew. Right? Because what bones of a Hebrew have they gotten? Right. But how could you? How could you know if you got Hebrew bones if they've been scattered? See that?
That's wild.
So yeah, this is right before Babylon came in. Right? Let me see. And at that time, let's see here. So we read that. Then I will cause Judah from the streets of Jerusalem, the voice of the mirth. Yeah, this is before. This is one of the judgments. Let's see here. Since the day that your fathers in Egypt. The word came to Jeremiah. Let's see here. Get to the Lord's house, proclaim the word. Yeah, I mean, this is starts in chapter 7, right? What is he? What? Because remember, no matter what, with Jeremiah, even though he was telling the people to get right, the judgment was already set. So there was a time when Jeremiah was prophesying to the southern kingdom, and what? They wasn't trying to hear it because it was like no matter what, the judgment is set, but you still got to get right. So he's giving them the things that would happen when the Babylonians came in.
Chapter 6, it talks about chapter 6, it talks about the destruction coming from the north, and then the 7th is talking about how if they do this, this is what's going to happen. The punishment is going to happen, and then
Either way, it was going to happen. That was the one thing about Jeremiah that they didn't like. It was by the time we get to Jeremiah, the Babylonian conquest was already set.
Yeah.
Could the Most High have turned it away if we got right? Yeah, but we didn't. They tried to kill Jeremiah. By the time we get to the end of the book, or I believe like in the 30s, they already trying to kill this man.
Yeah, they trying.
Because of what he's saying. They're like, nah, you doing this to us. You bringing this upon us. This ain't the Lord. So they rejected what he was saying. But in these early chapters, this was before the Babylonians came in. And what is he saying? He's giving you all the things that was going to happen. The bones wasn't going to be buried. It's kind of the same thing that happened with the Assyrian conquest. What was one of the punishments of Assyria? Don't bury them. Remember, to not bury us, burial was one of our traditions. When you saw a man, usually who wasn't buried? Of our people, the wicked.
Yeah.
Wicked kings, they just pile rocks on top of that nigga. threw a pile of rocks and just kept it pushing. That's all you get. But the righteous kings, they said they were buried in the sepulchres of their fathers or placed in sepulchres, or they made tombs. You know, Abraham put Sarah in the cave of Machpelah. He bought a parcel of land. So, you know, it was a custom to bury or to entomb our people in a way to at least pay that respect. But the wicked of our people, the Most High said one of those judgments, your bones would be scattered, your flesh would be for the fowls. Right? You just get picked at by the birds and the hey, you just throw a bunch of rocks on a cat, coyotes gonna come and move them rocks.
Yep.
And have their way. That was part of
Jezebel's.
that was with Jezebel. So the wicked of our people, they didn't get that burial custom like that. You see that? And then what does he show? Why is he digging up the kings? Because the whole nation is off at this time. And this is what they were gonna do. They were gonna desecrate graves. That's all it was saying. Right? They were gonna go into David's tomb and desecrate his tomb, and desecrate Solomon's tombs, and desecrate all the kings, righteous or unrighteous. All the people, righteous or unrighteous. The princes, righteous or unrighteous. They were gonna desecrate them. You see that? So, just like how they pillaged, and not really a comparison, but how they pillaged the graves of the Egyptians. Right? The Egyptians, if you know anything about how they were buried, when they mummified them, they would bury them with little gold trinkets they would literally put them like inside their rib cages, by their lungs, by their livers, little like little golden relics, right, to help them pass through the next life. And their whole tomb is over, got golden boats and golden honey pots that they still, they went in them tombs and they found honey, still fresh, because honey don't expire. But they in golden pots, golden statues of cats, because they was into cats and they thought cats was gonna take them to the next life. They would have boats, golden boats inside of their tombs. Why? Because that was symbolic of them passing from one life to the next life on a boat. It was crazy how they was on something weird. So they really believe in that afterlife stuff. They thought that the afterlife was more important than that flesh life, because all it was is I'm a God here on earth, but when I die, I'm an actual God, right? But what happened is when Egypt starts to fall, they start to desecrate those graves and steal a lot of those. They start to rip those mummies apart, bust those mummies open, and steal the gold little trinkets that they put inside the mummification. What do they call it? When they wrap them, I forgot what they call it.
It's petrification, but
No. The cloth they wrapped them in. They would have those trinkets in the cloth, so they would rip the cloth up.
That's what you're saying, Mom.
Yeah, the mummification process or whatever. Yeah, so, yep. And I'm pretty sure that's what they were robbing our graves for. Is what? Let's go get these kings and princes because they got gold and stuff in there. Pretty sure we did. Pretty sure they put David in a dope garment. Probably had some gold on. You just make him look like a bum. Probably had a crown on, something. I mean, they don't really say it, but he's a king. Right? Gotta have some royalty. So what are they doing? They desecrating graves. It's part of the punishment of the people, man. At the end of the day, desecrate it all, break it all down.
Wow, that's crazy.
Scatter it so it can't be recovered, so you can't identify it. Now you gotta have faith. Now you gotta have belief. So who knows? They could have found David's femur somewhere. Who? They don't know if it's David's or not. They have nothing to test it against. That's the point. There's nothing to say, oh, this is an Israelite. This is a Canaanite. This is a thisite. This is a thatite. Everyone was there. Everyone was there in that region, moving around, trading, living amongst each other, marrying. Right? I was reading the other day. So you have Hiram and Haram. Who knows who Hiram is?
Hiram is the king of Tyre and Zidon.
Right. He's the one that helped Solomon send down the wood. He sends Haram, which is his builder. Guess what Haram was? Or guess who his mama was? His mama was a Danite. His papa was a Zidonian. So he was a Hamite. His mom was an Israelite. How do you? So I'm saying that because we mingled amongst the people. They were mingled, and we've been doing that since forever, right? Ever since we got in that land, that's part of the punishment. We mingled, so now you're just gonna be mingled. You ain't gonna be able to use DNA and those things that people try to use to determine nationality.
right.
You see that? So let's go back. DNA say not your land. That's funny. Not welcome. Not welcome. Let's go back. Yeah, we still in the first chapter, man. It's a long chapter. It's good though. You know, I want you to get from one chapter if you just go into it. Right? What verse?
Verse 62.
Mm-hmm.
He gave his people over also to the sword,
Right?
and was wroth with his inheritance. The fire consumed their young men, and their maidens were not given to marriage.
Right. So that was in the time of when the ark was taken. What happened? Well, everything is starting to get shook up, right? We're at war. We're dying by the sword. We see what? The priest did fall. Eli's sons fell by the sword. Eli died. Right? We see in other accounts, in other times where Saul had the priests killed. Doeg the Edomite fell upon like 80 priests. So we see that through our disobedience and through our wickedness, now the things that the Most High has set up for our benefit, they're being wiped out, right? The maidens, they're not marrying, so what? We're not bringing forth children because their husbands are dying in war, right? Their husbands, their promised men are dying in war. The Levites is getting wiped out. Go ahead.
Verse 64. Their priests fell by the sword, and their widows made no lamentation.
Go ahead.
Then the Lord awaked.
That's wild. They didn't even cry out. Go ahead.
Then the Lord awaked as one out of sleep.
He did what?
Awaked as one out of sleep.
Right, go ahead.
And like a mighty man that shouteth by reason of wine.
Mm-hmm.
And he smote his enemies in the hinder parts.
Right?
He put them.
So, right? 1 Samuel 5. Let's get it. 1 Samuel 5, right? This is chapter over. 1 Samuel 5, real quick. Let's see. 1 Samuel 5 and verse 6.
1 Samuel chapter 5 and verse 6.
Come on, because this is when they took the ark now and put it with the temple of Dagon. So we got it back. They went and took it back and put it in their temple. Go ahead.
But the hand of the Lord was heavy upon them of Ashdod.
Right.
And he destroyed them.
Right.
And smote them with emerods.
All you gotta do is look up the word. It tell you hemorrhoids. Anal torments. Bumps in the cavity. Right? Watch.
He just make it sound like that.
Because it is nasty.
That's nasty.
Bro, it is nasty.
Terrible that must
Yeah,
have been.
you know, bro, come on.
But just painful.
You know they weren't regular. It wasn't like some regular hemorrhoid that you could just preparation H. You gotta feel this. You ain't sitting down, you gotta sleep on your stomach.
They were crying out.
But even when you deal with the hemorrhoids and that, they was getting ulcers in the stomach.
Yes.
It was like bumps, internal bumps in your body. Right? So what is that? Where we at? 1 Samuel 5?
5 and 6.
1 Samuel chapter 5. Nasty work. And verse 6. So you just look up the word. 5, 6. Emerods. This, that. Emerods. Tumor.
Yeah.
Hemorrhoid. Boil. Ulcer. Tumor. In the anus. Pudenda. Right? So, yeah. That's where it was. That's what you had. Go ahead. So, and it says right here, and he smote his enemies in the hinder parts and put them to a perpetual shame. Go ahead.
Even Ashdod and the coast of thereof.
Right, because they took the ark. They took the ark. Right? Go back to Psalms.
He put them to a perpetual reproach.
Right.
Verse 67. Moreover, he refused the tabernacle of Joseph.
Right.
And chose not the tribe of Ephraim.
Right, because that's where the tabernacle was. It was in Ephraim. That's where Shiloh was, in Ephraim. But he said he refused it. Why? It was going off. Ephraim was going off big time. By this time, come on, bro. Ephraim is, Ephraim is out of there. But then they're not even all the way out of there yet. Right? Oh yeah, they're all the way out of there because we already have judges. By the time judges hit, you see how Ephraim just want to go to war just to get riches. They mad at the rest of the tribes because they didn't call them to fight so they could get a piece of the spoil. Things like that. They allowed the Philistines to go through and beat up Dan.
Yes.
They moved out the way and let Dan get beat up by the Canaanites. When they were stronger, they could have went and helped Dan. They're like, nah, nigga, y'all got that. Y'all got it. They let Dan get beat off and get ran up out the land. Niggas have to run north. Right? So Ephraim was a terrible representation of the nation. They were terrible. Right? And we know that the other 9 tribes, they followed Ephraim in that idolatry. Dan being very heavy into that idolatry. Very heavy. Right? Very heavy. Read on in Psalms. So he chose not Ephraim. But what did he choose? Go ahead.
but chose the tribe of Judah.
And we know what? Wasn't it prophecy? Wasn't that a prophecy from Genesis 49? The scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh come. Right? It says, or a lawgiver between his feet. So we know that the leadership and those things would rest with Judah. And what does he do? He chooses Judah. Go ahead.
Mount Zion,
Right.
which he loved.
Psalms 87:2. Go there real quick. Psalms 87:2. Yeah, read it. That boy quick.
Psalm chapter 87, verse 2.
Burn, y'all. Read.
The Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob.
See that? Lord loveth the gates of Zion more than all the dwellings of Jacob. Was that it? Right. Jump back.
Nice.
Right? Verse 69.
And he built his sanctuary like high palaces, like the earth which he hath established forever.
Come on.
He chose David.
He did what?
He chose David.
And what did he promise David? That there would always be a king from his line on the throne. Right? There would always be a king, and we see it no matter what. You can go to Jeconiah, you can go to Zerubbabel, no matter what you do, you can't get around it. There was always a man from David's line, because that was the Most High's promise. Right? You see it where when David sinned, he committed that adultery. David was supposed to be taken out. But who got taken out? His son. His son. Right? His son got taken out. And then Solomon comes, he sits on the throne. Solomon's son sits on the throne, so on and so forth. When you look at the kings of Judah, that was a succession of David's lineage. When you look at the kings of Israel, that was Game of Thrones.
Yes.
That was literal Game of Thrones. That's where they got Game of Thrones from. They read the kings of Israel, and they was like, yo, these niggas is wild.
He can fight good.
Yeah,
Let's put him
in the throne. Yeah, bro, the kings of Israel was crazy. They were literally murdering each other for the throne. Like, and then a random cat would pop up and just be on the throne. And then he would be there for a day. Another cat come up, I'm better, poke him up, boom, 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 get him out of there, I'm king now. Go back and read the book of Kings. Go back and read 1 Kings, go back and read 2 Kings. When you read the kings of Israel, they weren't necessarily all related. Right? Jehu? Remember Jehu? Yo, he was put in the throne just to go assassinate people.
That was it.
He was just put in the throne as a king of Israel to go kill the kings of Judah.
God.
And to go kill wicked Israelites.
Yes.
That was it.
God.
Didn't he kill Ahab's 70 sons?
Yes, he did.
Or his grandsons?
He killed the grandsons.
Yeah.
How he had like this whole.
He had the whole ball, and he had them come to the ball.
Yeah.
And they pulled up, and he took them all out. Jehu was, he killed
Jezebel.
He killed Jezebel, but he killed, didn't he slide down and he saw the king of Judah and the king of Israel?
So he chased them down
and he killed them. Yo, Jehu was just slaughtering guys. Most High said, but who did he tell to do it? It was Elisha. He said, anoint Jehu.
Yeah.
And this is what you're going to go do. Kill.
Jehu did it.
Jehu did it. Sat on the throne. Then he got wiped out.
Yeah, because he started tripping.
Because he started tripping. Next cat up.
He's like, I hadn't killed nobody.
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
Been 5 minutes before I took a cat out. Right? But if you look at the succession of kings, that's Game of Thrones for real.
Yes.
Judah had some order when it came to their kingship.
And that's what made Judah be like, oh, we're better than.
But that's what made Judah prideful.
Yeah.
They're like, look, we better than y'all. Our kings is in succession. This is the bloodline. The Most High promise. Y'all wicked as hell too.
We're in peace right now. Y'all going crazy.
Yeah, y'all wicked as hell too. Because Judah was damn contracting with Syrians, Benadad, to go kill Naphtali and Dan.
Yeah.
You gotta just read the history, right? They was contracting. Look, we'll give you some stuff out the temple if you leave us alone. But you know, Naphtali and Dan, they up there.
That's free land.
Yeah, y'all got that. Dan was getting took out by 1 Kings, the 15th chapter, if you didn't know that. Way before the Assyrians came in, Syria was taking Dan and whooping on them and beating on them and taking them up back into Syria. Right? What's his name? Benadad? Ben-Hadad or something like that. He was the king of Syria, right? It's 1 Kings 15. You can read it. But you gotta, again, Kings for some is a boring book. Samuel, boring. Yo, that's the history. Chronicles, oh my God, yawn. Yo, Chronicles got some bars in there.
Crazy.
And it really, it teaches you about the history of the people. But you gotta read it. You gotta be interested. You gotta kind of like the Bible a little bit, right? To be able to sit back and just ingest Kings, Samuels, Chronicles, 1st and 2nd. And this person begat this person. And that person begat that person. And that person begat that person. And those are the tribe of Judah. And now let's move over to Reuben. And Reuben, and it's like 1,000 names in Reuben. And you're like, wow. But it's dope.
Yeah.
But when you start looking and you start reading and you start looking things up, you're like, oh, that's that person.
Yeah.
Oh, snap. Right? Like, I'll give y'all a question. Where did Jonah run to when he fled the Most High? What tribe?
What tribe?
Yeah. He ran to a tribe's land. Who was it? Said he ran down to Joppa, right?
Yeah.
Who controlled Joppa? It was Dan. It was Dan.
And
Dan, Joppa was a port. Dan was moving up and down in ships. Tells you that in Judges.
Yeah.
It tells you that in Judges. When it was time to fight, it said, why did Dan remain in ships? They was merchants. They was moving up and down. But Joppa means what? Joppa is Yapa in Hebrew. It means beautiful. Joppa is the same place that Hiram had things sent down to, and then they moved everything from Joppa, which was a major port, into Jerusalem. Joppa was a major port. Where did Peter go when he was moving around to go get Cornelius and them?
Joppa.
He went to Joppa. It was a major Israelite port.
Yeah.
When you go into that, it was a major place in history. Joppa, it's just spelt different in certain scriptures, but it's the same Hebrew word. So Joppa had significance.
so that was like the land of, like in
That
Canaan.
was Dan.
Yeah.
It was a border city that Dan was in, and then when they left, they went up north. Right? They went up north.
But they was in Canaan. That was the Canaan, because I'm
Yeah.
looking at the map.
Land of
So that-
Canaan. Remember, it's the land of Canaan. So
Okay,
we
yeah.
were taking it. Joppa is right next to Joppa. Dan was next to Ephraim.
Mm.
Right?
Right.
And then when they got beat up by the Canaanites and they decided to go north, you know how that goes? Does every Danite leave because the tribe leaves? No. Everyone didn't just go because the majority went. And that's another thing with migration and moving around, right? But you just gotta read it. You gotta read the histories. You gotta read it. Right, where we at?
Psalm chapter 78 and verse 70.
Right?
He chose David, also his servant, and took him from the sheepfold.
Yeah. You look at that Joppa, ain't
I'm
you?
looking at Joppa.
Joppa is dope.
Joppa comes up a lot, actually.
Joppa comes up a lot in the Bible. But it comes up under another name. It's not just how it's spelled in those scriptures. Right?
Yeah, another name was
Joppo. Joppo. And it's written in the scriptures that way also. And when you look it up, you look up the Hebrew word, it's the same Hebrew word. It means beautiful, Yapa. Right? But Joppa was a major port in our history. Major port city. Dan controlled it. But Dan was moving up and down in the seas, in the ships. Remember Deborah was pissed off at them? It was time to fight. Why did Dan is sitting up in the ships, it says. In the book of, they sitting in the ships. Why did they sit in the ships? What were the ships used for? Merchants. Moving things around, trade. Right? Go ahead, where we at? So they were more concerned with being merchants than actually fighting for the people. They were more concerned with their pockets. We see that in Kings also, with what two kings was it that got together and they were building the ships and going down to 04.
Yep.
I forget what 2 kings it was.
It was the ones that got killed.
Jehoshaphat.
It was Jehoshaphat and who?
It was Ahab's son.
Right. It was Ahab's son and Joram. Is it Joram?
I think I forget, but I know it's Jehoshaphat was one of
There's so
them.
many J names.
There's a
So
lot
many
of
Yahs.
J names.
But yeah, but you had the kings. All they cared about was getting money.
Some of them share
It
the
was
same names.
Yeah, it was building boats to go just be merchants. You see that in Kings. More concerned with their pockets than the people. And the Most High was like, what? Nah, that boat ain't going nowhere. That boat ain't going nowhere. He breaking down the boats. You loaded it up too heavy. That boat ain't sailing nowhere.
Yeah.
Because they was going to Ophir. Where was Ophir? In Africa.
Yeah.
That's where the gold
The
was.
coast,
The gold of
right.
Ophir.
Yeah.
It was like right where Yemen meets Africa. That little
Right.
right. What is that? What is that sea? Suez or something like that.
Oh,
Red
First
Sea.
Kings
Red
22:48.
It's the Red Sea, right? It's where the Red Sea kind of goes down a little bit. It's right down here.
Yeah, it's like right in this
Right
area.
here. Yep. Because it was right by Seba. But you gotta know maps. Read your maps. Topography? I forgot how you say it.
Topography.
Topography, right. Topography. You gotta know your maps. Read your Bible and look at maps.
Start glitching.
I did start glitching. Read the Bible and start looking at maps. Stop being lazy.
It's real.
Look at a map when you read your scriptures. And look at the land masses. Every land mass ain't gonna be on point because it's so far, but there's, there are guesstimations and things like that. But for the most part, they got most of the land areas down pat. It'll give you an idea of where the people were moving. Christ travels, Paul's travels. You gotta read with a map, bro, to understand. You got to. I always pull up a map, right? Like when you hear a word like Caesarea, you're like, damn, where is that? Italy? No. It's right there in Canaan. Caesarea, right? Cornelius, you're like, oh, he was just an Italian dude over there in Caesarea. Where is Caesarea? That's the point. Look on a map and you'll realize that, oh, wait, it was right there with Israel. It's right there on the border of the northern and southern kingdom. It was right there. Right? It's not it wasn't somewhere in Italy. Right? Oh, snap. Paul, Tarshish. Where's that at? I don't know where that, but bro, look, it's in Greece. Where's Galatia? Where's Ephesus? A lot of people don't know. What is Asia Minor considered in the Bible? Right? People don't know. Turkey, Turkey. Right? Paul, Turkey. I say Greece. Paul was in Turkey. Right? But a lot of people don't know that. You don't know your land masses. A lot of people don't even know where the damn continents are. It's crazy. You gotta know these things. It's important. Anyway, it's part of the history. It's part of your history. And yes, you gotta look at the white man's map. It's the white man's map. So what? Come on, where we at?
Verse
I
71.
think y'all are expiring on me.
Verse 71. From following the eels, great with young, he brought him to feed Jacob his people,
Right?
and Israel his inheritance.
Mm-hmm.
So he fed them according to the integrity of his heart, and guided them by the skillfulness of his hands.
Right. Speaking of David, he brought them from the sheepfolds. He was a shepherd. He fed them. He led the people. Skill of his hands, integrity of his heart. Right? Blesses the Most High that teaches my hands to war. David was a man after the Most High's heart. Right? Was that it for you? Or you keep going? Go to verse 2. Go ahead.
Psalm chapter 79 and verse 1.
Right?
O God, the heathen are come into thine inheritance. Thy holy temple have they defiled.
Come on.
They have laid Jerusalem on heaps.
Right. So obviously this had to be future prophecy because this hadn't happened yet. They hadn't laid the temple on heaps. So he's prophesying here, right? Of the pending destructions, the abomination of desolations, right? The 70 AD that would happen. And we had our minor little like we just read in Samuel's, right? We had a minor where they went into the temple, they destroyed that temple or they called it a tent, or that tabernacle that Joshua built up. It desecrated that also. But it wasn't going to be to the level of what Solomon built and was destroyed, of what Nehemiah built and was destroyed. Because what Solomon built, it was crazy. It took years to build that. It wasn't just a tent you propped up. How many years? 7. It took 7 years to build the temple. It took 14 years to build his house. So to build something for 7 years, you know it just wasn't Rudy Poo. So when they went in and desecrated it, the amount of gold, the amount of just, come on, man, the lions, golden lions, 6 on each side going up the steps to the throne, and the menorahs, and all these different things that were there. I mean,
like they really had to ransack it like 3 different times. It was just so much.
Yeah, they did, and these niggas was just giving it away.
Yeah. So
these damn kings was just giving, like, yo, look, I'll take the top of the pillars off, and we'll give you those real quick.
Just leave us alone.
Just leave us alone. And it was pawning the temple away.
Yeah.
We know Nebuchadnezzar went up in there a few times, boop, 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 and then burned it. We know 70 AD.
Yeah.
Right? We know 70 AD happened. They encamped, they occupied Jerusalem for all those years. They finally went in there and took it and laid it on heaps and took everything out the temples. Or out the temple. So, these things were perpetual, but the scale went up and up. We know Antiochus, what he did, the sacrificing of swine and the desecration of the temple. They call him an abomination of desolation. Right? But there was more than one abomination of desolation. It says it. It says the abomination of desolations. Right? So we know that these things were happening. Go to Lamentations real quick. Lamentations 1. Lamentations 1 and 10. Because now we in Jeremiah's time. Right? Now we in Jeremiah's time. This is after everything has already been ripped down. Now we're crying about it. Go ahead, where we at?
Lamentations chapter 1, verse 10. The adversary has spread out his hand upon all her pleasant things.
Right.
For she has seen that the heathen entered into her sanctuary, whom thou didst command that they should not enter into thy congregation.
See that? The heathen were commanded not to enter. And just for the context, you could always jump up to verse 8. We ain't got to do it, but it's talking about Jerusalem. Go ahead.
All her people sigh, they seek bread. They have given their pleasant things for me to relieve the soul. See, O Lord, and consider, for I am become vile.
Go ahead.
Is it nothing to you? All ye that pass by, behold, and see if there be any sorrow like unto my sorrow, which is done unto me, wherewith the Lord hath afflicted me in the day of his fierce anger.
What did I want to go to? Let me see here. I thought there was a point in here. Let me see. What verse you at?
Going to verse 13.
That was it, but that wasn't fully it. There was another one. Where's it at? It talks about them going up. There it is. Go to Lamentations chapter 2. There it is. Lamentations 2 and verse 5. You can keep the 1 and 10, right? because it's talking about the same thing, but just to get to the point. Lamentations 2 and 5, Salaki.
Lamentations chapter 2, verse 5.
Uh-huh.
The Lord was an enemy. He has swallowed up Israel.
Right.
He has swallowed up all her places.
Uh-huh.
He has destroyed his strongholds and has increased in the daughter of Judah mourning and lamentation.
Come on.
And he has violently taken away his tabernacle.
Go ahead.
As if it were of a garden. He has destroyed his places of the assembly. The Lord has caused the solemn feast and Sabbath to be forgotten in Zion.
Yeah, go ahead.
And had despised in the indignation of his anger the king and the priest.
He despised the king and the priests. Why? Because they was doing wicked, sacrificing to idols, desecrating the holy days. They were filthy in the temple. Go ahead.
The Lord
and a lot of those priests, they were serving Baal, in those temples up in Zidon. Them niggas was running up to Zidon and being the priest of Baal.
Damn.
Go ahead.
The Lord has cast off his altar.
See that? Go ahead.
He has abhorred his sanctuary.
Come on.
He has given up into the hand of the enemy the walls of her palaces.
Come on.
They have made a noise in the house of the Lord, as in the day of a solemn feast.
Yeah, and you can actually read down because it gets better. But for time's sake, we're just going to jump back to Psalms. Lamentations is a great book. Very good book. Go back to Psalms.
Psalm chapter 79 and verse 2. The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat unto the fowls of the heaven.
Right, because why? You're not in certain cases, certain captivities, we weren't buried. Remember Tobit had to go about and bury the dead bodies of the brethren? That was during the Assyrian captivity. Jeremiah just told you what they was doing with the bones, spreading them out. But one of our punishments was that you was just going to be meat for the fowls, man. He was going to be out to the elements. Go ahead.
The flesh of thy saints unto the beasts of the earth.
What verse was that?
That was verse 2.
Who's next? Any questions?
Would this also be a saint scripture?
No, because, well, yeah, because, right, you'd have to look and say, well, they have laid Jerusalem on heaps. The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat, the flesh of the saints. So who's it talking about? I mean, who's it talking? It's talking about Israel. So that'd be a good one. But I like those verbatims. Yeah, clear cut to the point.
Lashabar Shabbat Shah Yahawada Banya Sharala.
Lashabar Shabbat Shah Yahawada Banya Sharala, men of Israel, imagine. Right?
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shabrakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shabrakatam. Shabar. Shaboy. Shabar. Can't unhear it. Can't unhear it once you hear it. It's a beautiful day.
Sir?
Sir.
Question. Couldn't verse Psalm 79 verse 1, how we just read that, could that go with Jeremiah 21 verse 4 and 5? It says, thus saith the Lord God of Israel, behold, I will turn back the weapons of war that are in your hands, wherefore with ye fight against the king of Babylon, and against the Chaldeans, which besiege you without the walls, and I will assemble them into the midst of the city. And I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand, and with a strong arm, even in anger and fury, and in great wrath.
I mean, it's talking about the city being taken, right?
Right. So
yeah, I mean, the whole book of Jeremiah goes with that.
Right.
Anything that's talking about the desecration of the temple, in Nehemiah, Ezekiel, Isaiah, and anywhere else, it goes with it. Yep. Because who came into the sanctuary? Wasn't it Nebuchadnezzar? Wasn't it Tiglath-Pileser? Wasn't it Ben-Hadad, the Syrian king? Wasn't it who else we got? We got Nebuchadnezzar II, Antiochus, what, the fourth? I mean, yeah, they were heathens. Edomites and Africans. Yep. And Assyrians. So, yeah. Yep. Go ahead, where we at?
Because Psalms chapter 79 and verse 3, their blood have they shed like water round about Jerusalem, and there was none to bury them. We are become a reproach to our neighbors, a scorn and derision to them that are round about us. How long, Lord, wilt thou be angry? Wilt thou be angry forever?
You can write down with that, Lamentations 2 and verse 15. Everyone that walk by thee will wag and clap their hands, right? Lamentations 2 and verse 15 and 16. Go ahead.
Shall thy jealousy burn like fire? Pour out thy wrath upon the heathen that have not known thee, and upon the kingdoms that have not called upon thy name. For they have devoured Jacob and laid waste his dwelling place. Oh, remember not against us former iniquities. Let thy tender mercies speedily prevent us, for we are brought very low. Help us, O God, of our salvation, for the glory of thy name, and deliver us and purge away our sins, for thy name's sake. Wherefore should the heathen say, where is their God? Let him be known among the heathen in our sight by the revenging of the blood of thy servants which is shed. Let the sign of the prisoner come before thee, according to the greatness of thy power. Preserve thou those that are appointed to die, and render unto our neighbors sevenfold into their bosom their reproach.
Yeah, you want to know the gospel? This is it, right? Save the captives, those that are ready to perish, and proclaim the day of the Lord for his vengeance. Go ahead.
Wherewith they have reproached thee, O Lord.
They have what?
Where have reproached thee.
Because in reproaching us and being against us, they're automatically an enemy of the Most High. Right? They're automatically. The nations that are confederate against us, they're confederate against the Most High. You can't hate the Most High's people and love him. That's crazy.
True that.
That's crazy. Because we're an extension of the Most High. Right? We're an extension of him. You cannot hate us and love him. It doesn't make sense because we're just a representation of him. Right? And vice versa. You can't hate the Most High and love us. David said it. I hate them that hate you. With a perfect hatred. Go ahead.
Verse 13. So we, thy people and sheep of thy pasture, will give thee thanks forever. We will show forth thy praise to all generations. Book of Psalms chapter 80. To the chief musician.
Any questions on that 79 chapter? Pretty straightforward, right? Go ahead. Oh, y'all just tired. Okay. Yeah, read. Where we at?
Psalms chapter 80. To the chief musician upon Shoshanim Edoth, a psalm of Aasph. Give ear, O shepherd of Israel, thou that leadest Joseph like a flock. Thou that dwellest between the cherubims, shine forth. Before Ephraim and Benjamin and Manasseh, stir up thy strength and come and save us. Turn us again, O God, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved.
Right. Like when it says the Most High turns his face, what is that symbolizing? He ain't no longer with us. That's death. That's destruction. Cause thy face to shine towards us, bringing us back into those graces and those mercies, bringing us back into those covenants, right? Bringing us back to those promises. Go ahead, and you could, Psalms 34:16, I believe, gives you the opposite. Let me look at it real quick. Psalm 34:16, the face of the Lord is against them that do evil, to cut off the remembrance of them from the earth. I believe you go into Psalms 104, he says, he turneth thy face, they are troubled. He turned his face away from us, that's death, man. He ain't dealing with us. He don't even want to look at us, right? Go ahead, go back to Psalms 80.
Book of Psalms chapter 80 and verse 4.
Go ahead, yeah, Psalms 104 and 29.
O Lord.
Yeah, I'm on.
I was gonna say, Ecclesiastes 18, verse 24.
Read it.
It says, think upon the wrath that shall be at the end, and the time of vengeance when he shall turn away his face.
Yep. That's what it is. Turns away his face. Again, death, destruction, vengeance. What verse was that?
Ecclesiastes chapter 18, verse 24.
Yep. So what are we asking here? Look upon us. Remember it said in Exodus, it said he looked down upon the children of Israel and had respect unto them. We cried in that, we cried for the Most High in that unity. We were tired of getting our backs broke out. Ecclesiastes is what?
18, verse 24.
Reset your Bibles. Go ahead.
Book of Psalms, chapter 80 and verse 4. O Lord God of hosts, how long wilt thou be angry against the prayer of thy people? Thou feedest them with the bread of tears, and givest them tears to drink in great measure.
Yeah, you got to deal with that sorrow, man. You want to drink that cup of sorrows, right? And affliction because of our disobedience. Come on.
Thou makest us a strife unto our neighbors, and our enemies laugh among themselves. Turn us again, O God of hosts, and cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved.
And we know we read that in number 6, right? What is that, 6? The Most High caused his face to shine on you. Oh, bless thee. That's the blessing that he gave. He told Moses, bless the children of Israel, number 6 and 22. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto Aaron and unto his son, saying, on this wise ye shall bless the children of Israel, saying, the Lord bless thee, keep thee. The Lord make his face to shine upon thee, and his graces be unto thee. See that? When his face shine upon us, that's those blessings. When he turn his face, that's those curses. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee, and give thee peace. And they shall put my name upon the children of Israel, and I will bless them. Number 6:22, that's the blessing. That's what we do in the Hebrew after class. If brothers want to get anointed, that's the anointing. Yabaraka Yahweh, Yashmaraka, Yahar Yahweh, Panyua Al-Yaka, Wayachanka, Yashar Yahweh, Panyua Al-Yaka, Wayashamlaka Shalom. Right? That's it in Hebrew. Go ahead with Psalms. Huh? Okay. My man. Look how quick we going. You know what I'm saying? See? I got like 2 more precepts. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Psalms chapter 80, verse 8. Thou hast brought a vine out of Egypt. Thou hast cast out the heathen and planted it. Thou preparedest room before it, and didst cause it to take deep root, and it filled the land.
Pulling us out of Egypt, out of captivity, putting us in the land of Canaan. Go ahead.
The hills were covered with the shadow of it, and the boughs thereof were like the goodly cedars.
Right, talking about our prosperity. We grew in the land. Go ahead.
She sent out her boughs unto the sea, and her branches into the river.
Yeah, we was going all the way from one coast, Jordan, right to the great river, Euphrates, all the way to that Mediterranean. Go ahead.
Why hast thou then broken down her hedges?
Uh-oh. You did what?
Broken down her hedges.
Come on.
So that all they which pass by the way do pluck her.
Come on.
The boar out of the wood doth waste it.
Right. Jeremiah 2:21. Go ahead.
And the wild beast of the field doth devour it.
Jeremiah 2 and verse 21.
Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 21.
Come on.
Yet I have planted thee a noble vine.
I've done what?
I have planted thee a noble vine.
The whole world?
A noble vine.
D. Go ahead, read.
Holy, a right seed.
Wait, huh?
Holy, a right seed.
Come on.
How then art thou turned into the degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me?
See that? We were turned into a degenerate plant of a strange vine. Why? Because we took on the customs of the heathen. Right? Let's jump back down to Psalms. That's a good precept. Oh my God. That is a nasty precept right there.
That's towards verse 8.
That goes to verse. No, that goes to verse 13. Yep. Because it says, a boar out of the wood doeth waste it. That's what, if you know anything about pigs and wild boar, they're a farmer's nightmare. Because they go through a field and they literally dig up the whole field. What are they looking for? Worms, grubs, little creepy things. But they'll dig up a whole plot, trample it down, dig it up, trample it down just to get the bugs and stuff underneath. They'll uproot things. That's what pigs are used for. They're used to clear land, right? You can't get certain things cleared out, send the pigs in. Border them off, they'll have that land cleared and just muddy and nasty in no time. They'll dig up the vines that were planted, right? Let's read on in Psalm. Let's read on in Psalm.
Come, verse 14.
Somebody give me Isaiah 27 and 9. Read on.
Return, we beseech thee, O God of hosts.
Come on.
Look down from heaven and behold and visit this vine.
Right.
And the vineyard which thy right hand hath planted. And the branch that thou madest strong for thyself.
Come on.
It is burned with fire.
Wait, what happened to it?
It is burned with fire.
Go ahead.
It is cut down. They perish at the rebuke of thy countenance.
Isaiah 27 and 9. Somebody else get me John 15 and verse 5. Read.
Isaiah chapter 27, verse 9.
Come on.
By this, therefore, shall the iniquity of Jacob be purged.
Be what?
Be purged.
By what? By fire. Go ahead.
And this is all the fruit to take away his sin.
Come on.
When he maketh all the stones of the altar as chalk stones that are beaten in sunder, the groves and images shall not stand up.
Go ahead.
Yet the fenced city
Watch this. Read.
shall be desolate,
Read.
and the habitation forsaken, and left like a wilderness.
Right.
There shall the calf feed.
Come on.
And there shall he lie down and consume the branches thereof.
Do what?
Consume the branches thereof.
Wild boars out of the wood. Wild boars out of the wood. Consume the branches. Read verse 11. Yep, verse 11. Go ahead.
When the boughs thereof are withered, they shall be broken off.
They shall be what?
Broken off.
Okay, go ahead.
The woman come and set them on fire.
Damn. See that? Go ahead, read.
For it is a people.
It is a what?
People.
Huh?
People.
A real tree.
A people.
Read on.
Of no understanding.
Come on.
Therefore, he that made them will not have mercy on them.
Right.
And he that formed them will shew them no favor.
Prophecy, man. You can take this. Let's go to John real quick. John 5. John 15 and 5.
John
chapter
chapter
15, verse
Let's
5.
see what Christ had to say. Read.
I am the vine,
Right?
ye are the branches.
Now Christ is coming. I'm the vine. You are the branches. Come on.
He that inhabiteth in me,
He that what?
inhabiteth in me,
No, somebody help him.
He that abideth in me,
Go ahead.
and I in him,
Come on.
the same bringeth forth much fruit.
And that was the point, right? We talked about that earlier about the bringing fruit. The Most High said he planted a law in us to bring forth fruit. Then he had to send Christ to show us how to bring forth those fruit. But if you don't abide in him, if you don't have the faith in Christ and the law of the Most High, what fruit are you going to have? None. Right? Read on.
For without me, ye can do nothing.
No, I can do whatever I want.
Ye can do nothing.
No, I don't need Christ because I'm an OT only.
Nothing.
Read.
If a man abide not in me,
Come on.
he is cast forth as a branch.
Wait, he's what?
Cast forth as a branch.
Oh, damn, we keep hearing this. We keep hearing this branch thing. Read.
And is withered.
And what?
And is withered.
Come on.
And men gather them and cast them into the fire.
Right, what verse you at?
Verse 6.
Come on.
And they are burned.
And they are burned, and that's all we need. Let's go back to Psalms. Right? Let's go back to Psalms. Let's go back to Psalms. Nah. Nah. What?
No, I just want to know what I'm trying to write it in here. So I need to put this with 15, 80 and 15.
16.
16.
So with verse, I mean, really, the whole idea starts at verse 8.
Okay.
The vine, and then it's burned. So the whole idea starts with verse 8. I just highlighted a few scriptures.
Oh, kind.
Yeah, it starts with verse 8. It ends at verse. Yeah. So man, right. It ends at verse 16.
Kind.
That idea of the vine burning, right?
And also Isaiah chapter 5, verse 1.
What does it say?
It says,
is it direct and to the point?
A vineyard, yeah.
Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 5, verse 1.
Right.
Now will I sing to my well-beloved a song of my beloved touching his vineyard. My well-beloved has a vine.
So, okay, to not have to read all of this,
Right.
it's going to go all the way down to
Well, verse 7. Verse 7.
Right, but it's talking about the vineyard that the
Right.
Most High planted again and how it was digged up. Right? He said, verse 5, and I will go and I will tell, read verse 5.
Verse 5. And I will go to,
Right.
and I will tell you what I will do to my vineyard.
Right.
I will take away the hedge thereof, and it shall be eaten up, and break down the wall thereof.
Right.
And it shall be trodden down. Verse 6
Right.
and 7 or verse 7?
We get the point.
Come.
Right? Y'all could always just read it, but that's what it's going into.
Right.
It's going into that vineyard. We like that vineyard being burnt down, plucked up. I like that, Isaiah 5. You know, I'm not acting like I got all the precepts. I'm just coming with the potent hitters. And then you can add your own, you know, as long as it's on point, you can add, there's many prophets spoke of this thing. Right? Jeremiah spoke of it in Jeremiah 11 and 31, I believe. He said what? The branches are broken off, they're going to be burned. Right? And then what? Paul uses that as a teaching in Romans. Right?
Yeah, Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 21.
2 and 21, right. Yeah, 2 and 21. So, right? Where we at? Psalms?
Verse 17.
Right?
Psalm chapter 80, verse 17.
Mm-hmm.
Let thy hand be upon the man of thy right hand, upon the Son of Man, whom thou madest strong for thyself.
Mm-hmm.
So will not we go back from thee.
Mm-hmm.
Quicken us.
Do what?
Quicken us.
Right? Bring us to life. Quicken us. Can these bones live? Like it said in Ezekiel. It's the spirit that quickeneth. Right? Bring us to life. Take us out of the darkness. Go ahead.
And we will call upon thy name.
Read.
Turn us again, O Lord God of hosts. Cause thy face to shine, and we shall be saved.
Right. Go ahead.
Psalms 81, verse 1.
Right.
Psalms 81, sing to the Lord. To the chief musician upon Gittith, a psalm of Aasph. Sing aloud unto God our strength. Make a joyful noise unto the power of Jacob. Take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel.
Right.
The pleasant harp with the psaltery.
Right. So what is he saying? We're gonna prophesy with that music. A psalm, the psaltery, the timbrel. What else? Read.
Blow up the trumpet and the new moon.
Go ahead.
And the time appointed. On our solemn feast day.
Right. So you have feast days. You had new moons where we blew the trumpet. The new, the new moon signified the new month. You would blow the trumpet. Right. You can write down Numbers 10, verse 10. We can write down Numbers 10, verse 10. Right. Obviously, Leviticus 23 and 24. Leviticus 25 and 9 through 10. I can't see the chat. Is that Android? I mean, right? Go ahead. What does it say? Right. Oh yeah, I've been bumping that. Bro, that Evanescence, bro. I found a way to make that biblical. That whole CD. You know? I found a way to turn it into Most High worship and not man, bro. Nah, but that's a good CD. That's actually a very good CD. A lot of biblical reference in that CD. If you listen, I've been bumping that. I've been bumping that lately. Whole CD. But that's the point, bringing us to life.
Christian rock.
It's called Christian rock.
Yeah, Christian rock.
She used to be
Evanescence is Christian rock.
Yes.
Especially early.
Welcome.
That's what you're talking about. That is rock gospel.
Yes. Yeah.
So I do listen to gospel.
Yep.
Y'all got me.
It just certain.
They got dope drums and guitar. I'm with it. I'll listen to that over some PBCC wines. Wherever y'all listening to.
Hey, Corey,
Kirk
we got
Franklin.
it. we got
it.
We got
it. Y'all know, was that Drewski?
Yeah.
We got it. Damn, he got me. Why'd you say that out loud? You better pull me to the side like, hey, bro.
Come on, sir.
Like, hey, Shalom, can we have a quick council? You know that's Christian rock, right? Krishan Rock?
No!
No! You heard me scream. No! It can't be. Looking over like, what's going on with that brother?
Welcome, sir.
I would have just put on sackcloth and mourn.
With ash on your
Yeah. Ashes and everything.
Oh, man.
I listened to some Evanescence, bro. I didn't know it was Christian rock. She talking about a lot of Christ.
Yep. Yes.
A lot of Jesus.
Tourniquet?
Yeah. I'm like, this sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's the healer, right? Yeah. Anyway, so I don't feel like I'm demonic now when I listen to it, because you start listening to certain rock and roll, and you're like, yo, this is kind of like, what we doing here?
Thinking.
Right. You know one that Shataka told me? Welcome to the Black Parade. You ever heard that song?
Oh my God.
He was like, see, this is an Israelite song.
Yeah. And there was one with No Doubt with Gwen Stefani. It's called something about the kingdom. She talks about being in the kingdom. It's Gwen Stefani. It is when she left No Doubt and went solo, and she made this song about like not deserving the kingdom or something like that. I forgot. Like, yeah, like look, they tell themselves.
Spirit, huh?
She's in the spirit. Prophesying. She had a timbrel out. She was blowing the trumpet. But anyway, y'all be having too much fun.
Verse 4. For this was a statute for Israel,
right,
and a law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out through the land of Egypt.
Here we go. He said culture vultures. He said, yep, most things that are famous because of scripture's undertone. Yeah, that's right. Scriptural undertone is in a lot of things. And if you know the Bible and you be able to watch these things, you can turn what they're trying to project, and you can have a lens of the Most High in it, because that's what they're doing. They're reading the Bible too, and just stealing from it.
Go ahead.
Where I heard a language.
The one woman said, listen, the one Judite, she made Terminator.
Yes.
And the Matrix and them. She said that was based off the Bible. And then she was like, yeah, Terminator 1 is Terminators are the prequel to the Matrix.
Yeah, JC.
I'm like, wait, I gotta go watch the Terminators again. Right? John Connor is JC. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And he's like the Neo of the future. And
Yeah.
gotta go rewatch those things.
Yeah.
But then guess what? The little transvestite stole the whole idea.
Yes.
The Malevich twins or whoever the hell they were. It's weird. By the first movie they were dudes. By the third movie they were women.
God,
Wait,
damn.
what?
The directors and the right, yeah, they transitioned.
Oh no.
They trannies. Yeah, it's bad. They're called
Both of them?
They're brothers. Yeah, the Malevich or something like that, brothers.
You just go talk to your
The Amalekite brothers.
So they just talk to each other and say, let's just change.
Let's just switch it up.
Wow.
Let's just change it over.
Do it
real
together.
quick. Wow. They did it together. They just went from men to the Amalekite brothers to the Amalekite sisters.
Amalekite.
They went from Boys in the Hood to the Golden Girls.
Oh wow.
Hey.
Yo, where we at, man? Y'all bugging out. Read out.
Where I heard a language that I understood not.
Go ahead. Where I did what?
I heard a language that I understood not.
What verse you at?
Verse 6 now.
Right, go ahead.
I removed his shoulder from the burden.
Right.
His hands were delivered from the pots.
Right, see again, it's a reference to Egypt. He removed our shoulder from the burden of that hard bondage in Egypt. He heard our voice from a place of a language he heard not. Right, or he understood not, right? That's Egypt. It's talking about Egypt. Go ahead.
That's it for me.
Right, verse 7. Thou callest in trouble, Psalms 81 and 7. Thou callest in trouble, and I delivered thee. Right? Most High heard our cry, he delivered us. And answered thee in the secret place of thunder. Right? Somebody go to Exodus 14 and 10. I proved thee at the waters of Meribah, Selah, the waters of strife. Hit the rock. First, talk to the rock. Talk to the rock, water. Talk to the rock, hit the rock, water. Go talk to the rock, hit the rock, water. But you didn't glorify me in the front of the people, right? Numbers 14 and verse 10. Exodus 14 and 10. Shalakia.
Exodus chapter 14 and verse 10.
Right?
And when Pharaoh drew nigh, the children of Israel lifted up their eyes.
Right?
And behold, the Egyptians marched after them.
Where verse you at?
Verse 10.
Go ahead. After 10, go to 24. Read.
And they were sore afraid.
Right?
And the children of Israel cried out unto the Lord.
Thou calledest in trouble, and I delivered thee, and answered thee. Go ahead. Jump to 24.
Verse 24. And it came to pass that in the morning watched the Lord looked unto the host of the Egyptians through the pillar of fire,
and answered thee in the secret place of thunder. Go ahead.
And of the cloud, and troubled the host of the Egyptians, and took off their chariot wheels.
Right, you see that? So that time of trouble, Most High answered, destroyed those Egyptians. Right? Verse 8, I'll read on. Hear my people, and I will testify unto thee, O Israel, if thou wilt hearken unto me. What does this sound like? Deuteronomy. If thou wilt hearken, Deuteronomy 28:15. Right? There shall no strange God be in thee, neither shalt thou worship any strange God. I am the Lord thy God, which brought thee out of the land of Egypt. Open thy mouth wide, and I will fill it. But my people would not hearken to my voice, and Israel would none of me. So I gave them up unto their own hearts' lusts, and they walked in their own counsels. And we can see that through our whole entire history. Right? Especially leading up to this time, if you want to deal with the context of this time, you see it through our whole time in Samuel's, Judges, asking for a king, the manna, just wanting to serve other gods. We've already spoken about it. I think y'all get the point.
13.
And they walked in their own counsel, right? Verse 13. Oh, that my people had hearkened unto me, and Israel walk in my ways, I should soon have subdued their enemies and turned my hand against their adversaries. The haters of the Lord got haters. He got haters. The haters of the Lord should have submitted themselves unto him. Right? That what he said is, if we would have been obedient, the ones that hate the Lord, they would have submitted. They would have had no choice. Right? But their time should have endured forever. Our time would have endured forever in the rulership. And that's what we're fighting back for, is to get our time to rule. You look at every nation on this earth has ruled and ruled over us and had their time to be in rulership. Right? But we haven't. That's what we're waiting on. But we had it in our grips and we just didn't hold on tight. We let it go. Right? He should have fed them also with the finest of the wheat, and with honey out of the rock should I have satisfied thee. Psalms 82. God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. He judgeth amongst the gods. How long will you judge unjustly and accept the persons of wicked? Selah. So I'm gonna read this, and then, if you read the chapter in its context, it's talking about judgment on the earth. The judges that he's speaking of are the judges that he appointed us. That they're not judging justly the poor, the widow, right? How long will you judge unjustly and accept the person of the wicked? Right? Defend the poor, the fatherless, do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of thine hand, out of the hand of the wicked. That's what the judges, the rulers, the priests, the kings, that's what they should have been doing. When you read in Amos, when you read in Hosea, when Hosea is just checking these cats, Amos is checking them. Like, this is what you do to the poor. You take their coat for a pledge, you don't give it back. You steal from them, you rob them, you misuse them. The needy, the fatherless, that's what they were doing. That's what Israel was doing. They were abusing the less fortunate. Right? That's what Judah ended up doing. And they ended up we did it as a kingdom. When Christ came back, who was he going at? Pharisees. The rulers of Israel, the Pharisees, the religious leaders. Right? Showing them, look, your hypocrisy is destroying men. You're full of dead men's bones. You're like an open sepulcher. Right? So, deliver the poor, verse 4, deliver the poor and needy, rid them out of the hand of the wicked. We were supposed to be fighting against the wicked for the poor. Right. But instead, you fight with the wicked to destroy the poor. That's what he's saying here. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. Who? The judges, the leadership. They walk on in darkness because they're not judging correctly. What?
I had a precept with you, but
what you got?
It's Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 15 and 16.
Okay.
About being, no, I'll read it. Jeremiah chapter 22, verse 15.
Right.
Shalt thou reign because thou closest thyself in cedar? Did not thy father eat and drink and do judgment and justice? And then it was well with him. He judged the cause
he did what and what? And it was what?
Then it was what? And do judgment and justice?
Did thy father do well in judgment and justice? Right? Go ahead.
And then it was well with him.
Right, go ahead.
He judged the cause of the poor and needy.
Come on.
Then it was well with him.
See that? Read on.
Was not this to know me, saith the Lord?
Mm-hmm.
That's basically it right there.
Right, and we see, like, even in the time of Judges, where the Most High had to raise up judges to judge the people. A man like Samuel, Deborah, Barak, Samson, right? But then we see when we had evil judges, right? Because judges just means rulers. That's all it means. It just means rulers, right? Like Eli's sons, they were wicked judges. They were wicked rulers. They judged for hire, right? The time of Jeremiah, who was his ministry? Who was his ministry aimed at? The priests, right? The priests and those men, right? He would go at the priests. They would judge for hire. They would preach for hire, right? They would take gifts. They delivering the smooth words and not teaching the people what they needed to hear, right? So the foundations, right? They know not, neither will they understand. They walk in darkness. All the foundations are out of course. Why? Because the judgment is out of course. Right. The judgment on the earth is not corrected or not correct. I have said, ye are gods. All of you are the children of the Most High, right? But ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O Yahweh, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. Selah. So you only have 2 more precepts. Tazapah asks, what was the topic of the class? Shalom, the topic of the class, really, we're just going through Psalms right now. So we started at Psalms, the 78th chapter, which was the bulk of the reading. And we just ended at 82. So we in Psalms. We in Psalms right now. Evanescence is not a Christian rock band. My daughter, she saved me. See, look, gotta have a righteous daughter. The band members have stated that they are secular and view their music as entertainment. Cap. And then she wrote at the bottom of it, all cap. Cash out a cap on me, dude. Like I'm listening to gospel out here.
You still listen.
Go first album. Look, he gonna stand on it.
Yeah.
Any questions? Any questions?
I got video footage.
Any questions? Y'all just want me to. Why y'all want me to listen to gospel so bad?
Come on home, man.
Oh, come on home. Come on home is wild. That's crazy. That man said, come on home. Anything on the reading? Off the reading?
In verse 1.
Of what?
Psalms 82.
Go ahead.
So the gods pretty much are like the judges.
Right.
That's what that's talking about.
So you could view this 2 ways. There's 2 ways that you can, in the context of the chapter, it's talking about that, right? The judges, you see the judgment on the earth. But you can use it as in a spiritual sense, right? Most High stands in the congregation of the judges or the gods, the angels, and he judge amongst them. So you can look at it in 2 ways. But if you're just reading it, if you're not just looking at that one verse, but you're reading the whole chapter in context, right? You're reading that verse. Context means with the text. So if you're taking that verse and reading it with the rest, what is it talking about? It's talking about the judges not judging correctly in the earth, right? How long will you judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Selah. You see that? Okay. Yeah, but you can still use it, because we use it. We use it to show that the Most High, right? He's the judge amongst all judges. And even on earth, he's the judge of all judges, is he not?
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Right. 4 and 20 elders.
Yeah, but more than that, he's the judge of all the angels, right? He's the God amongst gods. Right? God standeth in the congregation of the mighty. Right? So those mighty could be angels also. It's not wrong either way. Right? Because then you'd have to say, well, is he not amongst the judges on earth?
Yes, he is.
Of course. He appointed them.
Right.
Right. And especially within our people is who he's talking about. He don't care about the other ones doing unjustly. He's talking about our kings and princes doing justly. He appointed the kings and the mighty to judge justly. That's why when a king was put on the throne, you had to recite that law, write it out, know it back and front, so he could judge the people correctly. It says a righteous king judgeth the people. It also says the kingdom, the throne cannot be established on wickedness. Right? So if we just go on, using that one verse, you'll see us use it to show the Most High, he directs the angels. He stands in the congregation of the mighty. The mighty is not just angels, it's also David was a mighty man, and so on and so forth. Got it?
Got it.
That old school gospel is really good because back then it was standard. Now it's penetrated this new gospel. Yeah, it's that Kurt Franklin gospel.
Nah.
I ain't messing with that Kurt Franklin gospel.
He on some other
Different.
stuff.
Even his own compadres don't even want to deal with him. Even his compadres don't want to deal with him. Right? What you got? You got something?
Yes, sir. Something that always gets in my mind when
It's
you're
their fault now. Go ahead.
You're talking about judgment.
I'm packing up books, but I unpack these books. Yeah, you're here till 6. Read.
And what the Lord loves. Okay, this is Jeremiah chapter 9, verse 23 and 24.
Oh, you just making a statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thus saith the Lord, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me, that I am the Lord which exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth, for in these things I delight, saith the Lord. So I bring that out because when you read about the unrighteous judges, they didn't understand. They understood the Lord, but they didn't want to do it. They didn't want to do his law at all.
Point.
But this is something that he actually delights in doing the right thing and doing righteous judgment.
Of course.
So yeah, I just wanted to bring that out.
That's why he don't have no problem whooping on you.
Right. Right.
And judging you with hail and storms and this, but he has no problem blessing you either. It's not like the Most High is like, I don't know about these blessings. You choose.
I might lose something.
He ain't losing nothing.
Right.
No.
Where were you at? The sister was asking.
Jeremiah chapter 9, verse 23 and verse 24.
Give me Isaiah 3:13. Give me Isaiah 3:13.
Isaiah chapter 3, verse 13.
Read.
The Lord standeth up to plead, and standeth to judge the people.
Go ahead.
Verse 14. The Lord will enter into judgment with the ancients of his people, and the princes thereof.
Come on.
For ye have eaten up the vineyard.
Right.
The spoil of the poor is in your houses.
Right. Jump down to verse 11.
Verse 11.
Uh-huh.
Woe unto the wicked.
Uh-huh.
It shall be ill with him.
Go ahead.
For the reward of his hand.
Who's Isaiah talking to right here? As I close my Bible. Who's Isaiah talking to? Who was the wicked right here?
Which one? Is it Judah?
Judah and Jerusalem. To our people, don't let that.
Yeah, he's going at Judah right here. He's going at the southern kingdom right here. They were the wicked because they was mishandling the people, misjudging. They weren't judging righteously. They weren't taking care of the poor, the widow, the fatherless. They weren't even looking out for each other. Go ahead.
For the reward of his hands shall be given him.
Go ahead.
Verse 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err.
See that? So go ahead.
And destroy the way of thy path.
Right. And then it goes into the Lord standing up and pleading. Right? So what else? Put that back on. They got questions. No, they gonna have you. They got time for all that. They want another hour. They want another hour.
I have a quick question that we read earlier.
Okay, well.
This actually is Exodus chapter 14, verse 24.
Yeah, what about it?
It says, and it came to pass that in the morning watch the Lord looked unto the host of the Egyptians through the pillar of fire and the cloud.
Okay.
And he troubled the host of Egyptians. That means they saw his face because he said he troubled them. Well, I never understood it. That's why I'm asking.
No, they didn't see his face. He troubled them by doing what? Read. You thought it meant they were in trouble because they saw his.
Because it says he poked through the clouds. Was it the
No,
chariot
no,
that
no,
poked
no.
through the clouds?
No. You're taking that he looked through the clouds literal. Like he took his face and was like, peekaboo. No.
Okay.
Remember, the Most High ain't got to do that. He ain't got to do that to see through anything.
Yeah, I get it. I
I am.
understand that. But when I read it, and I keep on reading over it, and just
No. It's just speaking like in a symbolism type of way, in a hyper sense of he looked through the clouds, right?
Okay.
In a hyperbolic sense, but he didn't literally move the clouds like a shade and look. He don't have to. He's everything. He knows what's going on.
Right.
So it's just saying that it's giving us the way to break down in our minds what the Most High was doing.
Okay.
We could only go so far in that thought, so it has to be broken down for us to be able to understand it.
Okay.
So he looked at, like, it's like when you read in Job, and it says the Most High can look through the clouds, and it says the wicked say, how does he know? How does he see? Can he see through the clouds?
See through anything.
There it is, because the eyes of the Most High are what?
Right, 10,000 times better than the sun.
Right. So he's not really peeling clouds back. He can see everything. He's all seeing, all knowing.
Okay.
Right? So it said that he troubled them. Right, read it.
And took off their chariot wheels.
That's how he troubled them. Because now the whirlwinds, the tornadoes, the water crashing on them, they're troubled that way. Oh, damn, we're about to die. We're no longer in security of our chariots because they're broken down. So they're troubled. Calamities. Yeah, you went super literal with that.
Yeah, I did.
That man said the Most High was looking through the.
Hey,
the Most High was poking through the trees.
The Most High was like, y'all finished.
Yeah.
Y'all done.
Most High was peeking behind the trees like,
you're well done.
I see you. That's hilarious. Boy, you're hilarious. Go ahead. I'm just joking with you, but you funny as hell.
And just like his question, John 1:18.
What does it say? Oh,
No.
nobody's seen his face at any time?
Right.
Right. Yep. John 1:18, John 5:7. No man has seen the Lord's face at any time. The Most High's face. Yeah. Right? Think about it. When it just talks about people being troubled, that anxiety comes over you. That sense of security is taken. And you're troubled. Even in Psalm 104:29, thou hidest thy face, they are troubled.
Right. Okay.
Right? That's that facing death. You know death is coming. They knew death was coming. What?
Hebrews chapter 10, verse 27.
Go ahead.
But a certain fearful looking of judgment.
Come on.
And fiery indignation, which shall devour the adversary.
Right, and that's it. They're troubled because of that fiery indignation. It's like that check. Go ahead.
It's like how you know something's coming. Like you're like, man, I messed up. Yeah. I know there's gonna be ramification for this mess up. Something's coming because of it. Yeah. It's like that.
They're troubled. You like, oh man, like you know, like when your kids act up with your rib, and she's like, I'm gonna tell your dad.
Yep.
And she get him on the phone. She gets you on the phone.
Yep.
And you start talking, what's going on, son?
Yep.
And or she just like, listen to your son, and he's going crazy. And then you like put him on the speaker.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna whoop your tail when I get home.
Yeah.
And the whole time he's troubled.
Yep.
What is he doing though? He put on a bow tie. He done cleaned his room. He done ironed his clothes. He done did all the dishes, swept the back front yard, did the leaves. But the whole time he's shaking. Like, damn, when this dude come home, he is gonna tear me up. He's troubled. You know it's about to be a death sentence.
Okay.
And you do what?
Still get him.
Whoop that ass.
I'll go get him.
Congratulations for doing all the housework. You know you can do that. That's gonna be a constant.
Right, that's the basic now.
Give him that beating.
Yep.
Talk to him. Keep it pushing. Yeah.
Do that.
But yeah, the Most High is not playing peekaboo. Peekaboo. Where's the warrior? Peekaboo. Alright, she's the peekaboo girl. We good? Yeah.
Our hearts clear?
Yeah. Y'all ain't got no stamina. Alright. Just a quick reminder before we get to these prayers. Garment money, come on, man. They try to order this leather today or tomorrow, sisters. I mean brothers. get the little payment in, the little extra $50 that you need to get in. We carried the load. Go ahead and, get that in.
Yeah.
If you haven't, remember we got Purim coming up, Passover. They've been sending out the little Airbnb info. Like I said, I ain't doing that. So if I ain't got no place in Rochester, I'll find me a place. I know how to get around. I ain't tripping. Right? I ain't tripping, but y'all better get it together. You better get your thing right. Get your travel.
You don't have much time.
You don't have much time. You know what I'm saying? We're running out of time. It's not on our side, right? It's the 20. What is it? The 23rd? 5th? Of this month. Of this month, I'm saying. We're in the 25th.
Oh, yeah.
So what they got? January, they got February, March. They got 2.5 months to get the garments and everything done, get reservations. I know it's all about money and all that. I think in 2 days you can file your taxes. Monday, the 27th of January, you guys can file taxes.
File taxes.
Yeah, the 27th. Yeah, Monday's the 27th. Yep, this Monday coming up, you could begin to file taxes if I'm not mistaken. You know what I'm saying? Trump, you get it early, baby. That Trump effect. I'm gonna start calling it the Trump effect. I don't want to hear no Trump slander. All right? I don't want to hear no Trump slander because that man is doing things. Woo!
For election's sake.
He's doing things for the election. That man already brought back TikTok. Oh, you late?
And
Oh, yeah.
That man brought TikTok back the next day. He wasn't playing. Yo, he wasn't even president yet.
Yeah, he's like, whatever on
We
that.
just had this joke when TikTok went out. We were like, we gotta pray to Donald Trump.
Oh wow!
And then the next day,
Then the next day it was back.
it said thanks to Donald Trump's efforts.
It did say that.
I was like, thank you, Donald Trump.
Damn, bro, you gave us Donald Trump on that one. That's crazy. You find out y'all burning incense to Donald Trump. That is crazy, bro. We just talked about all this idol worship. Y'all going to the Trump Tower, burning incense in the high places. Come on, man. All for TikTok and CapCut. Huh? Okay. You need your Mr. Editor. Y'all hear these cats, man, blasphemy talking about President Trump. I just like that Trump. Hey, yeah, put the Trumpalations, right? Trumpalations 1 and 1. But nah, just remember, get those things in, get your stuff for Passover. Remember when y'all do y'all taxes on Monday, because I know some of y'all are. Don't forget about the school. Don't forget about the $250 for the Passover, the land, the location. Please, whatever you can help, or whatever you can help with. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you can help with. It's not mandatory to show up to the Passover, so don't cap on yourself like, well, I ain't got no money, I ain't gonna show up. Nah, show up, but whatever you can give, right? We understand that people get their taxes to do what? Try to recover from the year. What a recovery is about to be, right? So we get that, but don't forget about the school. What else? Was that it? That was it. Or a red book. Red note. Everyone knew. Yeah, red dot. Oh, red, right. But that's a Chinese company.
Yeah, that's
if I'm
why.
not mistaken. It's a Chinese company too.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, y'all gotta stay off of TikTok, bro. TikTok is trash. I got it, but I don't even be on there like that. Because when you start going into that matrix,
that's true. Sliding.
Yeah.
My TikTok for some reason just wants to show me craziness. So, all right, let's conclude with these prayers. It was a fun one. Hopefully y'all learned something, took some good notes.
Fine.
And let's set these prayers up. I think y'all sick.
That was at the beginning.
Not truthfully. Yes, all. Yeah,
I might even point out Shalom. Let that thing show right here. Let them know this one. No, here like that. We go big shit.
I feel like I picked up the house right now.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Please listen to us now.
Please listen to us now.
Right now.
Right now.
Send Michael.
Send Michael.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
To bless.
To bless.
To heal.
To heal.
To protect.
To protect.
To make strong.
And to make strong.
The people of Israel.
The people of Israel.
And also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience. Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
Much love.
Much love.
Spiritual powers.
Spiritual powers.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh shall come quickly.
Yahweh shall come quickly.
For in thee is our hope.
For in thee is our hope.
Forever amen.
Forever amen.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hatawara.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Hatawara.
A war.
A war.
La Ra'ah.
La Ra'ah.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Hatawara. Hayo. Korah. La Korah. Ha'ain.
That's blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Hatawara. Shaman. Zayah. Lamashah. Yasharallah.
As blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us olive oil to anoint Israel.
Which can be done after the prayers. So Psalms 92 is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To sing thanks unto Yahweh.
To sing thanks unto Yahweh.
To sing praises unto thy name.
To sing praises to thy name.
Almost high.
Almost high.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
To show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the harp with a solemn sound.
And upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou, O Yahweh.
For thou, O Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
Thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand it.
Neither does a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, O Yahweh.
But thou, O Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
Below thine enemies.
Below thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thine enemies.
Below thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn.
But my horn.
Shall thou exalt.
Shall thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire of my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
My ear shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Shall flourish in the course of the Most High.
Shall flourish in the course of the Most High.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is our rock.
He is our rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Amen.
Amen.
Right. Psalms 133 in Hebrew. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamalawad.
Hamalawad.
Ladawad, Hana, Matawad, Wama, Naayam, Shabbat, Akim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawad, Haraash, Yerad, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Alpayah, Madawathiwa, Katal, Karawan, Shayarad, Al, Roria, Kazayawan, Haya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Chayayam,
Aman.
Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water.
Aman.
Circle up. Do it. Bathroom. Woo. I love this podium. Call it.
Akim, Amai, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Rakam. Kum Yisrael.
Time. Turn to face the sisters. My name Shabbat. Sisters rise quickly. Call it.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion. Men of Israel, Amai, Barak.
Yahweh Shemarathon Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yadi Matah. Let's say shalom to everybody online. Shalom. Till Wednesday. Woo! Hey, nobody.